Jon Snow stood atop the ramparts of the Red Keep and gazed out over the city of King's Landing, the golden light of dawn spilling across the rooftops. The wind from Blackwater Bay brushed through his dark hair, revealing fleeting glints of silver when the sun caught it just right. He found himself recalling the words of his old mentors, men who urged him to keep his vows, to guard, and to protect. But now he bore a new weight: duty as Aegon Targaryen. The realm was in chaos. Famine threatened, winter lingered, and rumors of rebellion swirled like crows around a battlefield. Yet even in the gloom, hope shimmered, like the first faint rays of dawn promising a new day. Jon Snow, a man known for duty, honor, and heartbreak, had come to this moment as if led by the inexorable hand of fate. He was no longer just Ned Stark's bastard, but a son of ice and fire, entrusted with the might of a legacy he had never asked for. As Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, he felt every burden that came with the claim. Doubts weighed heavy on his heart. He had never yearned for crowns or thrones. He had not sought the shining seat that Aerys, Rhaegar, and even Daenerys had pursued. It was thrust upon him the way winter seizes the land: relentless, inescapable, and absolute. Men once loyal to House Targaryen now looked to him as their rightful king, while others only saw a usurper who had stolen the throne from a dragon queen. He fought the memories of what Daenerys had become at the very end. Her madness, her single-minded desire to shape the world according to her vision, had cost thousands of innocent lives. He would not walk that path, even if the same blood pumped through his veins. But still, the memory of her pressed down on him, haunting him in the hush before dawn, reminding him that the Targaryen name was both revered and feared. He turned away from the city and descended the steps. Morning rays glinted off the unsheathed blades of the Unsullied guarding the corridors, though their numbers had dwindled since Daenerys' fall. The imposing pillars of the Red Keep soared overhead. Once, these halls had been inhabited by Cersei Lannister, then by a queen who believed she could break the wheel. Now they belonged to Jon, though he wished he could stride away from them altogether. Duty tethered him there. "You have the blood of the dragon," some said, whispering that the Iron Throne needed that blood to stabilize the realm. The realm, however, was more fragile than an egg resting on a precipice, and Jon sometimes felt that his every decision made the ground shiver. In the great hall, the Iron Throne rose in front of him, an ugly seat of swords hammered together by the fires of Aegon the Conqueror's dragon. The same morning light now caught the steel edges of the throne, giving the impression it was wreathed in pale flame. Jon halted, studying it. His eyes lingered on every twisted blade. He remembered the countless times he'd heard that sitting upon that throne was like being on a bed of knives, an apt metaphor for the precariousness of power. He could swear he heard the faint whisper of metal scraping metal in the hush of the empty chamber. He remembered Samwell Tarly's voice. "A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing." Jon prayed he was not alone. Somewhere across seas and mountains people cared for him, but he had never felt more solitary. A rustle of movement at the chamber doors broke the hush. Tyrion Lannister appeared, his mismatched eyes scanning the hall. Dressed in sober black, a single silver hand of the kingpin glimmered on his chest. He approached with measured steps, his face grave. The shape of his broad brow and the thin lines around his mouth spoke of sleepless nights and worries multiplied by war. He bowed his head briefly. "Your Grace," he said, his voice echoing slightly off the vaulted ceiling. Jon still felt a pang of discomfort every time Tyrion called him that. He longed for the days when they were both outcasts on the wall, bound more by survival than ceremony. "Tyrion," Jon acknowledged. His voice came out softer than he intended. Tyrion took it as permission to approach. The clack of his boots on the marble floor was the only noise between them for a moment. With a glance toward the Iron Throne, Tyrion's expression flickered between respect and veiled unease. Then he lifted his gaze to Jon. "The small council awaits you," Tyrion said quietly. "We have urgent news from the north and from the southern lords. The realm is uneasy." Jon exhaled softly. The realm was uneasy. It had been for years. The War of the Five Kings, the threat of the Night King, the fall of Daenerys Targaryen. and now the crowning of a new king whose name was whispered in half-disbelief by the populace, Aegon Targaryen. No man knew if peace could truly be found or if the seeds of discord would keep sprouting. Jon turned his back on the throne, refusing to look upon its twisted metal any longer. "Lead on," he told Tyrion. They passed through winding corridors that carried the ghosts of ancient conflicts. The walls practically breathed with memory. Dragons once soared above, forging a dynasty that spanned centuries. At the end of a corridor stood two Kingsguard knights in their gleaming armor, helms shaped to resemble dragon heads. They bowed as Jon passed. The small council chamber lay beyond, its table laden with parchments, maps, and half-eaten fruit. Sunlight fell in dusty beams through the tall windows, illuminating the austere faces of those waiting. Davos Seaworth, master of ships, stood by the window with arms crossed. The lines of worry on his face only deepened when he saw the king enter. Ser Brienne of Tarth, commander of the Kingsguard, was also present. Her posture was as rigid as the castle walls, her eyes bright with vigilance. Samwell Tarly, who had once given Jon the truth of his heritage, looked up from a scroll he was studying. His round face broke into a hesitant smile that was tempered by grave concern. The rest of the small council members shifted in their seats, acknowledging the king. This body had changed drastically over the last few months, as many had died or departed. Some had resigned to return to their own lands, believing they had served enough. Others had joined reluctantly, loyal to the Stark name or the Targaryen legacy. The tension in the air was palpable. "We received ravens from the north," Davos said in his gruff but kindly voice. "Winterfell signals unrest among the mountain clans. They've been raided by unknown bands, possibly Ironborn Reavers, though it's not certain. The Vale also reports that a scattered group of Sellswords is terrorizing hamlets along the western foothills." He spread a rough hand over a parchment depicting the north. "Lady Sansa requests immediate assistance." Jon's jaw tightened. His half-sister had become the Lady of Winterfell in all but name. She had endured pains and horrors beyond measure, and he didn't want to leave her to fend off threats alone. "We will send a force," Jon replied. "Lord Umber and Lady Mormont can gather men, but I'll add a contingent of the royal army. The north must remain strong." Sam cleared his throat, pushing up from his seat. His worn maester's robes brushed the floor as he moved. "There's more news," he said, voice subdued. "House Greyjoy is in dispute. Some lords on the Iron Islands still resent Yara's leadership and are taking advantage of the realm's uncertainty to raid the northwestern coast. If we don't show a firm hand soon, they might grow bolder." A flicker of irritation crossed Jon's mind. War upon war, unrest upon unrest. Would it never end? He recalled once telling Daenerys that the only war that mattered was against the Night King. And after that, it seemed another war always rose in its place. "We'll support Yara's claim," he said at length. "She was loyal to our cause. She deserves our recognition and our aid if needed." He scanned those gathered, his gaze landing on Tyrion, who wore a contemplative frown. "What about the Reach and Dorne?" Jon asked. Tyrion sighed. "The Reach is recovering from the devastation wrought by the war. The Tyrell line is extinguished, so the region is split among various minor lords. They're jockeying for position, but for now, they remain under the crown's authority without too much conflict. Dorne is restless, always resistant to any authority beyond their borders. Prince Cailin Martell is young and untested, and some of the Dornish houses grumble that your claim to the Iron Throne is tenuous." Jon almost wanted to laugh at that. Tenuous. In truth, everything about his claim felt tenuous. He stepped to the table, resting his hands lightly on the edge. The swirl of dust motes in the sunlight reminded him that time was passing, each moment slipping away. "We need stability. I do not want an iron grip on these lands. I want peace. The people have suffered enough." Tyrion's lips curved in a tight smile. "That is why we followed you," he said. "Peace might be the hardest thing to achieve, but it's worth striving for." Davos ran a hand over his close-cropped beard. "I'd say so, but we have our work cut out for us." Jon studied the map, feeling the weight of it all. He had declared peace once. He had tried to unify humanity against the threat of the others. Now, the realm demanded that same strength and leadership, only in the messy aftermath of dragons and wars. His heart clenched as he wondered if he was the right man for it. He didn't feel like a conqueror, nor did he yearn for the thrill of power. He thought often of the Wall, of the men who refused crowns and titles in favor of a greater duty. Now he was a king wearing a crown in all but name, a realm calling him by a Targaryen name he only recently knew was his. He closed his eyes briefly and inhaled. When he opened them, resolve gleamed there. "We will respond to the north at once," he said. "We do not abandon our allies, especially not Winterfell." Tyrion arranged the forces. Davos, ensure the ships are at the ready to take men up the coast if needed. Sam, gather what knowledge you have on these potential threats, how best to negotiate or quell them. Brienne, see to the readiness of the Kingsguard. We may ride north ourselves if necessary. Everyone nodded in assent. No one questioned his authority here. They had placed their faith in him. Yet Jon felt the intangible swirl of doubt within him, coiled around his heart like a persistent serpent. He only hoped that if he could bring the realm through these trials, he might be the king they truly needed. Beyond the walls of the Red Keep, the streets of King's Landing lay in half-ruin. Reconstruction had been slow since the dragonfire that ravaged the city. Blocks of charred buildings remained, though many had been cleared away to make room for new foundations. Laborers toiled daily in the dust and ash, guided by stonemasons and carpenters who dreamed of a restored capital. The people of the city gave uncertain looks whenever the new king passed by. Whispers followed him. He who was raised as a Stark, the dragon from the Wall, the man who slew the Night King, the reluctant ruler. Children stared with wide eyes, men touched their foreheads, and women measured him with silent curiosity. No one cheered him the way they might have cheered Robert Baratheon or even Daenerys in her early days. Jon sensed that they simply did not know what to make of him. He walked among them without much pomp, preferring a simpler retinue of half a dozen guards rather than a grand procession. His armor was dark leather, bearing a small sigil that combined the Stark direwolf and the Targaryen dragon, a compromise he had accepted for official duties. Ghost walked beside him, the albino direwolf tall and silent as death, earning more than a few startled gasps from the townsfolk. Jon found small comfort in his companion's steady presence, the link to his old life in the north. A mother holding her child called out, "Your Grace, is it true we'll have fresh water soon?" Her voice was laced with both hope and disbelief. Jon paused, turning to her. He offered a tight nod. "Work is already underway to restore the aqueducts," he said. "No one should have to live without clean water." She bobbed her head in thanks, relief flooding her eyes. Jon moved on, the guards fanning around him. The stench of sewage mingled with the smell of fresh bread from a corner bakery. War or no war, life persisted in ways both beautiful and bitter. A procession of wagons rumbled past, carrying supplies from the Reach, crates of grain and barrels of wine. Street urchins ran alongside, hoping for a tossed crust. Jon made a mental note to speak with the Master of Coin about distributing food more effectively. He recalled the words of someone wise once saying, "A good king nurtures the people and fosters their prosperity, lest resentment bloom into rebellion." An old memory of Eddard Stark flickered in his mind, reminding Jon that a ruler's job was to serve, not to be served. He reached the dragon pit by midday, the sun baking the wide plateau. The ancient structure stood partially in ruins, its dome long ago collapsed. Scaffolding rose here and there as laborers attempted some form of repair. Jon had debated with his council how best to use the dragon pit. For centuries it had been a Targaryen seat of draconic power, but the dragons were gone again. Rhaegal had perished in battle, Drogon had vanished with Daenerys' body, and Viserion had fallen to the Night King. No living dragons remained to roost here. Still, Jon found himself compelled to walk among the rubble, to stand where once great winged beasts were chained, and to feel the echo of an ancestry he hadn't known he possessed. He stopped at the threshold of the pit. The colossal bronze doors had been battered down in some past conflict, and only twisted fragments of metal remained. Inside, the floor was littered with broken stones, scattered bones, and the remains of twisted chains. Light fell in wide bands through the open roof. He paced forward, boots scraping on debris. For a moment, he imagined what this place must have been like in the days of Aegon the Conqueror, Maegor the Cruel, or even the later Targaryens. Dragons roaring in echoing grandeur, their eyes like molten gold, wings blotting out the sky. A faint sting of sadness touched him as he considered how that legacy had ended in flame, betrayal, and madness. Tyrion's voice broke the silence. "You shouldn't wander alone, Your Grace," he said, stepping around a broken column. Behind him trailed 2 guards, their vigilance unerring. The dwarf's expression was thoughtful as he surveyed the vast dome of the dragon pit. A strange place to find a king. Jon smirked slightly, though there was little humor in it. "I'm no different than I was," he said. "Raven letters, war councils, feasts, they suit me ill." He looked away, scanning the rubble. "Sometimes I need to be reminded of what came before." Tyrion approached, carefully navigating the uneven ground. "What came before is a heavy weight," he observed. "You're not the first Targaryen to step into this pit and wonder how it all slipped away." Jon nodded quietly. He recalled Daenerys's face, the break in her eyes as she rained fire on King's Landing. His heart ached, not only for the innocent lives lost but for the woman who had once seemed an emblem of hope. The Targaryen name bore too many ghosts. "I never asked for this name," he murmured, "but I have it, and the realm is looking to me." Tyrion let out a tired sigh. If it's any consolation, most kings don't ask for their crowns. They inherit them, sometimes without desire or readiness. He paused, letting the words sink in. "You, however, have something that sets you apart. You know honor, you know sacrifice, and you don't crave power for its own sake. That might just be what saves us all." Jon turned, meeting Tyrion's steady gaze. He thought back to the dire conflicts, the alliances forged in the bleak halls of Winterfell, the perils beyond the wall, the White Walkers, and the final stand against an onslaught that threatened the entire realm. Each event shaped him, forging a man who valued the living over the squabbles for thrones. "I hope so," Jon said at last. "But if history is any teacher, the Targaryen madness lurks around every corner. The realm might not trust me if they see me as a dragon." Tyrion studied Jon's face for a few long seconds. "The realm sees your Stark side too," he replied. "That might be your salvation and ours." Jon let the quiet of the dragon pit envelop him for a moment. "We'll see," he whispered. Then he turned back toward the exit, his footsteps echoing. "Come, we have much to do." News traveled swiftly throughout the 7 kingdoms once the ravens flew. The ripple effect of Jon Snow's ascension to the throne had not ended with Daenerys's downfall. Whispers abounded in every corner of Westeros, from the shining spires of Highgarden's remnants to the scorching red sands of Dorne. Conversations in taverns and feasting halls repeated the same query. Is he truly a Targaryen? Is he truly a Stark? Will he bring peace, or another wave of war? In Winterfell, Lady Sansa paced the courtyard, noting the arrival of the first autumn snows drifting from ashen skies. She had grown into a formidable ruler, her red hair half-veiled by fur-lined cloaks. Standing on the battlements, she watched the gates anxiously. She had expected a contingent of royal forces any day now. The news of raiders in the north had unsettled many lords, but the presence of the king's men would do much to calm tensions. And behind her calm exterior, she was curious. How would Jon manage both the legacy of House Stark and House Targaryen? Not far from the great hearth in the main hall, Arya Stark sharpened her dagger. The quiet rasp of stone on steel mirrored her restlessness. She had returned to Winterfell after the wars, though wanderlust still tugged at her. She could not remain in any one place too long without dreaming of far-off roads. But for now, her family needed her. The North needed her. She worked the whetstone carefully, her gray eyes reflecting the blade. "Jon will do what's right," she said softly, though no one was around to hear. She repeated it almost like a mantra. When she'd been younger, she had looked up to him as her beloved brother, even if she never expected him to sit a throne, much less the Iron Throne. A small corner of her heart worried about how power changed people, but she carried faith in him, unwavering and fierce as any wolf's loyalty. At the far corner of the hall, Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven, sat by the fire, his gaze distant, his expression almost serene. He hardly spoke of the mundane realities of politics and kingship, for his vision lay beyond the present. Some in the castle found his demeanor unnerving, but Sansa trusted him. She often asked for his counsel, though his answers frequently came in cryptic remarks about fate, ravens, and old gods. Once, Sansa had pressed him about Jon's future. Bran only replied, "He stands at a crossroads, wearing ice and fire in equal measure. The realm will follow whichever step he takes." Sansa had gleaned little comfort from that, but she never doubted that Jon would step carefully. So the North waited, uncertain but hopeful, as ravens soared overhead, carrying the news that the king was on his way. Storm clouds blanketed the sky over King's Landing the morning Jon decided to march north. A brisk wind whipped the royal banners, the white direwolf and red dragon twisting together. Horses pawed the ground, knights checked their armor straps, and men-at-arms fell into ranks. Ser Brienne sat astride her charger, face stony with focus, the white cloak of the Kingsguard draped over her broad shoulders. Tyrion stood nearby with Davos, reviewing final arrangements. Though Tyrion was not marching with Jon this time, Davos would accompany the king, lending his shrewd calm to the campaign. Jon himself wore black mail and the thick cloak of the Night's Watch style that had long suited him, albeit with subtle Targaryen accents. Ghost was at his side, silent as ever, bright red eyes scanning the crowd. Jon looked back at the Red Keep, standing tall but scarred from dragonfire. He felt a pang of guilt at leaving it, even temporarily. A king's place was in his capital, was it not? But he also was a Stark bound to the north. Once again, he was torn between two worlds. Tyrion approached and bowed lightly. "Your Grace, remember that the southern lords will be waiting on word of how you handle the northern troubles. If it goes well, your approval will grow. If it goes poorly..." He trailed off, letting the possibilities speak for themselves. Jon gave a slow nod. "I know." He tightened his hold on the reins of his black destrier. "I leave the city in your hands, Tyrion." The dwarf sighed. "I will endeavor not to burn it down, your grace." There was a faint quirk of his lips, half humor, half bitterness. "Good fortune, Jon." Davos climbed onto his own horse, adjusting gloves that had seen better days. "We should be off, your grace, if we want to reach the Rose Road before nightfall." Jon turned to the gathered knights, men from houses both minor and great, men who had fought and bled during the wars. He raised his voice, letting it carry across the courtyard. "We ride north, to defend our people and ensure the peace we have fought for does not slip away. Stay true to your oaths, honor your brothers in arms, and remember we stand not just for a crown, but for every life that depends on our strength." A chorus of acknowledgement rose. Swords tapped against breastplates in salute. Then, with a final glance back, Jon led the column through the city gates, the rumble of hooves echoing on the cobblestones. City dwellers watched from doorways and windows, some silently saluting with whatever they held. Despite the fear and uncertainty, a flicker of respect shone in many eyes. They wanted peace. Perhaps they would give this king a chance. By midday, the host was beyond the city walls, moving along the King's Road. Rolling hills and farmland stretched ahead, though many fields lay fallow or burned from previous battles. The wind carried the scent of distant rain, and clouds thickened overhead. Jon urged the men to keep a steady pace, mindful that a long march awaited them. Davos and Brienne rode close, occasionally exchanging words with Jon about logistical matters. It was late in the afternoon when they reached an abandoned village. The roofs collapsed and charred, scorched timbers littering the muddy streets. Jon dismounted to inspect the wreckage. Brienne followed, hand on her sword hilt. Every step stirred ashes and memories of the war that had ravaged the countryside. Survivors might have fled, Brienne said softly, gazing at the empty husks of homes. Raiders or perhaps remnants of the Lannister forces from the old war. Jon knelt by a broken cart. A child's toy lay in the mud, half buried. The sight of it made his throat tighten. He thought of all those who had no say in these wars, of the innocents whose lives were ripped away by the shifting tides of power. "We'll make camp beyond the ruins," he said, quietly placing the toy aside. He felt the old anger swirl in his gut. People deserved better than this endless cycle of violence. That night, the men gathered around campfires, sharing boiled oats and salted pork. The sound of crackling flames and low murmurs drifted under the dark sky. Jon sat with Davos looking over a map. By the flickering firelight, Davos's weathered face seemed even more rugged, his eyes thoughtful. "It's not the first time I've marched north," Davos said, "but I hope it might be the last. If we can bring stability to the realm, truly bring it, we might all have a chance to breathe." Jon nodded. "We can't do it alone," he said, tracing the route on the map with a gloved finger. "We need to rely on the loyalties of houses in the north, as well as the cooperation of southern houses." Davos considered that. Cooperation," he echoed. "Sometimes I wonder if Westeros has ever truly known it. But you carry the name of both Stark and Targaryen, so if there's a time to unite, perhaps it's now." Jon's gaze lifted, drifting across the night sky. Stars winked like distant memories. "I wonder if that's what fate intended," he whispered. "Or if we're all just stumbling in the dark." "Maybe both," Davos replied with quiet honesty. They bedded down with the men, each mindful of the watch shifts, for bandits could strike anywhere. On the second watch, Jon stirred, awakened by the soft hush of voices. He slipped from his bedroll, reaching for Longclaw instinctively, and found Brienne already up, conferring with one of the guards. Apparently, shadows had been spotted near the Treachery. For a time, the entire camp remained on alert, but no attack came. Eventually, the tension eased, and the men returned to restless sleep. Jon remained awake, the grip of Longclaw in his hands a silent reminder of how precarious peace truly was. They pressed on, day after day, crossing the fields of the Crownlands, then into the Riverlands, passing through territory once savagely contested by the Tullis, Freys, and Lannisters. The roads were still rife with refugees and struggling townsfolk, but the further north they traveled, the cooler the air grew, and the more old loyalties emerged. At a crossroads inn, a man recognized Jon, bowing low and nearly weeping. "Your Grace, you saved us all from the Night King," he said. "I served with the Tullis under King Robb, fought at the Twins. May the gods curse that place. But we're grateful for you, truly." Such humble, honest gratitude made Jon uneasy, but he did his best to respond graciously. It was a far cry from the suspicion and fear he had sensed in King's Landing. Here in the Riverlands, the memory of House Stark remained strong, and that memory now entwined with the knowledge that Jon Snow was a Targaryen. Some accepted that union of houses with guarded optimism, while others withheld judgment. Still, the presence of royal arms carried weight, and the river lords offered them no trouble. One evening, the camp bustled with activity after a successful hunt. A pair of soldiers returned with a boar for roasting, and the savory smell lifted the men's spirits. Jon stood slightly apart from the revelry, leaning against a mossy trunk. His thoughts drifted to the last time he'd marched with an army. The Great War. The very air had trembled with the approach of the undead host. Now, the enemy was intangible, instability, shattered trust, would-be rebels. A different kind of war, but no less deadly. He startled when he felt a presence at his side. It was Samwell Tarly, who had joined the host a few days after the king left King's Landing. Sam wore the gray robes of a maester in training and carried several scrolls in a satchel slung over his shoulder. "Jon," he said quietly, "I was hoping we might talk." His warm face, though lined with experience, still reminded Jon of the shy steward at Castle Black. Jon inclined his head, stepping a little further from the crowd so they could speak privately. "Of course, Sam. You've come all this way. Is it about the northern raids? Sam's brow furrowed. In part, but also your heritage. I've been reading everything I can find on Targaryen rule in an attempt to offer the best counsel. I realize your situation is unprecedented. It's not often a man raised in the north sits the Iron Throne bearing the name Targaryen. A quiet laugh escaped Jon, entirely without humor. You can say that again. Sam pressed on, his tone earnest. You shouldn't feel alone, Jon. We're all here to help you navigate this. And I wanted to say that I'm proud of you. His voice trembled slightly with sincerity. I know how heavily this all weighs on you, but I've seen you in more dire circumstances, and you've always done what was right. Jon let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. I appreciate that, Sam. Truly. Sometimes I forget to trust myself. So many lives depend on these decisions. Sam placed a hand on Jon's arm. You carry the best of House Stark and House Targaryen. Don't doubt that. Your father, Ned, raised you with honor, and Rhaegar gave you a legitimate claim to the throne. If you can blend that sense of honor with the cunning and majesty of the dragons, perhaps the Seven Kingdoms can finally know peace. They stood in reflective silence for a moment, the light from the cooking fires flickering across their faces. In the distance, men laughed and joked, some even singing snatches of old ballads. Jon felt a rare sense of hope. He thought of the vow he made at the wall. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. Maybe, in a strange way, that vow still guided him even from the seat of a king. Several days later, the host arrived at Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress that had guarded the entrance to the north for centuries. Its moss-cloaked towers rose from the swampy terrain, watchful and austere. Ravens had flown ahead, so the garrison at Moat Cailin had prepared a modest welcome. The tall gates stood open, and banners bearing the direwolf fluttered in the stiff breeze. Jon's heart constricted at the sight of the Stark sigil. Here was a place older than memory, steeped in the traditions of the first men, a bulwark of the north. Though he now bore the name Targaryen, this land of bleak moors and long winters still felt like home. When he dismounted, the commanding officer, a grizzled man named Ser Roderick Holt, bowed low. Welcome home, Your Grace. Jon accepted the greeting with a curt nod. He cast his gaze about the courtyard, which was in decent repair, considering the fortress's age. Women in simple furs bustled about with bread and hot broth to offer the weary soldiers. The men murmured thanks, grateful for the respite. Jon took a moment to speak with Holt about the current threats. According to reports, the raids near the mountain clans had slowed, possibly deterred by the rumors of the king's approach. Still, they were not entirely quelled. As dusk settled, Jon stood on the battlements of Moat Cailin, staring out at the swampy expanse. The air smelled of peat and standing water. Ghost prowled at his side, letting out a soft huff. A single torch flickered beside them. Sam joined him a short while later, rummaging in his satchel for a scroll. I have something you may want to see, Sam said, looking a little sheepish. Jon raised an eyebrow. What is it? Sam unfurled a parchment. It's a piece of Rhaegar Targaryen's writing, preserved in a private collection in Old Town. A snippet, really part of a letter he wrote about the prophecy of the prince that was promised, and the concept of ice and fire. Sam's voice dropped in reverence. He wrote that the union of the dragon and the wolf would give rise to a new dawn. He believed his line, combined with Stark blood, might be the key to saving the realm. Jon's expression flickered with emotion. He recalled the existential threat they had faced, how he and Daenerys together had ultimately helped bring about the downfall of the White Walkers. But Daenerys had paid a terrible price, and so had King's Landing. We saved the realm, Jon said quietly, yet so many lives were lost in the process. Is that the dawn Rhaegar dreamed of? Sam's eyes were kind. Maybe it's only the beginning. The prophecy might not be finished. You're here, the realm endures, and you carry the blood of ice and fire. Perhaps the real dawn is the age of rebuilding, the chance to unite the Seven Kingdoms under a just ruler. Jon turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sky grew dark. I hope you're right, he said. The weight of prophecy pressed on him like a ghostly hand. He never sought to be a hero or a king or the subject of ancient predictions. Yet here he stood, bridging two worlds, tasked with forging a future out of broken swords and shattered crowns. They resumed their march, forging deeper into the north. The air grew colder, the land rougher. Soon, they passed the last river, and the silhouette of Winterfell's towers greeted them on the horizon. Smoke curled from the chimneys. The heart of House Stark beckoned. Jon felt both anticipation and apprehension. Though he yearned to see his family again, he couldn't forget that he was arriving now as a king wearing a Targaryen name. At the gates of Winterfell, Sansa waited, draped in heavy gray furs, her hands folded before her. Arya stood beside her, leaning with casual confidence, wearing the leathers of a seasoned traveler. Bran was at Sansa's other side, expression enigmatic. When Jon dismounted, Sansa stepped forward, the slightest quiver in her lips betraying her emotion. She bowed her head in formal greeting. "Your Grace." Then she broke protocol, stepping close to embrace him. Jon returned the hug, feeling her warmth and the softness of fur against his cheek. Arya gave a wry smile as she approached. "Hello, Your Grace," she teased, though her eyes shone with affection. She pressed her forehead to Jon's briefly, whispering, "You'll always be my brother first." Jon squeezed her arm, gratitude flooding him. Bran, watching with that knowing gaze, offered a short nod. "Welcome home," he said, though his tone carried an undercurrent that suggested deeper knowledge of what might yet unfold. The courtyard bustled as men began dismounting, stabling horses, and unloading supplies. Stark bannermen approached to offer their greetings to the king. Old Lord Glover, Lady Mormont's successor, and others bowed. Jon greeted them calmly, aware of the flickers of curiosity and wariness in their eyes. He was their king, but also a Stark and a Targaryen. They seemed unsure which identity held precedence. Once formalities were done, Jon joined his siblings in the Great Hall. The banners of House Stark hung from the rafters, the old stone walls warmed by roaring fires. Servants scrambled to set a feast, though the fare was still modest after the long winter. Platters of roast venison, onions, and dark bread covered the tables, with spiced ale in pewter pitchers. The smell reminded Jon of simpler times, of nights when they all sat together as children, oblivious to the storms that would soon ravage their lives. Sansa had a seat prepared for Jon at the head of the table, but he paused before taking it. He glanced at her and said quietly, "I do not wish to displace you." Sansa smiled softly. "You are the king in the south and the north, Jon. Please." He conceded, settling down with a touch of unease. To his relief, his siblings joined him at the high table. The assembled lords and knights took their seats, and conversation picked up, though it was hushed at first. Jon tasted the ale, letting its warmth flow through him. Arya spoke casually of her travels, though carefully omitting certain details about her time in Bravos. Sansa recounted the tensions with the mountain clans, lamenting how they'd grown distrustful of Winterfell's authority after so much upheaval. Bran simply observed, occasionally interjecting with an odd comment that left them all slightly perplexed. As the feast ended and people began to drift away, Sansa pulled Jon aside. Her expression was serious, her posture regal. "You must know that some of the North's lords grumble about a Targaryen ruling them," she said, voice hushed. "They remember the Mad King, the wars, the Dragonfire. And even though you're half Stark, they worry." Jon nodded grimly. "I expected as much. My hope is that my actions will speak louder than any name. I remain committed to the North as I always have been." She touched his arm gently. "I believe you," she said. "So do many others. But you'll have to keep showing them. The North is stubborn, as you know." She gave a small smile, but her eyes were lined with fatigue. "Thank you for coming. I need your help. The raids in the mountains are growing more brazen. They strike at night, stealing livestock and vanishing." Jon placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll find a way to stop them. I'll see to it myself if I have to." Sansa nodded, relief flickering in her gaze. "Good. With you here, we have a chance to unite the North again. Arya drifted closer, glancing around as if checking that no one else was in earshot. Let me help. I have ways of dealing with bandits, she said, eyes gleaming with a rogue's confidence. Jon hesitated. He knew how dangerous Arya could be. A part of him didn't want her to risk herself, but he also recognized that she might be exactly what they needed. Someone who could move unseen, gather information, and strike swiftly. All right, he said at length. But be careful. Arya gave him a wry grin. I always am. Within days, Jon, Sansa, and their bannermen devised a plan to dispatch parties to patrol the mountainous regions. Intelligence suggested that the raiders weren't Ironborn at all, but a ragged group of mercenaries led by a disgraced Bolton loyalist, one of the last remnants of that treacherous house. They were taking advantage of the chaos left in the aftermath of the wars, laying claim to small pockets of territory. Jon led a contingent of troops north of the Gift, while Sansa coordinated from Winterfell. Snow began falling more frequently, blanketing the land in a deceptive hush. Tracks became harder to follow, and the daylight hours grew shorter. Around the crackling fires at night, men muttered about ghosts in the mountains, or the rumored return of White Walkers. Rumors Jon quickly put to rest. They are gone, he assured them. We saw to that, and the wall stands. But the men's eyes still flicked nervously to the horizon, for the memories of that threat were too recent. Riding through a narrow pass one morning, Jon found the remnants of a sacked village. Houses burned, bodies left in the snow, and no sign of survivors. He clenched his jaw at the cruelty. Davos surveyed the scene grimly. So this is what they do for profit? Killing small folk who have nothing. Jon dismounted, his breath puffing in the cold air. He knelt beside a fallen woman, older, with graying hair. Her clothes marked her as a villager, not a fighter. He felt a surge of old rage, the kind he had felt when he discovered the treachery that led to the Red Wedding or the brutality of Ramsay Bolton. We can't allow this to continue, he said, voice tight. That night, in the flickering firelight of their encampment, Arya returned from a scouting mission. Her cloak was dusted with snow, and she slipped through the lines as quiet as a shadow, surprising the sentries. Jon rose to greet her. What did you find? Arya pulled down her hood, her cheeks red from the cold. They're about 5 leagues from here, in a hidden cleft near a frozen lake. Maybe 30 men, well armed. They have lookouts posted, but they're sloppy. Jon listened intently, glancing at Davos. The Onion Knight gave a slight nod, indicating readiness. We move at first light, Jon decided. We'll circle around to the west, come down the ridge, and cut off their escape. Arya's eyes glinted. I could slip in before dawn, cause some disruption. Jon hesitated, then nodded. But be careful. We'll have archers ready. Once we hear your signal, we'll move in. She smiled, a small, predatory twist of her lips, and vanished into the night. When dawn broke, pale and cold, Jon and his men carefully navigated through the sparse pines that covered the slope overlooking the frozen lake. Snow creaked underfoot, but the wind carried away much of the sound. They spotted thin columns of smoke rising from the raiders' camp, an impromptu collection of tents and lean-tos pitched against a rocky outcrop. Jon scanned the scene. One of the lookouts was awake, pacing with bored indifference. Another sat by a small fire, yawning. Suddenly, a commotion. The bored lookout staggered, clutching his throat as he dropped to his knees in the snow. The second lookout had no time to cry out. He slumped forward, an arrow through his chest. Arya's handiwork. Jon raised his sword, signaling the charge. The northern soldiers swept down the ridge, yelling the old Stark battle cries. Arrows rained onto the raiders' camp, and men scrambled for their swords. Jon crashed into the camp, Longclaw slicing through the first mercenary who rushed him. Nearby, Davos coordinated a pincer movement, leading a flanking squad to prevent any escape. The raiders fought back viciously, but the element of surprise had rattled them. Their leader, a scar-faced man with a Bolton sigil crudely torn from an old banner, roared defiance. He lunged at Jon with a battle-axe swinging wildly. Jon parried, steel meeting steel in ringing blows. Rage fueled the mercenaries' strikes, but Jon fought with quiet precision. On the final exchange, he stepped inside the man's swing, driving Longclaw through his torso. The mercenary's eyes flared wide in surprise before his knees gave out. Jon yanked free, breath steaming in the cold air. All around, the northern men subdued the remaining mercenaries. Some raiders dropped their weapons, pleading for mercy. Others fought to the death, cornered wolves with nothing to lose. Within minutes, it was over. Blood stained the fresh snow. Survivors, perhaps half a dozen, knelt in the center of the camp under guard. Davos emerged from the fray, face grim. "We lost a few men," he reported quietly. "A dozen wounded, maybe more. But we got them." He nodded toward the cowering raiders. Arya stepped into view, a dagger still clutched in her gloved hand. She gave a curt nod to Jon. He sensed the adrenaline coursing through her, the lethal readiness in her stance. Jon turned to the captured mercenaries. "Why?" he demanded, voice ringing in the cold. "Who do you serve?" One man spat at the ground. "We serve ourselves, Targaryen." Jon's eyes narrowed. He knew the truth of it. Men who followed no cause but their own greed. Still, he pressed. The Bolton sigil. Was this revenge? Another survivor shrugged, trembling in the snow. "Maybe," he said, "the Boltons would rise again. That you'd never keep the North under your control. We followed for loot." Jon let out a slow breath. He could almost hear the old ghosts cackling. Ramsay, Roose, the entire legacy of that cursed house. He turned to Davos. "We'll take them back to Winterfell as prisoners. Let Sansa judge them if she wishes. We'll bury our dead, mark their names, and move on." Arya stood beside Jon as he oversaw the grim post-battle tasks. Her expression was unreadable. "You fought well," she said, tone neutral. Jon suppressed a shudder of distaste. He loathed killing, no matter how necessary it was. "Thank you," he murmured. "And you as always." He glanced at her. She looked at him with a small half-smile, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and sorrow. He realized that she, too, bore the scars of violence, no matter how adept she had become at it. They returned to Winterfell with the prisoners and the wounded, the weight of victory tempered by the knowledge that the North's scars ran deep. Jon presented the prisoners before Sansa. She stood on the dais in the great hall, her features stern, flanked by guards. The men were forced to kneel on the cold stone floor. Sansa regarded them with the icy composure that had become her armor. Each wore iron shackles, and they trembled under her gaze. "Do you deny your crimes?" she asked. Her voice rang out in the silent hall, thick with tension. One of the men, the same who spat at Jon, lunged forward with a snarl, only to be clubbed down by a guard. Another mercenary muttered a string of curses under his breath, but none offered any real defense. Their guilt was evident in every blood-stained scrap of clothing. Sansa lifted her chin, setting her jaw. "The punishment for murder, theft, and treason in the North is death." Jon stood beside her, his expression grave. He remembered how Ned Stark had taught him. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Had that principle guided him here to this moment as King Aegon Targaryen? Perhaps, but he was still Jon Snow in his heart. Sansa continued, "I name you traitors and murderers. The sentence is death." She glanced at Jon, who stepped forward. Silence blanketed the hall. He looked at the men, unflinching. Raising Longclaw, he spoke the words he had grown up hearing. "In the name of Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, I sentence you to die." His sword flashed, heads rolled, and red spattered the stone floor. The watchers shifted uneasily, but no one objected. Justice was harsh in the North, especially in times like these. Afterward, as the bodies were cleared away, Jon retreated to the Godswood. Red leaves whispered overhead, the heart tree's ancient face watching in timeless silence. Ghost padded beside him. He knelt by the tree's gnarled trunk, letting the hush settle around him. The sacred stillness reminded him of all he had loved about Winterfell as a boy. Here, There was a sense of continuity, of old magic that bound his family to the land. But he was not wholly Stark. He was Targaryen, and the realm recognized him as a king. The union of ice and fire. A swirl of memory overtook him. His mother, Lyanna Stark, whispering his name as she died. Rhaegar's legacy, Ned's promise. All culminating in the blade he wielded, the crown he bore. He bowed his head, letting out a breath. "Father," he whispered, though he wasn't sure to which father he spoke, Ned or Rhaegar. "Guide me. Help me keep them safe." The old gods offered no answer but the gentle caress of wind in the leaves. Still, he felt a slight easing in his chest, a sense that maybe, just maybe, he could uphold both legacies. He rose, running his hand gently over Ghost's white fur, and headed back through the arch of red leaves. Word of the victory spread rapidly through the north. The scattered clans took note that the king had dealt swiftly with the raiders, and some even sent emissaries to Winterfell, pledging their renewed loyalty. Slowly, the tension began to thaw, like spring sunlight on ice. Jon held councils with these clans, listening to their grievances and promising to uphold the old ways as much as the new. Meanwhile, Sansa ensured that supplies were distributed to the northern villages still recovering from the wars. Arya occasionally disappeared on what she called errands, returning with tidbits of intelligence or the occasional rumor that might threaten the North's stability. At length, with the immediate threat contained, Jon gathered his siblings and key advisors in the Old Solar. A fire crackled in the hearth, illuminating the worn banners on the walls. Sansa stood by the window, her reflection melding with the snowy courtyard beyond. Arya leaned against the table, arms crossed, while Bran sat quietly, his gaze far away. Davos, Sam, and Brienne looked on, forming a semicircle. "We've restored some measure of peace in the north," Jon began. "But the realm is large, and there's much left to do. I must return to King's Landing before long to see to the needs of the south." His voice carried a note of reluctance. Sansa nodded, though her eyes clouded. "And I will remain here, as Lady of Winterfell. I can govern the north in your name, balancing both Stark tradition and Targaryen alliance. We must show unity." Arya lifted a shoulder, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. "I have no interest in being a lady of anything. I'll help however I can." There was a soft laugh in her voice, but also sincerity. She was a Stark through and through, even if her path diverged from the typical roles. She had proven her worth 100 times over. A living weapon when needed, a cunning scout, and a fierce protector. Bran spoke at last, his voice distant. "All paths converge on the same point eventually. The realm has a chance for peace if guided correctly." His statement was as enigmatic as ever, but Jon had learned to trust that Bran's insight often carried weight beyond mortal comprehension. Jon folded his arms. "We need to strengthen alliances with the southern houses, address concerns of the Iron Islands, handle any unrest in Dorne. It's all connected. If one region suffers, eventually it ripples outward." Davos cleared his throat, stepping forward. "Your Grace, we also have the matter of the rebuilding of King's Landing. Tyrion has done what he can in your absence, but the people need a clear demonstration of your leadership. They need to know their king cares about them, not just battles in the north." Jon rubbed at the bridge of his nose, exhaustion creeping into his bones. "You're right. I'll leave a portion of the royal guard here under the command of Ser Brienne to ensure the peace. Sansa will send regular ravens." She inclined her head. "Agreed." In that moment, a swirl of emotions welled within Jon. Relief that the immediate crisis was over, sadness at leaving his childhood home yet again, and the ever-present burden of a crown he had never wanted. He wondered if this was to be his life, a perpetual balancing act between two halves of his identity, two halves of the kingdom. The king in the north, the king in the south, Stark and Targaryen. Arya broke the momentary silence with a single, pointed question. "Are you sure you want this, Jon?" He met her eyes, understanding the weight behind her words. Did he truly want to reign over the Seven Kingdoms, to bear the Targaryen name, to carry the memory of dragons and the burden of kingship? He recalled the vow he once made to abandon all titles and live out his days in the far north, after Daenerys fell. Fate had taken him in another direction. At length he simply said, "I want peace. For all of us." Arya studied him, then nodded. "Then keep going. We'll support you." They spent the next week finalizing details, ensuring that Winterfell was secure and that local governance was well structured. Sansa's calm competence shone through in every negotiation. Bran offered cryptic hints about potential pitfalls, and Davos quietly smoothed over disagreements. Sam pored through old texts, searching for historical precedents on how to rule a united kingdom after so much upheaval. Bit by bit, piece by piece, they built a fragile scaffolding of hope. Finally, the day came for Jon to depart. The courtyard of Winterfell was abustle with men saddling horses, tying down wagons, and checking supplies. Snow drifted lazily from a gray sky. Jon stood near the gates, hugging Sansa one last time, feeling the softness of her cloak. "Take care," she whispered, "and don't let the Southern Lords try to control you. You are a Stark, no matter what your name says." He smiled faintly. "I'll remember." Arya was next. She clasped his forearm, and for a moment, their eyes locked in unspoken understanding. "Write to me," she said. "I might roam again, but I'll come if you need me." Bran remained in his wheeled chair, watching from a short distance. "Farewell, Jon," he murmured, though the hint of a smile on his lips suggested he already saw them meeting again, somewhere in the tapestry of possible futures. Jon mounted his horse, Ghost trotting alongside. Behind him, Davos and a column of knights, scouts, and guards readied themselves. The gates opened. With a final nod to his siblings, Jon led his retinue onto the King's Road once more, heading south under the swirling gray sky. Winterfell's walls receded behind them, the last bastion of ancient memory now giving way to the uncertain roads ahead. Though his breath clouded in the chill air, a faint warmth burned in Jon's chest. He had done what he could for the North, at least for now. Ahead lay King's Landing, the rest of the Seven Kingdoms, and the unending responsibilities of a monarch. He shifted in the saddle, letting the rhythmic clop of hooves carry him onward. The burden was heavy, but not unbearable, and for the sake of the people he loved, those who still believed in him, he would bear it. He was Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, Stark of the North, Dragon of the South, sworn to protect the realms of men. And as the snow drifted down and the road unwound before him, he pressed forward, determined to shape a future worthy of both legacies. They made decent time crossing the neck, though winter's presence was unmistakable. The waters were icy, and the marshes iced over at night. The men kept a brisk pace, wary of hidden bogs. At Moat Cailin, the garrison saluted the king on his return journey. A few days later, they were clear of the swamps and back onto the broader highways of the Riverlands, where they found villages slowly rebuilding. Seeing the gradual recovery strengthened Jon's resolve. He would see the realm fully healed if it was within his power. As the party neared Harrenhal, a messenger intercepted them, a young man on a lathered horse, wearing the badge of the crown. He bowed before Jon, breathless, and produced a sealed parchment. "From Lord Tyrion, your grace," he said. "He bade me ride day and night to deliver it." Jon took the parchment, broke the seal, and read. His brow furrowed. Tyrion's words were terse. Danger in the capital. Rumors of rebellion among certain lords. Potential conspiracy. Return swiftly. Davos, noting Jon's expression, asked quietly, "Bad news?" Jon folded the parchment carefully, tension in every line of his face. "Possibly. We ride hard for King's Landing." They pressed on, leaving Harrenhal behind at a brisk pace. The threat of a new rebellion churned in Jon's mind. Who would dare? The realm was still reeling from the last war, but fear and ambition often knew no rest, especially among certain disgruntled lords. He recalled the cautionary words from the small council, Dorne's reluctance, the fractious nature of the Reach since the Tyrell's demise, and the uncertain loyalty of the Stormlands. There was also the possibility that former Lannister loyalists nursed grudges. Any faction could be biding its time to strike while the king was absent. When the spires of King's Landing finally came into view, Jon felt his heart quicken. Smoke from countless chimneys mingled with the winter sky, forming a gray haze that lingered over the city. They rode in through the gates with banners displayed, the guards saluting. The city's population had grown somewhat since the worst devastation was cleared, but the scars of dragonfire still marred entire districts. Jon saw where new structures were being raised on blackened foundations, laborers hauling bricks and timber. People stopped to watch as the king returned. This time, there were more nods of recognition, perhaps even a few cheers, tentative tokens of acceptance. The Red Keep loomed ahead. Jon dismounted in the courtyard, entrusting his horse to a stable hand. Inside, Tyrion awaited him in the throne room, pacing the polished floor. He hurried forward as Jon entered. "Your Grace, we have pressing matters," Tyrion said, barely pausing to bow. "Reports indicate that several lords in the Stormlands and the Dornish marches are scheming. They refuse to accept a Targaryen on the throne, especially one raised in the north." Jon exchanged a glance with Davos, who had accompanied him. "Which lords?" Jon asked, voice low. "Small houses, mostly," Tyrion replied. "But they have enough men to cause trouble if they unite. There's talk of calling on Associsel's words. They're calling themselves the true Baratheon loyalists, though it's nonsense. Gendry is the recognized lord of Storm's End, and he's pledged to you." Tyrion shook his head in exasperation. "Still, discontent can catch like wildfire if we don't act swiftly." Jon's face hardened. Another threat, another challenge to the fragile peace. "We will summon the relevant lords to court," he said. "I will not allow them to fracture the realm again." Tyrion gave a succinct nod. "Agreed. I've already sent messages requesting their presence to answer these rumors. Some may not come willingly, but it's a start." Jon glanced around the throne room, the towering columns, the dais with the iron throne perched ominously at the far end. "Good," he said. "Let's remind them that we stand for the good of the realm, not just one house." Despite his determination, Jon could not ignore the gnawing feeling inside him. Would it never end? The wheel that Daenerys had spoken of, houses rising and falling, crushing those beneath, seemed to keep turning no matter who sat the throne. He swallowed his frustration. If peace was to be won, he would have to fight for it in every sense. Diplomatically, militarily, morally. In the days that followed, lords arrived in trickles, some with large retinues, others alone. They were met with guarded courtesy by the royal guards, then escorted to chambers within the Red Keep. Gendry Baratheon, newly confirmed as Lord of the Stormlands, came as well. The black-haired smith-turned-lord wore fine clothes now, though his muscular frame hinted at his forging past. He greeted Jon with a respectful bow but quickly showed his easy grin. "I'm at your service, your grace," he said. "Anyone in the Stormlands stirring up trouble hasn't bothered to speak with me." Jon clasped Gendry's arm. He remembered how they'd been allies against the White Walkers, forging a bond born of dire necessity. "I appreciate your loyalty," Jon said. "It seems some in your land aren't so loyal." Gendry scowled. "Then let's show them they're wrong. House Baratheon stands with the crown." A day later, a delegation from Dorne arrived, led by Prince Cailin Martell, a youth barely into his 20s, flanked by older advisors. Jon received them in the throne room, seated on the Iron Throne at Tyrion's urging. He hated the seat, but Tyrion insisted that appearances mattered for these Southerners. The metal pressed uncomfortably against his back. "Prince Cailin," Jon greeted. Martell inclined his head with a measured formality. He wore the traditional flowing robes of Dorne, emblazoned with the sun and spear sigil. His voice was soft but carried a distinct edge. "Your Grace, I come to renew Dorne's treaty, provided our autonomy is respected. Dorne has always valued its independence." His older advisor, a tall woman with streaks of silver in her black hair, watched with hawk-like intensity. Jon nodded. "The crown does not seek to disrupt your traditions or your governance. We only ask that you honor the peace." Prince Cailin studied Jon's face for a moment. Then may we find harmony. Tyrion spoke next, navigating the details of tariffs and trade routes. Jon allowed himself a slight sense of relief. So far, so good. But the real test would be dealing with the rebellious faction in the Stormlands. When at last the day arrived to hold counsel with the rumored dissidents, Tyrion and Davos ensured the Red Keep security was tightened. The Great Hall thrummed with tension. Lords stood in clusters, some wearing Stormland sigils, others from the Crownlands, the Westerlands, or Dorne. Jon sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by Brienne and 2 other Kingsguard knights. Tyrion stood by his side, ready to speak on his behalf if needed. A herald announced the entrance of Lord Hollis Burnwood and Lord Colton Grandison, among others. They stepped forward, wearing reluctant expressions. Burnwood had gray hair and carried himself stiffly, while Grandison was a portly man with nervous eyes. They bowed, but only barely. Jon regarded them coolly. "My lords," he said, "there are reports that you conspire to raise arms against the crown. Have you an explanation?" Burnwood cleared his throat. "Your Grace, we have concerns about a Targaryen on the throne. The Storms remember the war with your house generations ago. Fire and blood once rained down on the Stormlands." Grandison quickly added, "We lost many men, many lands destroyed. The memory lingers, sire. We merely seek to ensure our lands and families are protected." Jon's voice remained steady, but a faint edge crept in. "House Baratheon has bent the knee. Gendry Baratheon stands as Lord of Storm's End, loyal to the crown. If you have grievances, you should address them openly, not plot treason in shadows." Some of the Stormlands knights stirred uneasily. Gendry, standing near the dais, frowned. "If you wanted to know about me, you could have come," he said bluntly. "I've no wish to see the Stormlands suffer again." Tyrion stepped forward, clearing his throat. "The crown is prepared to hear any legitimate concerns. But if you've been raising funds for mercenaries to fight the king, that is treason. So I ask you plainly, do you wish to continue down this path?" A hush fell. Burnwood looked at Grandison, who shifted from foot to foot, sweat beading on his brow. At last, Burnwood spoke. "We had no intention of open rebellion," he claimed. "Merely caution. We do not believe the Targaryens." Jon cut him off, voice cold. "I am also a Stark, and I have fought for this realm against threats far worse than anything we face now. If you continue on this course, you will force my hand. All I want is peace." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Swear loyalty, and you will be free to go about your lives under the protection of the crown. Defy me, and face the consequences." The lords exchanged glances, measuring the steel in Jon's gaze, the presence of knights around them. Resentment warred with survival. After a tense moment, they bowed stiffly. "We swear," Burnwood said, though a spark of bitterness lingered in his eyes. Jon exhaled quietly. "Then let this be an end to talk of rebellion." He gestured for them to rise. "Speak with Lord Tyrion about the proper channels for your grievances. If your lands require assistance rebuilding, we can discuss that. But we will not tolerate treason." The audience ended, and the tension in the hall eased slightly as the lords retreated, some to speak with Tyrion, others to brood. Jon rose from the Iron Throne, a faint ache in his muscles. Gendry approached. "Thank you, Your Grace. Hopefully this puts an end to their plotting." Jon nodded. "We can't be sure, but for now we've averted a confrontation." He scanned the hall, seeing men dispersing, some with uncertain expressions. The memory of the flames that devoured kings landing under Daenerys lingered still. These people were afraid, traumatized, and suspicious. Earning their trust would not be easy. Davos appeared by Jon's side, a flicker of approval on his lined face. "Well done, my king. No heads were taken. That might be progress for a royal audience." Jon allowed a small, weary smile. "Yes, progress. Let's hope it holds." Night settled over the city, a veil of quiet broken only by distant street noises. In the Red Keep, Jon found himself in the Royal Solar, a map spread before him, Tyrion and Davos in attendance. They discussed the future, how to stabilize trade, how to encourage lords to rebuild roads and villages, how to handle the foreign relations with the free cities now that the crown was strapped for resources. Tyrion poured wine into 2 goblets, handing one to Jon. "You'll need this," the dwarf said lightly. "Ruling is more exhausting than fighting sometimes." Jon took it but only sipped. His mind whirled with numbers, logistics, alliances. "We still have fewer resources than we need. The city's coffers aren't what they were. Not since the war." Davos chimed in. "We can levy taxes, but that might anger the people. Maybe a fair approach, modest but broad, could help fill the coffers without sparking unrest." Tyrion agreed. "We'll also look to the Iron Bank for a loan to cover immediate expenses for reconstruction. If done carefully, it can spur economic growth and, in turn, generate more tax revenue." Jon sighed. "As you advise, we walk a fine line, trying not to overburden the small folk." He paused, setting the goblet down. "We must keep them in mind at all times. The city is not fully healed." Davos leaned forward. "A wise perspective, Your Grace. You saw firsthand the horrors that befell them. That memory might ensure you do better by them than rulers past." Jon's thoughts drifted momentarily to Daenerys, to the promise of a new world she once held, and the heartbreak of her descent. The dragon's blood could burn as fiercely as the northern storms froze. He turned his attention back to the conversation. "We move forward. The realm must come first." They ended their council late. Davos left, excusing himself for a final check on the night's security. Tyrion lingered, sipping wine thoughtfully. The flicker of torchlight played over his features. "You're doing well," he said softly to Jon. "In your own way, you are forging something new. A Targaryen who is also a Stark. Maybe that's exactly what the realm needs." Jon gave a small nod. "I only hope I can live up to it." Tyrion placed a reassuring hand on Jon's arm. "I believe you can. Good night, Your Grace." He departed, leaving Jon alone with the crackle of the dying fire. Jon stared at the dancing flames, reflecting on the day's events. Each time he put out one fire, it seemed another sprang to life. But that was the nature of the throne, he supposed. Perhaps Ned Stark had known it all along when he chose to keep Jon's parentage a secret, shielding him from this burden until the last. But secrets had a way of unraveling, and now the realm's future rested on his shoulders. He finished his wine in contemplative silence, then rose to retire. Ghost awaited him in his chambers, curled by the hearth. The dire wolf lifted his head as Jon entered, tail thumping once. Jon knelt beside him, scratching behind his ears. "We have a long road yet, boy," he murmured. "But maybe we can do some good." As he drifted into a weary sleep, Jon dreamed of the wall, of the howling wind across its icy ramparts, and of dragons circling overhead. He dreamed of a single flame in the darkness, guiding him onward. And though the path was uncertain, he refused to turn away, for beyond that flame lay the hope of a realm at peace, a realm he had vowed to protect. Jon slept fitfully through the night, images flickering in his dreams like scattered pieces of a shattered mirror. He saw the Night's Watch in thick fog, torches bobbing on the wall's parapet. He saw the crypts of Winterfell and heard Ned Stark's echoing voice reminding him, "The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives." Then an abrupt shift, fire, raging through a city, and the haunting screech of a dragon overhead. When he finally jolted awake, chest tight and eyes snapping open, the first pale light of dawn illuminated the royal bedchamber. Ghost lifted his head, ears twitching, as though sensing the disturbances coiled within Jon's thoughts. Weariness draped him, a weight heavier than any chain mail, but he knew he could not linger abed. There was never time enough. Rising, he dressed for the day, donning muted leathers beneath a black and silver surcoat. The design upon his chest blended the dire wolf of House Stark and the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, the very same emblem used in official seals now. Sometimes, when Jon looked down at that symbol, he felt as if two halves of himself were stitched together by a thread fine as spider silk. One tug in the wrong direction, he feared, might tear it all apart. He made his way to the council chamber, where Tyrion was already waiting, perched on a high-backed chair with a small glass of wine set before him, though the sun had barely cleared the horizon. Tyrion's eyes carried the bruised look of a man who had slept little. Scrolls, ledgers, and a half-eaten piece of bread lay scattered across the table. Davos stood by the fireplace, arms folded, his face cast in flickering shadow. Tyrion looked up the moment Jon stepped inside. "Good morning, Your Grace," he greeted, though his tone was subdued. Jon let the title pass without comment. He had grown somewhat more accustomed to it, yet his discomfort never fully evaporated. "Any new developments?" Jon asked, pulling out a chair for himself. Tyrion rubbed his temples. "We've had word from the Stormlands, from Gendry specifically. He says Lord Burnwood and Lord Grandison have pledged to keep the peace. For now. But they're sullen as half-drowned cats. Gendry suspects they're looking for any pretext to break their oaths, or at least to spread discontent among lesser bannermen." Davos cleared his throat. "It's not surprising. Men who are forced to kneel rarely remain docile. Sansa's father used to say fear was a poor foundation for loyalty." Jon thought of Ned's old lessons, the quiet wisdom that had shaped him since childhood. "Then we give them reason to trust," Jon said. "If we can address legitimate grievances, perhaps we can reduce the chance of an uprising. The Stormlands suffered greatly under the wars and the shift in power. Let's offer reconstruction aid, or at least supplies to repair roads and ports. And we must ensure Gendry remains strong in his seat, so they see him as a reliable lord, and see me as a reliable king." Tyrion scribbled notes on a scrap of parchment. "Reconstruction funds are scarce, but perhaps we can reallocate some from the Crownlands improvements. Might cause some moaning here, but if it wins the Stormlords over," Jon cut in, "I won't leave King's Landing in squalor just to placate potential rebels. I want both regions restored. Surely we can find a middle ground." A tight smile curled Tyrion's lips. "We'll do our best. If you could arrange an appearance in the Stormlands when the time is right, it might bolster their faith in your intentions. A personal touch often helps." Jon nodded, sensing the truth in that. "I will, after we've managed a measure of stability here." "Any word from Dorne since Prince Cairn's visit?" Tyrion shook his head. "They departed quickly after formalities. Dorne has always marched to its own tune. Prince Cailin is young, his advisors likely guide him. They haven't shown any hostility, merely caution." Jon considered this. For now, that might be enough. The Dornish fought bitterly against Targaryen rule centuries ago, but were not launching conquests. Let them see that. Over time, they may come around. Davos shifted his weight, eyeing the map pinned to the table. "And the Iron Islands? Last we heard, Yara Greyjoy was facing challenges from discontented captains who still cling to the old ways. They might try to pillage the western coasts if we appear weak." Jon remembered the promises he made to Yara during the Great War. He had assured her that the Iron Islands could follow their own traditions if they supported the fight against the dead. After all that had transpired, Yara remained an ally, one of the few who had never wavered once she gave her word. "Send a raven," Jon replied. "Reiterate our support of Yara's claim and ask if she needs any assistance. If she does, we'll provide it. If we ignore the Iron Islands, they might slip back into reaving." Tyrion jotted down more notes. "We'll keep the lines of communication open. One more thing. I've had messages from Old Town. The High Septon is concerned about the spiritual state of the realm." Jon let out a low exhale. "Meaning he's concerned that we're not bending enough to the faith's will?" Tyrion shrugged. "He's worried about the people's souls, or so he says. In truth, the faith is always concerned with maintaining its influence, especially after the wars shattered so many traditions. The Great September of Baelor was destroyed. King's Landing has a large population of orphans and refugees who might flock to new sects if the faith doesn't act quickly. He's requested an audience." Jon exchanged a look with Davos, whose expression was thoughtful. "We can't disregard the faith entirely," Davos said softly. "A realm is held together not just by swords and kings, but by shared beliefs, at least for many of the small folk. Jon nodded. Fine. Invite him to attend the court in a fortnight. We'll hear his concerns. We'll strive for balance. The last thing we need is a religious upheaval. We've seen enough of that already. With the day's immediate agenda settled, Jon left the chamber. His mind swirled with the tasks ahead, each tugging him in a different direction. Along the corridors of the Red Keep, the stone walls were lit by rays of morning sun filtering through narrow windows. Servants bustled with trays of bread and ale, exchanging quiet greetings as Jon passed. The atmosphere of the keep was no longer as tense as it had been in the immediate aftermath of Daenerys's downfall, but an undercurrent of wary caution remained. People eyed him with uncertain mixtures of hope and fear, struggling to reconcile the Targaryen and Stark legacies he embodied. He spent the next few hours hearing petitions in the throne room, a daily routine of listening to minor lords, merchants, and common folk who had come seeking the crown's judgment or help. Some disputes were petty, easily resolved by compromise. Others touched on deeper wounds left by the wars, property lines blurred by the destruction, or allegations that one man's family had supported the wrong side. Though he lacked a taste for politicking, Jon gave each case the same measured attention. He strove to be fair, recalling how Ned would have handled it in Winterfell's Great Hall. The slow, methodical process frayed at him, but he pressed on, determined to show the realm that its king would not neglect them. By late afternoon, the lines of petitioners dwindled. Jon rose from the Iron Throne with relief, descending the dais. Brienne of Tarth, ever watchful, escorted him out. "You handle these duties better each day," she offered quietly, perhaps sensing his fatigue. "I don't know," Jon replied. "It's necessary, but it never feels like enough." She gave him a faint, understanding nod. "At least you care that it's not enough. Some kings might not." He recognized the compliment and gave a small nod of appreciation. Then he left for the courtyard, craving fresh air. The winter sky above King's Landing was a washed-out blue. A crisp wind off Blackwater Bay ruffled the banners. Jon paused at the parapets overlooking the city, scanning the rooftops. He could glimpse scaffolding rising where the outer districts had been ravaged. Here and there, new hovels appeared amid the rubble, families trying to rebuild. It would take years, maybe decades, before the city truly recovered. He remembered the day he arrived in King's Landing with Daenerys, the hush that fell over the crowd as she soared above them on Drogon's back. Hope had sparked then, a belief that she might liberate them from tyranny. How quickly that hope had died. Jon's heart still clenched with guilt and sorrow, the aftertaste of betrayal he'd never wanted to commit, and the knowledge that Daenerys' final descent into madness had left scars on the people's souls. He leaned against the stone battlements, lost in thought. The words of Tyrion drifted back to him. "Maybe you are the king the realm needs." Jon wasn't sure if that was true, but he had no choice except to keep forging ahead. The realm needed stability, someone to stand at the center of the chaos and hold it all together. So he would do his best, despite the doubts gnawing at him. His reverie was broken by the patter of footsteps. Turning, he saw Samwell Tarly approaching, wearing the gray robes of a maester in training that hung somewhat loose on his broad frame. "Jon," Sam said, offering a smile, "I've been looking for you." Then he eyed the cityscape below with a mild shudder. "It's a long way down, isn't it?" Jon managed a faint grin. "It is. Is everything all right?" Sam nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. "I've received some documents from the Citadel, translations of older prophecies about the Targaryen lineage. Well, interesting. It mentions the idea of a bridge between ice and fire who would carry forward a new era. Not specifically the prince that was promised, but something akin to it. I think it references the child of a Stark and a Targaryen." He paused, flushing slightly at his own enthusiasm. "It made me think of you, of course." Jon exhaled slowly, old tension coiling in his gut. "Prophecies are dangerous things, Sam. We saw how fixated Daenerys became on fulfilling them. I'd rather not walk that path." "I understand," Sam said softly, stepping closer so they could speak in hushed tones. But knowledge of them might help you shape the narrative. If the people believe you're a fulfillment of some prophecy, whether or not it's literally true, maybe they'll unite under you more easily. Jon raised a brow. So, use a prophecy to gain loyalty. Feels like a manipulation. Sometimes that's how it works, Sam admitted, looking apologetic. But you wouldn't be doing it for power, Jon. You'd be doing it for unity, to prevent another war. Jon gazed again at the city, remembering the small folks' fear, the noblemen's whispered conspiracies, the delicate alliances he struggled to maintain. If calling on prophecy or legend could help avert bloodshed, was it not worth considering? Yet the idea filled him with unease. Too many times, men had died for illusions woven by prophecy. I'll think on it, he said, turning away from the drop. I won't lie to the people, Sam. We handle the truth as best we can. Sam's smile was gentle. You always do. They walked back into the Red Keep, exchanging thoughts on what they might do if unrest spread again, or if the Stormlands faction proved untrustworthy. Sam, with his scholarly bent, believed that forging alliances through empathy and fairness could smooth the realm's troubles. Jon, ever pragmatic, conceded that fairness alone might not dissuade hardliners who only respected strength. He considered the possibility of traveling to each major region in person, to let people see him and judge him with their own eyes. By evening, a cold rain set in, streaking the windows of the castle and turning the courtyard into slick mud. Jon took his supper in the smaller dining hall with Davos, Tyrion, Brienne, and a few other trusted officers. The meal consisted of roast goose, boiled vegetables, and mulled wine. They spoke quietly about the next steps in reconstruction, the high cost of labor and materials, the question of how to feed those left destitute. Every solution seemed partial, carrying its own complications. Partway through the meal, a messenger entered, drenched from the rain. He approached Jon, bowed, and presented a sealed letter. Jon recognized the sigil pressed into the wax. A bear's paw, House Mormont. His interest piqued, he broke the seal and read. Davos watched curiously, while Tyrion tapped his fingers on the table. Jon's eyes widened slightly. It's from Lady Mormont. Well, her cousin now, since young Lyanna is gone. Yora had no children, and the new head of the house is a distant relative. They request I visit Bear Island to address concerns about Ironborn incursions on their shores. Tyrion rubbed his chin. Bear Island has always been tough and proud, rarely asking for help. If they're reaching out, the Ironborn raids might be more aggressive than Yara has admitted. Davos frowned. We should coordinate. The last thing we want is an open conflict between the North and the Iron Islands. That could spiral into another war. Jon folded the letter, tucking it away. I agree. I'll send a raven to Yara, urging her to keep her people in check. But if the Mormonts have trouble now, I can't ignore it. The North is my home. I can't pretend these things are small matters. Tyrion considered the logistics. Traveling there means you'll be away from King's Landing for some time. Could you trust the city to us in your absence? Jon met Tyrion's gaze. Can I? He asked, half teasing but also serious. Tyrion pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. I'm wounded, Your Grace. After all we've been through. Jon offered a wry smile. I trust you, Tyrion, but I also know how quickly things can unravel. Brienne cleared her throat. If we do go north, we should bring a strong enough escort to deter any opportunistic attacks. It might also reassure the Mormonts and other northern houses that the crown takes their safety seriously. Jon nodded. Agreed. But not too large a host, or we risk draining the city's garrison. The city has bandits and unrest of its own. Davos leaned forward. I'll stay in King's Landing, if it please you, Your Grace. Tyrion will need help managing the day-to-day. And you might want a trusted face like Brienne with you, or perhaps Sam as well. Jon appreciated the offer. Very well. Brienne, will you come with me? I value your counsel, and your sword. Brienne gave a single nod. I will, Your Grace. And Sam? Jon asked. Sam blinked in surprise. Me? Bear Island? Well, I suppose I could come. The The Mormonts are a proud family, and I might learn more about their archives, or any hidden lore. Besides, I'd like to see the North again. Jon's lips quirked. Then it's decided. We leave within the week. Tyrion, Davos, you'll remain here and continue stabilizing the city. Keep me informed of everything. They ended the meeting with the clatter of dishes and quiet goodnights. Jon returned to his chambers, Ghost padding alongside. He wrote a succinct reply to House Mormont, informing them of his imminent arrival. He also penned a personal letter to Yara Greyjoy, inquiring about the raids and urging restraint among her captains. He signed it simply, Jon Targaryen, King of the Seven Kingdoms, though the name still felt strange beneath his quill. In the silence of his chamber, broken only by distant thunder, Jon contemplated the journey north once more. Every time he returned to that land, he felt both solace and an ache, a reminder of simpler days and of everything he'd lost. But as a Targaryen, he could never truly be just a northern lord again. The Iron Crown was a chain he couldn't remove. Sighing, he extinguished the candle and let darkness claim the room, lulled by the hushed breathing of Ghost. Days flickered by in a blur of preparations. The traveling party assembled. A modest force of 50 knights and men-at-arms, along with a handful of wagons carrying provisions and winter gear. Jon wanted no illusions of a grand royal progress, but he also understood they needed enough swords to look formidable and deter potential trouble. Brienne oversaw the selection, choosing stalwart veterans she trusted not to flinch at the harshness of the north. The morning of departure arrived cold and bright, the sky a crisp blue. Jon stood by the red keep gates, adjusting his cloak's clasp, the black fur thick enough to block the brisk wind. Tyrion approached, offering a final bow. "Take care, your grace. Though Bear Island might be safer than this nest of vipers," he joked, sweeping a hand to indicate the capital. Jon managed a slight grin. "Watch your back anyway. If you need me, I'll send a raven," Tyrion finished. "I know. Go with the gods' blessings. Bring us back a calmer north." Davos was next to bid farewell, offering a gruff handshake. "Good luck, Jon. I'll keep the city together while you're gone. Just hurry back, so I don't have to solve every single dispute alone." Jon clasped Davos's shoulder gratefully. "Thank you, my friend." Then he swung into the saddle of his black destrier. Ghost hovered at his flank, earning wide-eyed stares from bystanders. Sam joined the group, somewhat awkward on horseback, but determined. Brienne took her place near Jon, scanning their surroundings with cool vigilance. At Jon's signal, the column moved out through the gates, the sound of hooves echoing on the cobblestones. They wound through King's Landing streets, where onlookers paused their daily tasks to watch the king depart. Some bowed or curtsied, others merely stared. Jon returned brief nods. It felt surreal seeing the capital from horseback under the formal mantle of kingship. When he'd first come south, it had been as a supposed bastard, an emissary of the north begging help against the White Walkers. Now he wore a crown in all but ceremony. They passed the city walls into open countryside, where the fields and orchards showed signs of winter's approach. Sparse patches of snow lingered. Frost clung to the bare branches of fruit trees. Sam shivered under his cloak, clearly unused to extended travel in the cold. Brienne looked entirely unfazed. She'd grown up in Tarth, after all, but had spent long enough traveling across Westeros to weather almost any climate. By the time they reached the Rose Road branching north toward the Crownlands, the sun was high, and the men shed layers as they rode. Conversations sparked among the knights. Jon listened occasionally, hearing them speculate on northern customs, on the wildness of Bear Island. Some were uneasy about traveling so far into the northern seas. Others boasted of their readiness. Jon let them talk, silent as he guided his destrier along the well-trod path. They made camp that night by a shallow stream. Jon insisted on minimal pomp, helping to set up his own small tent. The men gathered around fires, cooking stews from dried meats and vegetables. Ghost prowled the perimeter, occasionally stopping to sniff the wind. Sam asked Brienne for sword lessons. He claimed he wanted to stay sharp, though he looked anxious about the idea of fighting at all. Brienne obliged, offering patient instruction. Jon watched them for a time, reflecting that these small scenes of camaraderie were often overshadowed by the bigger worries of kingship. But in these fleeting moments, he felt a semblance of closeness to his old life at the Wall, where every man was needed, no matter his background. Later, as he lay on his bedroll within his tent, he noticed how the sky outside was awash with stars, far clearer than the haze over King's Landing. It brought back memories of the North's brilliant night skies. It almost felt like going home. They pressed on in the morning, covering ground steadily. The terrain began to shift from rolling hills to flatter stretches of grassland, then to the marshy surroundings of the neck. Moat Cailin's gray ramparts soon came into view, towering above the boggy fields. The garrison there recognized Jon's banners at once, throwing open the gates. The sight of the old fortress stirred a tug in Jon's chest. He had passed this way not long ago during the raids in the north. Somehow it felt like years. Inside Moat Cailin, they found fresh supplies waiting: salted fish, hard bread, and barrels of ale. Jon conferred briefly with the acting commander, who reported no recent troubles except some scattered bandits. The men of the garrison exchanged respectful nods with the royal escort, many remembering the stories of Jon's defense of the realm against the White Walkers. He was the king now, yet to them he remained the same man who had once led the Night's Watch. Jon felt a small measure of comfort in that familiarity. They stayed the night in Moat Cailin's drafty great hall, warming themselves by a massive fireplace. Sam pored over a local map, tapping Bear Island's location in the coastal waters of the far north. "It's quite a journey," he murmured. "We'll have to take ships from White Harbor or somewhere near Deepwood Moat. The seas might be rough this time of year." Brienne peered at the map. Deepwood Moat's port is smaller. White Harbor has a bigger fleet, but it's farther east. Which route is faster? Jon studied the lines. Probably White Harbor. The roads are better, and the Manderleys have ships that can handle winter crossings. We might lose time traveling east, but we'll gain it back at sea. Sam nodded. Then White Harbor it is. They rose before dawn, forging north again. The chill grew more pronounced as they left the bogs behind. The King's Road stretched on beneath a canopy of somber clouds. Occasionally, they encountered travelers heading south, merchants with wagons carrying furs and salted fish, local farmers seeking warmer lands for trade. Some recognized Jon Snow, calling out greetings or bowing awkwardly. He returned their salutations, still somewhat taken aback by the deference. The landscape transformed, pines and firs thickening, the air carrying a sharper tang. Snow crunched under the horses' hooves. Sam's teeth chattered audibly, despite his layers of wool. Jon offered him a fur cloak from the wagon supplies. Sam accepted it gratefully, wrapping himself until he resembled a walking bundle of fabric. Brienne glanced back to make sure he didn't tumble off his horse, a faint grin tugging her lips. After several days of travel, they reached the White Knife River, where White Harbor's walls rose tall and bright against the slate-gray sky. The city's distinctive white stone architecture stood in contrast to the more rustic fortifications found throughout most of the north. Jon recalled his earlier visits, once to negotiate with House Manderley, and once while traveling to Dragonstone. Now he arrived as king, accompanied by a retinue that bore his new sigil. They were welcomed at the gates by knights bearing the Merman sigil of House Manderley. The leader, a stoic man with heavy jowls and watery green eyes, bowed low. "Lord Manderley awaits you at the new castle, your grace. We've prepared a feast in your honor." Jon stiffened slightly. He had hoped for a quieter reception. Nonetheless, he nodded. "Lead on." They wound through the streets of White Harbor, which bustled with fishmongers, merchants, and craftspeople. The city was alive, more so than many places in the north, thanks to its trade routes by sea. Large ships bobbed in the harbor, sails lowered, hulls packed with cargo. Jon wondered how many of them made regular trips to King's Landing or even Bravos. He remembered the old days, when the North had fewer connections to the outside world. Times were changing. In the courtyard of the new castle, House Manderley's seat within the city, they dismounted, servants rushing to help stable their horses. Lord Wyman Manderley's nephew, Ser Marlon Manderley, emerged to greet them. He was a tall, broad man with the bearing of a seasoned warrior. Bowing to Jon, he said, "Welcome, your grace. My lord uncle is unwell. Age and gout, you see, but he insists on hosting you for supper in the great hall." Jon nodded. "I remember Lord Wyman well. He once pledged loyalty to House Stark. I'm glad to see him still guiding White Harbor." Ser Marlon's face held a flicker of pride. "He'll never forget the Starks, sire, nor the debt we owe for past alliances." Brienne, Sam, and the rest of their group were led to guest chambers to freshen up, while Jon was shown to a comfortable suite overlooking the harbor. He peeled off his travel-stained cloak, washed his face in a basin of pleasantly hot water, and dressed in a clean tunic of dark gray embroidered with subtle dragons at the collar. There was no escaping the Targaryen motif, but he still wore a leather belt with a wolf's head buckle, a small homage to House Stark. The feast that evening was lively, with platters of roasted cod, crab stews thickened with cream and onions, fresh bread, and a variety of spiced wines. Lord Wyman Manderley himself sat at the head table, massive in girth, propped up by cushions. His jowls quivered when he spoke, but his voice remained hearty. He welcomed Jon with an almost fatherly warmth. "Ah, your grace, you've grown more kingly since last I saw you. I trust the road has not wearied you overmuch." Jon offered a polite smile. "I've ridden longer roads, my lord. We come seeking passage to Bear Island. I'd be grateful for any ships you can spare." Manderley nodded, eyes shining. "We shall do what we can, of course. Bear Island's troubles must concern us all. I recall the late Lady Lyanna Mormont. What a fierce girl she was. House Mormont has always been staunchly loyal to the Starks. We'll see you safely there." As courses arrived, smoked salmon, honey-drizzled oysters, Jon made small talk, though he remained uncomfortable under the celebratory attention. He asked about White Harbor's rebuilding efforts. Manderley lamented the cost of reconstruction but proudly noted that trade had picked up since the wars ended. "King's Landing is slowly becoming stable again, or so the merchants say," he commented, glancing at Jon for confirmation. "We do what we can," Jon answered. "There's still much to repair." Manderley nodded solemnly. "War never truly ends when the battles do. The scars run deep. May the gods grant you wisdom to see us through, your grace." Jon couldn't help a faint, grateful inclination of his head. "I pray for that wisdom daily." When the feast wound down, servants cleared the hall of dishes, and the guests drifted into smaller conversations or left for their chambers. Jon excused himself, stepping into a quiet corridor. He felt full to bursting from the rich food, unaccustomed to such lavish displays. Brienne and Sam soon joined him, each looking a bit relieved to be away from the crowd. Sam clasped his hands. "Lord Manderley says he can have ships ready in 2 days, as they must finish loading supplies. Apparently, there's been a shortage of quality timber, so they're waiting for a barge from the Wolfswood." "That's acceptable," Jon said, folding his arms. "It gives us a moment to rest." "How are the men?" Brienne answered, "Tired but in good spirits. They appreciate the hospitality, but I suggest we keep the men from overindulging. We'll need clear heads on the sea." Jon made a wry face. "Good point." Then he added more quietly, "I might pay a visit to the local sept tomorrow, or perhaps the temple of the new god they built here, or even the old god's wood. I haven't decided." Sam nodded thoughtfully. A show of piety might reassure people that, despite your Targaryen name, you don't dismiss their faith. It could help calm uneasy hearts. Jon grimaced. "I don't want to parade around, but I do want them to understand I respect their beliefs." Brienne nodded in agreement, and they parted ways to find their beds for the night. Jon's thoughts lingered on the swirl of duties, the roiling uncertainties. The heavy meal settled uneasily in his stomach. Yet, as he slipped between warm furs, he took comfort in being nearer to the north, feeling the crispness of the air, remembering the resilience of its people. In some corner of his heart, it was still home. The following day, Jon rose early to wander the city. He dressed in more modest clothing, thick leathers and a plain cloak, the hood pulled low. Only a few guards trailed him, while Brienne and Sam explored separately. He wanted a sense of White Harbor's pulse, without the formality of a royal procession. The streets bustled with fish vendors calling out their catches of the day: haddock, salmon, eels. Fishermen mended nets on the docks. Jon overheard them discussing the choppy seas and complaining about the cold snap that threatened an early freeze. He passed a modest sept with a carved stone facade depicting the seven. Candles burned inside, their warm glow spilling onto the steps. A few worshippers knelt in prayer, while a septon in white robes murmured blessings. Jon lingered at the threshold, memories of the faith swirling in his mind. How he had grown up worshipping the old gods in Winterfell's godswood, never truly embracing the seven. He recalled the tumultuous days in King's Landing when the faith militant rose under the High Sparrow. So much conflict. Sighing, he placed a small coin in the alms box and moved on. At midday, he reunited with Sam and Brienne near a bustling market square. Sam was biting into a meat pie, blinking with contentment. Brienne stood with arms folded, scanning the crowd. "Find anything interesting?" Jon asked Sam. Sam quickly finished chewing. "I spoke to an old fisherman who claims the waters near Bear Island have been more turbulent than usual. Harsh storms, he says, worse than any in recent memory. He suspects a cold front from the shivering sea might be merging with coastal currents." Jon furrowed his brow. "That might complicate our voyage." Brienne's eyes narrowed with concern. "It could. Storms can turn deadly in these latitudes." Jon gazed across the harbor, where gulls wheeled overhead. "We'll remain cautious. We can't not go." The Mormonts asked for our help. Before they could discuss further, a commotion broke out in the square. A young girl crying, clutching the hand of an older woman who stared in horror at something in the street. Jon turned and saw a horse, rearing back, its rider thrown off. The animal had apparently spooked at a sudden noise, perhaps a bursting crate or a barking dog, and now threatened to trample passers-by. Without hesitation, Jon strode forward, calling to the horse in a firm but soothing tone. His voice and presence seemed to calm it for a moment, enough for another man to seize the reins. The horse snorted and stomped but halted. The older woman thanked Jon with a shaky bow. "Why, Your Grace, I had no idea you were in the city." "Thank you." Jon helped the stunned rider back to his feet. "You're welcome. Take care in these crowded streets." He glanced around, noticing that more and more bystanders were realizing who he was. A hush fell, then murmurs. Some bowed or curtsied. Others simply stared, awe and surprise mingling in their faces. He offered the girl a gentle nod. She blinked at him, tears still in her eyes, a mixture of fear and reverence. Then Brienne gently guided Jon away before the crowd could swell. Sam followed, marveling aloud at how quickly word spread. "They're already whispering your name, calling you the king who saved a child in the marketplace." Jon gave an uncomfortable shrug. "I just acted. It's no great deed." Sam's tone was kind but insistent. "Small deeds are remembered as kindly as grand ones, Jon. Sometimes more so." They returned to the new castle by late afternoon. The day had turned gray and colder, a hint of snow in the wind. Lord Wyman's nephew reported that the ships would indeed be ready to sail by tomorrow night. "We have 2 sturdy cogs, Your Grace, with experienced crews," he explained. "They can handle the coastal route to Bear Island. They'll watch for storms, as they say the sea grows rough up there." Jon thanked him. Throughout the remainder of the day, he and Brienne oversaw the men's preparations, ensuring they had warm clothing and adequate provisions for the sea journey. Sam took the opportunity to copy some local maps of the northern coastline, conferring with White Harbor's navigators. By the time night fell, the entire retinue was loaded up and ready for the next leg of the journey. They set sail on the second day's dawn, the wind carrying a biting chill. The 2 cogs, Sea Raven and Aurora's Light, each bore half of Jon's escort, their horses stabled in cramped lower decks. The sailors raised sails emblazoned with House Manderley's Merman, along with smaller flags depicting Jon's combined sigil. On the docks, a small crowd gathered to watch them depart, some calling out well wishes or silent prayers. Standing at the prow of the Sea Raven, Jon felt the deck pitch beneath him, the salt spray splashing on his cheeks. Ghost remained uneasy, pacing restlessly. They'd had to coax the dire wolf onto the ship, and he still seemed uncertain about this floating contraption. Brienne stood behind Jon, her stance wide to accommodate the ship's movement. Sam had retreated below deck almost immediately, pale with seasickness. The journey north along the coast was harsh. The wind never ceased, and the skies were slate gray, occasionally unleashing flurries of snow that melted into the waves. Far to the east lay the shivering sea, whose fierce currents sometimes collided with the warm waters of the south, spawning unpredictable storms. The crew kept anxious eyes on the horizon. Jon's men busied themselves trying to stay warm, huddling in corners between shifts at watch. Whenever the sea grew rough, they lashed themselves to railings or sought shelter below. On one particularly stormy afternoon, towering waves slammed the hull, drenching the deck and nearly washing a knight overboard. Jon personally hauled the man back to safety, straining with all his might. Adrenaline thundered through him, reminding him of battles fought on land against foes he could see. The sea felt like an enemy of an entirely different order, untamed, uncaring, unstoppable. The weather calmed somewhat after that day, revealing ragged strips of coastline, rocky cliffs, and distant mountains swathed in icy clouds. On the morning of the 5th day at sea, a sharp-eyed lookout shouted that Bear Island was in sight. Jon joined him on the forecastle, squinting. Through the swirling snow, he glimpsed a formidable stretch of land, rugged and dark, fringed with tall pines and edged by forbidding crags. Bear Island had always been known for its wild beauty, a place where even the harsh northern environment seemed to intensify. Sam emerged from below deck, still pale but clearly relieved that landfall was near. "That's Bear Island?" he asked, voice hushed by wonder. It looks as grim as the stories say." Brienne joined them, eyes narrowed. "We should be on guard." Lady Mormont's letter suggested Ironborn raids. They could have scouts or reavers along the coast. Jon nodded. "We'll approach carefully. We'll see if their watchtowers signal us." As the cogs drew closer, they spotted a stone watchtower perched on a cliff. A battered banner of House Mormont flapped in the wind, a black bear in a green wood. Someone at the tower raised a horn to their lips, and its plaintive call echoed across the water. Moments later, a response horn from the Sea Raven signaled peaceful intentions. Jon's men prepared to disembark, double-checking weapons. Ghost prowled anxiously. Eventually, the cogs found a sheltered inlet where a small stone jetty jutted into the sea. Jon's retinue began disembarking, horses whinnying in protest as they were led onto the slippery dock. Snow drifted sideways, stinging eyes and cheeks. The smell of pine and wet rock dominated the air. Two figures on horseback emerged from a cliffside path, a woman clad in thick leathers and furs, and a man wearing a worn bearskin cloak. Both carried spears. The woman lowered her spear as she drew near. "Your Grace," she greeted, her voice cutting clearly through the wind. "I am Daisy Mormont's daughter, Kyra Mormont. Welcome to Bear Island." Jon recalled the tales of Daisy Mormont, a fierce warrior who had perished during the Red Wedding. He inclined his head. "Thank you, Lady Kyra. We received your message. Are the raids still ongoing?" She exchanged a look with the man beside her, a younger cousin, presumably. "They've lessened in recent weeks, likely because we sent men to patrol the shores, but they remain a threat. We lost 2 fishing boats last month. The Ironborn reavers slaughtered the crews and set the boats adrift." Her voice trembled with anger. "We want this ended." Jon glanced at Brienne and Sam, then back to Lady Kyra. "We'll do what we can to help. I have men with me, and I've written to Yara Greyjoy demanding she keep her people in check." Kyra's eyes narrowed. "Yara might control some of them, but many Ironborn follow only strength and plunder. If they think Bear Island is weak, they'll keep coming." Jon nodded gravely. "We'll show them Bear Island isn't weak." He glanced around at the forbidding terrain, the thick pines that stretched inland. "May we see your seat, my lady?" She gestured up the rough-hewn path. "Follow us. Our hall lies a short ride from here." They mounted their horses, still jittery from the voyage, and followed Cailin Mormont's lead up a winding trail flanked by dark trees. Snow crunched under hooves, wind sighed through the pines. The path climbed steadily until they emerged onto a plateau of sorts, where the Mormont stronghold stood. It was more of a sturdy keep than a castle. Thick timber walls, tall stone towers at the corners, and a stockade fence. Smoke curled from multiple chimneys. The courtyard was filled with Mormont warriors, hardy men and women who bore the sigil of the Black Bear stitched onto cloaks or tunics. They regarded Jon's party with a mix of curiosity and respect, though some gazes lingered uncertainly on the Targaryen dragon sigil. Jon couldn't blame them. Bear Island had always been fiercely loyal to House Stark, seeing themselves as protectors of the North. Inside the main hall, a warm fire roared in a broad hearth. The hall was smaller than Winterfell's but exuded a cozy, fort-like feel. A row of animal pelts hung along the walls. Bears, wolves, even a direwolf hide from centuries past. Jon felt a pang at the sight, reminded of Ghost, who now paced outside, reluctant to be inside with so many strangers. Cailin Mormont removed her hood, revealing a mane of thick brown hair braided in a single rope down her back. She was younger than Jon had expected, perhaps in her early 20s, but her eyes held the steeled determination so characteristic of Mormonts. She gestured for Jon and the others to sit at a long wooden table. Cups of hot ale and bowls of fish stew were brought forth. The man in the bearskin cloak introduced himself as Orren Mormont, a nephew or cousin. "We thank you for coming, Your Grace," he said. "We might be a small house, but Bear Island is ours, and we won't let Ironborn scum take it from us." Jon nodded, sipping the hot ale. The warmth spread through his cold body. "I plan to help you defend your shores, but I need more information on these raids. Where have they landed? How many ships?" Cailin explained that small bands of Ironborn had been sighted in swift longships, raiding remote coves. They typically targeted fishing vessels or small hamlets lacking strong defenses. By the time Mormont warriors arrived, the Ironborn vanished into the fog. When asked whether they recognized any sigils, perhaps allied with Greyjoy or some other rebellious captain, Cailin shook her head. "They flew black sails, no markings." Jon frowned. That made it difficult to assign blame. "We'll set patrols," he said. "We'll keep watch along the shores and have a force ready to ride out at the first sign of trouble. I'll also send an urgent raven to Yara, insisting that if she values her alliance with the crown, she must rein in these raiders. If they're not directly under her control, she can help identify and stop them." A grateful nod passed among the Mormonts. Orren pounded a fist on the table. "If they come again, we'll crush them. They might have the advantage at sea, but on land, the bear is mightier." "Agreed," Jon said. "We'll coordinate with your warriors. My men are well trained, though they're not used to these cold coasts. We'll rely on your knowledge of the terrain." Cailin gave a tight smile. "We'll show them the paths we use, the hidden vantage points. We have watchers in the high cliffs. They light beacon fires if they spot suspicious sails." Brienne leaned forward. "It might be wise to position a small force in strategic coves so they're nearer to respond, instead of racing from the keep each time." Cailin nodded slowly. "Yes, good idea. We'd considered it but lacked enough men to cover all key points. With your soldiers, we can spread out more effectively." Jon felt a flicker of pride in Brienne's tactical acumen. "We'll finalize details tomorrow. Tonight, let's rest. The journey here was rough." That night, the Mormonts offered the Northmen's hospitality. Simple but hearty accommodations in the keep's side chambers. Jon settled into a small room with a narrow bed, Sam taking another, and Brienne stationed in a guardroom nearby. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters, but the thick fur blankets kept out the chill. Despite the day's weariness, Jon found sleep elusive. He stared at the flickering shadows cast by a single candle, mind churned by the memory of waves, the uncertain threat of reavers, and the knowledge that he was once again expected to protect the North, this time as king and as the last scion of House Targaryen. In the pre-dawn hush, he finally drifted off into a fitful doze. Yet scarcely had he closed his eyes when a distant horn blast shattered the stillness. Jon jolted upright, heart pounding. That was a warning horn, echoing through the corridors. Out in the hallway, footsteps pounded, voices shouted. Ghost let out a low growl. Jon swung from the bed, yanked on his cloak, and threw open the door. Brienne was already there, sword in hand, eyes alert despite the early hour. "What is it?" Jon demanded, meeting her gaze. "Sounds like a raiding party," she said, setting her jaw. "We'd best hurry." Jon nodded, adrenaline surging. So soon. He dashed down the corridor, collecting men as he went, rousing Sam from his chamber. Though Sam could do little in a direct fight, he had grown better with a sword. They found Cailin Mormont in the courtyard, armor hastily donned, a grim set to her face. "One of our watchers spotted a longship approaching Whale Cove," she said, speaking quickly. "A smaller cove to the northeast. If they land, they might strike the fishing village there." Jon nodded, glancing at the sky. A faint gray glow marked the horizon. Dawn was coming, but the world still lay in deep shadow. "We'll ride at once." "How far?" Cailin gestured to the stables. "A hard ride of an hour, maybe less if we push. Let's not give them time to disappear." Brienne was already mustering Jon's men, who stumbled from their rooms, fastening armor and swords. Despite the chaos, they moved with disciplined haste. Within minutes, the courtyard filled with armed warriors. Jon swung onto his horse, Ghost loping beside him. The wind cut like knives, but fear for the villagers' lives spurred him onward. They thundered out the gates, hoofs clattering on frozen ground, breath steaming in the air. As they galloped through dense pines, snow whipped across their faces. The half-light made every shadow uncertain. By the time they crested a ridge overlooking Whale Cove, dawn had broken enough to show a narrow beach below, where a single longship had run ashore. Figures moved in the half-frozen sand, dragging fishing boats or rummaging through huts. Jon spotted flames licking up one small shack. Cailin hissed, "There they are, the bastards." She turned to Jon. "Your command, your grace." Jon inhaled sharply, scanning the terrain. About a dozen or so reavers from what he could see. They might have more waiting on the ship. The cove's lip made a natural vantage point. If they charged down, they could trap the raiders against the water. "We strike now, swiftly. Half of us circle to the right to block any retreat. The rest follow me straight down. No mercy for murderers." A chorus of low growls and nods followed. Mormont warriors gripped their axes and spears. Jon raised Longclaw, and with a rallying cry, they urged their horses down the rocky slope. The Ironborn, alerted by the thunder of hooves, scrambled for weapons. A few archers loosed arrows, but the angle was poor. Jon felt the rush of battle flood his veins. He closed with the nearest reaver, blade flashing. The man parried clumsily, unprepared for a mounted charge, and Jon's sword cut him down. Around him, the Mormonts and Royal Knights engaged in fierce skirmishes. The reavers fought with savage desperation. Jon glimpsed Brienne dismounting, her long sword a deadly arc that deflected a crooked axe and thrust beneath her foe's guard. Ghost lunged at a second raider, dragging him to the ground. Sam kept back, but blocked a reaver's attempt to flee, brandishing a short sword that glinted in the early light. Cailin Mormont led a group that circled to the right, intercepting the archers who tried to slip away. Steel clashed, men shouted in pain or rage. The stench of burning wood mingled with the tang of salt air. Jon pressed forward, spurring his horse until he reached the small cluster of huts. A pair of reavers cornered a fisherman's family, the mother clutching a child. Fury exploded in Jon's chest as he flung himself from the saddle. One raider swung a cutlass at him, but Jon parried with brutal force, steel ringing in the dawn. Sparks flew. He spun and rammed the pommel into the man's face. The raider staggered, and Jon followed with a lethal slash. The second Reaver tried to grab the mother as a shield, but a thrown spear from a Mormont warrior pinned his shoulder, causing him to reel back. Jon leapt in, ending him quickly. The mother crouched, trembling, eyes wide with terror. Jon extended a hand. "It's all right," he said, voice ragged. "You're safe now." She blinked, tears streaming, and scooped up her child. Outside, the final pockets of Reavers succumbed to the combined might of Mormonts and the Royal Guard. A few tried fleeing to the longship, but they were cut off by archers on the ridge. One by one, the Ironborn fell or surrendered, forced to their knees in the blood-stained sand. By the time the fighting ceased, the sun had fully risen, revealing the grim scene. Bodies scattered, a small fishing hamlet scorched, but at least some lives spared. Jon wiped sweat and blood from his brow, surveying the aftermath. Brienne approached, sword in hand. "We've taken 4 captives," she reported. "They claim to follow a captain named Harlan Pike, though they say he leads several ships scattered across the northern coastline." Jon's lips drew into a tight line. "Then Yara might not control them at all. This is a rogue operation. Kyra Mormont joined them. We'll interrogate the prisoners, see what they know. The rest deserve no quarter." Jon glanced at the surviving fishermen, the scorched huts, the child who clung to her mother's skirts. "Agreed," he said softly, though a part of him still hated the carnage. "We'll see these raiders punished. The ones who surrendered, lock them in the keep cells until we can figure out more." Kyra's jaw was set. "We'll have them talk. Believe me." A swirling gust of wind caught Jon's cloak, snapping it behind him. He stared at the horizon, where the battered longship rolled in the surf. More ships could be out there, hidden by fog or distance, waiting for an opening. This was exactly why the Mormonts had sent for help. He realized then that Bear Island would need a more permanent solution than just a few patrols. Brienne spoke again, subdued but resolute. "We've saved lives today, Your Grace, but there may be more raiders along the coast." Jon nodded, scanning the ragged shoreline. "Then we keep watch. We split into smaller units, station them at critical coves, and send out regular patrols by sea if we can. We wait for Yara's response. And if these raids continue..." He trailed off, eyes glinting with cold determination. "We hunt them down. Enough blood has been spilled in these lands." He called for the men to gather. They quickly formed a rough circle, panting, weapons stained with the aftermath of battle. The mother he saved clutched her child, looking at Jon with a mixture of gratitude and awe. Around them, the morning light revealed the fierce shapes of the Mormont warriors, battered huts, drifting smoke, and the bodies of fallen foes. Jon addressed them all in a low, steady voice. "You fought bravely. We protected these people, and will continue to protect every inch of Bear Island. But this threat isn't over. We must remain vigilant. The Ironborn cannot terrorize us if we stand as one." He caught Kyra's gaze, then Brienne's, and saw their matching resolve. "We'll hold Bear Island against whatever storms come. For the North, for the realm." His words hung in the chill air. The men and women nodded, weariness etched in their faces but fueled by the pride that came from defending their own. Sam approached quietly, panting, cheeks flushed. "You did well, Jon. I tried to help, but I'm not much of a fighter." Jon placed a hand on Sam's shoulder. "You stood your ground. That's all anyone can ask." Then his eyes drifted to the horizon, that relentless ocean, and he wondered if somewhere beyond the waves lay a deeper conspiracy. Other Ironborn captains, or forces that would test his kingship again and again. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the immediate task of fortifying Bear Island. As the morning wore on, they gathered the dead, offering the fishermen what help they could. Mormont warriors set about dousing the remaining fires, salvaging supplies. Jon found himself dragging corpses of Ironborn raiders to a mass grave outside the hamlet. He refused to let his men do the grim work alone. He was no stranger to the labor of war. Brienne silently helped, while Sam comforted frightened villagers, distributing dried rations and water from their packs. After the final body was laid to rest in the cold earth, Jon stood quietly, breath misting in the wind. The mother and child approached, still clinging to each other. She spoke in a trembling voice. "Thank you, Your Grace. The Ironborn would've. It doesn't bear thinking about." She lowered her gaze. "I never thought I'd see a king in these parts." Jon studied them with compassion, wishing he could do more than just show up in the moment of crisis. "If you need shelter, go to the Mormont Keep. They'll keep you safe until you can rebuild. Bear Island stands for its own." She nodded, tears glistening, and turned away. The child offered a timid wave before following her mother. Jon watched them go, heart heavy but laced with a faint warmth that at least they were alive. That was something. Too many times he'd arrived too late or not at all. This time he had made a difference. They returned to the keep by midday, tired and grim. Kyra wasted no time sending messages to outlying watchtowers. Jon called his men together, dividing them into squads that would rotate patrols at key inlets and beaches. Brienne and Oren would oversee one quadrant, Sam would remain at the keep to handle ravens and messages, and Jon himself would lead another group, patrolling the western coastline. This arrangement would be temporary until they could figure out whether Yara Greyjoy would stop these renegades or if a larger conflict loomed. In the days that followed, the men rode the rugged shores, fighting off biting winds and ice-laden waves that crashed onto stony beaches. They found signs of old raids, burned huts, half-sunken boats. At night, they huddled around campfires, discussing how these iron-born reavers might be operating. Some suggested that the raiders were small splinter groups who refused Yara's rule, determined to revert to the old ways. Others suspected a new claimant to the Seastone chair was rallying them. Ravens flew in and out of the Mormont Keep, carrying Jon's demands for an explanation to the Iron Islands, along with updates to Tyrion in King's Landing. He received short but courteous replies from Tyrion. The city remained stable, the Stormlands still grumbled, but no open rebellions had surfaced. Tyrion strongly advised Jon to secure the north quickly and return south. But Jon would not leave Bear Island to face the threat alone. Weeks stretched on, winter's grip tightening. Snowstorms lashed the coast, making patrols perilous. More than once, Jon's men found themselves nearly lost in whiteout conditions. Morale wavered, but the Mormont warriors led the way with stoic determination, forging paths through the drifts, clearing watchtowers, lighting beacon fires. Ghost proved invaluable, scouting ahead, alert to any strange scents. One bitterly cold dawn, as Jon's patrol returned to the keep, they found a raven from Yara Greyjoy waiting. Sam read it aloud by torchlight in the courtyard. "To the king in the south, Jon Targaryen, I regret these raids. They are not my doing. A man called Harlan Pike challenges my right to lead. He and his cohorts took several longships and set sail for the northern coasts. I have dispatched men to hunt them at sea, but the storms hamper my efforts. If you capture Harlan or his men, do as you will. They are no ironborn of mine. Signed, Yara Greyjoy." A hush followed. Brienne exhaled slowly. At least she acknowledges the problem. We can't expect her to fix it if the storms are preventing her ships from pursuing. Kyra Mormont bristled. Ironborn, they turn on each other as easily as they turn on us. This Harlan Pike should be flayed alive. Jon frowned at that, recalling the Bolton flayings. He would not stoop to such cruelty. "He must be stopped," Jon said, "but we'll not become monsters ourselves. If he lands again, we'll either take him prisoner or kill him in battle. That's the only way to end it." Sam ventured. "Perhaps we can lure him in? Set a trap at one of the coves." Kyra's brows furrowed. "Risky. We don't know which cove he'll choose, if any." Jon considered. "We can't guard every inch of coastline effectively, but maybe we can stage a tempting prize, put out rumors of an undefended hamlet, or a merchant ship anchored in a vulnerable bay. If Harlan's as greedy as these raids suggest, he might bite." Brienne gave a cautious nod. "It could work, though we must be certain we have enough men to spring the trap." Jon looked around at the weary faces. "We have enough. We'll coordinate with Mormont warriors. If it fails, we still have our patrols. But let's try. I won't keep you in suspense forever." Kyra allowed a small, fierce smile. Then let's plan. Over the next few days, they spread rumors through discreet channels, fishermen passing merchants, that an ill-guarded supply ship had docked in a cove called Darkwater Bay, storing a fortune in iron tools and salt fish. In truth, the ship was a decoy, manned by a handful of loyal sailors prepared to scuttle the vessel if necessary. Meanwhile, Jon and Kyra positioned archers and swordsmen in the rocky cliffs above the bay. Brienne commanded another group hidden in the nearby pine groves. If the Ironborn arrived, they'd find themselves surrounded. Days passed with no sign of a longship. The tension grew. Men took shifts, shivering behind rocks, scanning the horizon. Snow fell intermittently, blanketing the watchposts. Jon himself refused a comfortable bed at the keep, choosing to stand watch each night in short rotations with his men. He felt it was his duty, and it kept morale from collapsing. If their king could bear the cold, they reasoned, so could they. Then, early one morning when the sea lay quiet under a leaden sky, the lookout in the cliffs signaled with a mirror's flash. A dark shape had appeared on the horizon, a longship with black sails. Jon and Brienne exchanged tense glances, adrenaline surging. They motioned the men to ready positions. Ghost crouched at Jon's side, ears forward. As the ship drew closer, the watchers could make out the stylized prow shaped like a kraken, though not the formal Greyjoy design, more like a crude variation. Harlan Pike's sigil, perhaps. The raiders were indeed approaching Darkwater Bay. They had fallen for the ruse. Minutes ticked by like hours. Jon signaled silence. The Ironborn guided their longship into the cove, dropping anchor. A dozen men disembarked first, scouting the beach. Another half-dozen followed, armed to the teeth, though lacking any uniform. Their leader was a burly man with a wild beard, wearing a battered breastplate. He carried a war axe. Jon suspected this was Harlan Pike or one of his lieutenants. They prowled toward the anchored decoy ship, seeking easy plunder. Jon waited, breath freezing in the air. His force, 30 men strong, hid behind boulders and in shallow crevices. Another 20, led by Brienne, were concealed among the pines beyond. Kyra's archers knocked arrows, strings taut. The hush was eerie, broken only by the faint crash of waves. The Ironborn advanced further up the beach, growling to one another about the riches they expected to find. Jon waited until they were fully exposed in the open, far from the safety of their longship. Then, with a curt nod to Kyra, he stepped onto a ridge in full view, brandishing Longclaw high. "Loose!" he roared. Arrows rained down, striking the reavers. Several fell instantly, crying out. Harlan roared for them to scatter, swinging his axe at the incoming shafts. The Ironborn scrambled in confusion, some attempting to retreat. That was when Brienne's squad surged from the tree line, blocking their path back to the boat. Jon's men joined from the cliffs, charging down the slope. Caught in a pincer, the raiders had nowhere to flee. Battle erupted. Steel clashed. Men shouted. Harlan bellowed, rallying his toughest fighters. Jon spurred forward, Ghost bounding beside him. He engaged one reaver, parrying savage blows, then slicing through the man's guard. Another rushed him from behind, but Ghost intercepted, dragging the foe to the ground. Brienne expertly traded strikes with a tall axeman, eventually disarming and striking him down. Kyra Mormont's archers continued to pick off any raiders who tried to slip back to the longship. The ambush was devastating. Soon, Harlan Pike stood alone near the water, 5 or 6 of his men either dead or pinned under swords. His eyes darted wildly. He spat a curse at Jon. "False king," he snarled. "You think you can end the old ways of the Ironborn?" Jon advanced, sword at the ready. "You prey on the weak, murderers and thieves. That's no honorable tradition. Yield and you might live." Harlan laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Yield? We Ironborn do not yield." He hefted his axe, stepping forward. "I'll carve you like a piece of driftwood, Targaryen whelp." With that, he lunged. The man was strong, each swing of his axe heavy enough to cleave bone. Jon sidestepped, attempting to exploit openings. Their weapons clanged, sparks flying. The tide lapped at their feet. One misstep on the slippery rocks could mean disaster. Twice, Harlan almost cornered Jon, forcing him to block overhead with numb arms. Then, in a decisive counter, Jon feigned a high attack before pivoting low, slashing Harlan's leg. The raider staggered, blood staining the sand. Jon leveled Longclaw at Harlan's chest. "It's over," Harlan snarled, refusing to drop his axe. "We are the sons of the sea," he bellowed, raising the axe again. But Brienne, having circled behind him, struck with a swift blow of her sword, slicing through his arm. He gave a strangled cry, dropping to his knees. Jon watched with grim finality as Harlan collapsed, blood pooling. Silence followed, broken only by the whimpers of wounded men and the hiss of waves. Jon exhaled, shoulders trembling from the adrenaline. Kyra and her archers came down from their vantage points. The Ironborn survivors lay captive, trembling in fear. Among them, a few tried to claim they were forced to fight, that Harlan had threatened them. Jon listened with cold detachment, but he saw no real remorse in their eyes. They would be judged as a group. Brienne panted, sword tip resting in the sand. "That should end the raids," she said quietly, glancing at Harlan's corpse. Jon nodded. "We'll take any prisoners back to Bear Island. Those who can be turned over to Yara, we will. The rest will face northern justice." He stared at the battered longship. "Let's burn it, so none escape with it." Kyra Mormont stepped forward, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. "You've done the North a great service, Your Grace. We'll see that these reavers never trouble our shores again." Jon gave a heavy sigh, scanning the aftermath of yet another bloody conflict. "A service to the realm," he murmured. "But it doesn't feel like victory, just the end of one more threat." Nevertheless, the danger to Bear Island was, for now, contained. The reavers were either dead or captured, and Harlan Pike's ambition was snuffed out on the wet sand. As the sun rose higher, men set about gathering the wounded, collecting salvage, and preparing to burn the longship. Smoke would soon billow over the cove. Brienne joined Jon, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "You did what you had to." He nodded, reflecting on how often he'd heard that phrase in his life. Duties that took him from the Wall to Winterfell, from Winterfell to the Iron Throne, from the Iron Throne to a freezing cove on Bear Island. Always doing what he had to. He prayed that somewhere, in the eyes of the small folk and the battered families he protected, it would be enough. As they rode back to the keep, Ghost padding beside them, the men carried a subdued sense of relief. Another crisis averted, another piece of the realm secured, at least for now. Jon found himself thinking of King's Landing, how Tyrion and Davos awaited his return, and how many more fires might need putting out. Ruling the Seven Kingdoms was akin to a hydra. Cut off one head, another grew in its place. But for the moment, he could breathe a little easier, knowing Bear Island would not be abandoned to savage raids. Kyra Mormont insisted on hosting a small celebration that evening, even though the mood was tempered by the day's losses. The Mormonts believed in honoring victory, no matter how grim, and in remembering the fallen with stories and strong drink. In the torchlit hall, they toasted Jon and his men, calling them heroes. Jon listened, quietly uncomfortable with praise, but grateful for the respite. In a corner, Sam recounted the events to a few Mormont warriors, describing the cunning trap they'd set and the final stand on the beach. Brienne stood guard near Jon's side, occasionally sipping ale. Ghost sprawled near the hearth, soaking in its warmth. Kyra asked Jon if he would remain on Bear Island much longer, now that the threat was quelled. He answered honestly, "I'll stay a short while to ensure peace holds and that you have the resources you need. Then I must return south. There are other matters to attend." Kyra nodded, respectful but regretful. "We won't forget what you've done for us. House Mormont stands with you, Stark and Targaryen both." Jon offered a faint smile, lifting his mug. "I'm glad to hear that. May the North remain strong." Though the chatter and clink of cups filled the hall, part of Jon's mind was elsewhere, drifting through the span of the kingdom he now ruled. The north, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Reach, the Iron Islands, and the Crownlands, all bound together in a fragile tapestry. He thought of Sansa in Winterfell, Tyrion in the capital, Gendry in Storm's End, Yara on the pike. Could he hold all their loyalties, mend all the wounds left by war? The hours wore on, and eventually people drifted to their beds. Jon found a quiet moment near the hearth, staring into the flames. Sam approached, settling beside him. "We did well, Jon," Sam offered, voice low to avoid disturbing others. "People are alive because of us." Jon nodded, eyes reflecting the firelight. "Yes," he said, the single syllable heavy with the memory of the day. "I just hope I can do the same for the rest of the realm." "You can," Sam said, with a conviction that surprised Jon. "You've always fought for the living, Jon. Now you fight for them as a king, not just a brother of the Night's Watch." Jon swallowed. "It's strange to think about, yet maybe that's what this crown is, a responsibility to keep fighting for life and peace." Sam patted his shoulder. "Then keep at it, one step at a time." Exhaustion tugged at Jon's bones. He made his way to the small chamber they'd given him, ghost trailing. After shedding his armor and outer layers, he sank onto the straw mattress. Outside, the wind moaned, carrying with it the distant echoes of the sea. A part of him almost missed the wall, the stark simplicity of black brothers bound by a single oath. But fate had chosen him for another path. He closed his eyes, letting the day's events wash over him. The clash of steel, the child's terrified face, the hush of that final confrontation with Harlan Pike. In the quiet dark, he silently thanked the old gods and the new for guiding his steps. Sleep came gently, though thoughts of the throne, the realm, and the uncertain future shimmered just beneath the surface. Over the next weeks, the northern coast settled. No more raider ships appeared on the horizon, and word spread that the Ironborn threat had been broken. The Mormonts, bolstered by the presence of the Royal Guard, regained confidence, sending out fishing boats again. Jon, Brienne, and Sam made plans to depart soon, returning to White Harbor to catch a ship south or ride overland. But first, Jon ensured that Bear Island had adequate supplies for the winter. He distributed a portion of his stores to help rebuild the hamlets destroyed by raids. Kyra Mormont and Oren expressed gratitude, vowing to remain vigilant. "We are the shield of the North's western seas," Kyra declared proudly. "No reaver will find easy prey here again." On a cold morning under a pale sun, Jon's party said their farewells. The Mormont courtyard thronged with onlookers, many of them warriors who had fought alongside Jon. Kyra clasped his hand firmly. "You have the thanks of House Mormont, Your Grace. May the gods guide you." Jon managed a faint smile, still not used to the courtesy of Your Grace from these rugged northerners. But he accepted it. "Take care. If you need more help, send a raven to Winterfell, or to me directly." And so they rode away, the gate closing behind them. Jon looked back only once, catching a final glimpse of the keep's weathered walls and the Black Bear banner snapping in the wind. Then, he directed his horse down the rocky path, Ghost loping at his side. Brienne and Sam followed, along with the men who had come for the mission. They carried with them the scars of recent battles, but also the pride of victory. The journey back to White Harbor was uneventful, though winter's chill deepened. The roads were frozen solid, and the horses slipped often, forcing a slower pace. Sam, as usual, struggled with the cold, but endured by burying himself in furs and talking incessantly about the wonders of the Citadel's libraries. The men teased him good-naturedly, grateful for any distraction from the monotony of the trek. Upon reaching White Harbor, they discovered a letter from Tyrion waiting, delivered by a fast courier. Jon read it with mounting unease. It mentioned fresh unrest among certain lords in the Reach who questioned the Targaryen claim. There were also rumors that a group of sellswords from Essos had landed in the Stormlands, though the details remained vague. Tyrion urged Jon to return south swiftly. "It seems every time we douse one fire, another sparks," Tyrion wrote. "King's Landing remains calm for the moment, but I fear the calm may not last." Jon sighed, folding the parchment. It was the same pattern repeating. A realm fractured by too many wars, too many conflicting loyalties. "We sail as soon as possible," he told Brienne and Sam. Back to King's Landing, they found a Manderley ship, Sea Falcon, that agreed to take them and their party south within a day's time, once the crew finished preparing for the voyage. Jon sent word to Sansa in Winterfell about the resolution of the Bear Island raids, letting her know he would pass near the coast of the Vale on his return, though not stopping. He promised to visit her and Arya soon, once the southern matters were dealt with. The morning they boarded the Sea Falcon, Lord Wyman Manderley's nephew, Marlon, came to the dock to see them off. "Safe travels, Your Grace," he said, bowing deeply. "We'll hold White Harbor ready to serve you whenever you call." Jon gave a grateful nod. "I appreciate your loyalty. The North stands as one." With that, they set sail, the wind colder than ever as it billowed the sails. The crew huddled in cloaks, cursing the frost that formed on ropes. Sam, again, turned greenish at the prospect of sea travel, but stoically found a seat amidships. Brienne braced herself at the stern, scanning the horizon. Jon stood at the prow, letting the salt wind whip through his hair. His thoughts turned south, to the swirl of politics, potential rebellions, and the weight of a crown he had never wanted. Yet he knew he could not shirk the burden. He had made this choice whether or not it felt like a choice, and he would see it through for the sake of the realm. The quiet sloshing of waves and the distant cry of gulls accompanied him as the Sea Falcon glided past the last outcroppings of northern land. Days stretched into a week, the ship making its measured progress along the coastline. They skirted the eastern shores, stopping briefly at Sisterton to replenish water. The weather shifted from frigid winds to milder breezes once they passed the Vale's latitudes, though storms remained a threat. At last, they rounded Crackclaw Point, and the water grew busier with fishing boats and merchant vessels. The closer they drew to King's Landing, the more tension coiled in Jon's chest. He could almost sense the city's burdens calling him. Late one afternoon, the sprawl of King's Landing came into view again. Smoke from countless chimneys wreathed the skyline. The Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill, a silent sentinel. Jon felt his heart twist as the ship slid into the harbor, docking at the same piers from which he had departed weeks earlier. As soon as the gangplank dropped, Tyrion appeared on the quay, accompanied by Davos, both wearing anxious expressions. Jon disembarked, stepping onto solid ground. Tyrion approached, bowing shallowly. "Welcome back, Your Grace. I trust the North was suitably cold and dramatic." Jon allowed a ghost of a smirk. "And victorious. Bear Island is safe for now." Davos clapped Jon on the arm. "Glad to see you alive and well. Things here have been complicated but not dire. We've staved off a few potential crises, but more might be brewing. Come, let's get you up to the Red Keep. There's much to discuss." Jon nodded, his breath hitching as he surveyed the bustling docks. Fishermen hauled nets, goods changed hands, and the hum of commerce enveloped them. Then, with Brienne and Sam in tow, he followed Tyrion and Davos through the crowded streets, the men of his retinue trailing behind, banners fluttering. People paused to watch, some bowing, some simply curious. King Aegon Targaryen, Jon Snow, had returned. They wended their way up the winding paths to the Red Keep, passing the charred remains of older buildings still under reconstruction, then into the courtyard where a fresh set of guards saluted. Tyrion led them inside quickly, up staircases and through corridors until they reached the council chamber. There, they found the rest of the small council waiting. The Master of Coin, a new Master of Laws, a few others who had taken up roles in Jon's absence. As soon as Jon settled wearily into a chair, Tyrion began. Where to start? Possibly with the Reach. A cluster of minor lords near the Mander region are complaining about a shortage of seeds and manpower, blaming the crown for not providing enough relief. Some have threatened to withhold levies unless we do more. Davos added, "We also have word that a Sellsword company called the Brazen Boars landed in the Stormlands. They claim they're only passing through to serve as guards for local merchants, but rumor suggests they might be hired muscle for some rebellious lord. We're investigating." The Master of Coin chimed in. Meanwhile, the city's finances remain stretched thin. The Iron Bank is pressing for repayment of old debts. If we don't show them some plan for revenue growth, they may refuse us further loans. Jon felt the weight slam down on him anew. He closed his eyes briefly, picturing the stark beaches of Bear Island, where at least the enemy had been clear and tangible. Here, the battles were fought with parchment, gold, and whispers in the dark. Opening his eyes, he said, "All right, one crisis at a time. Let's begin with the Reach. We'll gather resources or arrange shipments of grain if possible. I won't ignore their plight, but they must understand we're stretched thin after the wars." Tyrion nodded, relieved that Jon had returned to take the brunt of these decisions. "We can do that. I'll coordinate with the Master of Coin to see what relief we can spare." Jon turned to Davos. "And the Brazen Boars. Send discreet scouts to confirm what they're up to. If they're truly just mercenary guards, we'll keep watch but not intervene yet. If they're stoking rebellion, we deal with them swiftly." Davos rubbed his chin. I'll handle it." Jon's gaze swept the table. "As for the Iron Bank, schedule a meeting. I'll speak with their representative personally. We won't default on debts, but we need time. If they want to do business with the Crown long-term, they'll see reason." The Master of Coin inclined his head, bowing slightly. "At once, Your Grace." Tyrion cleared his throat. "There is also the matter of the High Septon's visit. He's en route to King's Landing. He wishes to confer with the king about the spiritual healing of the realm, or so he says. I suspect he wants to ensure the faith's place under Targaryen rule." Jon suppressed a groan, recalling Sam's earlier words about handling matters of faith carefully. "We'll receive him courteously. The faith militant nearly tore the city apart once before. We won't let that happen again." As the meeting wore on, the swirl of concerns and obligations buzzed in Jon's ears like an unending drone. He answered each question methodically, weaving between the demands of lords, the needs of the city, and the tenuous alliances that bound the realm. By the time the council adjourned, dusk had fallen outside, painting the sky in bruised purples. Jon left the chamber, Sam trailing behind, both men exhausted. They found Brienne in the corridor, quietly conversing with a Kingsguard knight. She turned to Jon. "Everything all right?" He gave a hollow laugh. "As all right as it can be." Sam placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "We'll handle this, Jon. You've proven you can handle worse." Jon nodded. "Thank you, Sam. I just wish it never ends." "Does it?" Brienne's eyes softened with sympathy. "Kingship is not a simple thing, but you're not alone. We stand with you." Jon gave a small, grateful nod, then walked toward his chambers, feeling the day's burdens pressing down. Ghost greeted him at the threshold, tail swishing. Jon patted the direwolf's head, then entered. The familiar layout offered little comfort. It wasn't Winterfell nor Castle Black. It was the royal suite, full of tapestries and gilded furniture Daenerys had once walked past. He frowned, suddenly tired beyond measure. He thought of writing to Sansa or maybe to Arya, longing for some brotherly conversation, but that would wait until morning. For now, he sank onto the bed, letting out a weary breath. Ghost settled at his feet. The city bustled beyond the walls, and the realm's troubles circled like ravens. Yet Jon's mind drifted to Bear Island's stony beaches, to the grateful eyes of the villagers he'd saved, and to the memory of Ned Stark's teachings about duty. This was his life now, to bear the crown that felt more like a yoke than a laurel. But he would not abandon it. As sleep washed over him, he prayed silently for guidance. He was Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, yet also Jon Snow, raised by a man of unyielding honor. The realm needed him, for better or worse, and he would fight for it until his final breath. If winter was not over, if threats still loomed beyond the horizon, he would face them. He had claimed the Iron Throne as a Targaryen, but he would rule with the heart of a Stark. And in that quiet resolve, he found the faint flicker of hope that tomorrow could be better, if only he kept pushing forward. Jon awoke the next morning to thin rays of winter sun painting faint stripes across the floor. Outside, the city was already stirring. He could hear the muffled clang of blacksmiths' hammers echoing from the lower wards. Ghost stirred from his place near the hearth, rising to pad over and nose Jon's hand in greeting. Jon scratched the direwolf's ears, feeling a familiar knot of anxiety tightening in his belly as he remembered the barrage of issues awaiting him. He pushed aside the weight of it for a moment, inhaling deeply, steadying himself with a thought. I must go on, no matter what. He dressed in somber clothing, dark breeches, a simple leather jerkin embroidered with a small stark sigil on the breast. The dragon and wolf insignia that so often marked him as the Targaryen king remained tucked away for now. Perhaps it was a small defiance against the role that threatened to swallow him. After summoning a servant for a cup of hot tea and a bit of bread, he slipped into the corridors of the Red Keep, Ghost keeping pace at his side. Sunlight streamed through the narrow windows as he descended toward the council chamber, each step echoing on the stone. He half expected to find Tyrion already there, sorting through a stack of parchments and scribbling notes. But the corridor stood empty. 2 Kingsguard knights in white cloaks guarded the arched double doors. They saluted, then opened the doors. Inside, soft morning light and half a dozen candles lit the council table, where Tyrion and Davos had indeed convened early. Tyrion was bent over some scroll, lips pursed as he read, while Davos leaned on the back of a chair, arms folded. "Good morning," Jon murmured, taking his seat at the head of the table. There was no official iron throne in this room, only a practical chair carved from oak. He found it far more comfortable than the twisted swords in the throne room. Ghost settled near the door, glancing around warily at the flicker of torches. Tyrion glanced up. "Your Grace, we've had new arrivals. Lord Oakhart and Lord Hightower from the Reach, seeking an audience. Also, the High Septon's escort is expected within the day." Jon stifled a sigh. "I suppose we should see the Reach Lords first. The High Septon's arrival, well, let's not keep him waiting either. But let's get the news from the Reach. They're the ones who claim we haven't done enough to help rebuild." Davos nodded, his gray beard shifting. "Aye, that's the gist of it. The war against the Lannisters and then the subsequent battles left the Reach without central leadership. Many of the smaller houses rely on trade from Highgarden, but with the Tyrell line gone, leadership has fallen to a patchwork of local lords. They're blaming us for not providing enough seed or tools, especially after we commandeered some fields during the final push to defeat Cersei's forces. The realm's coffers are near empty, too. We can only give so much coin." Jon turned the ring on his finger, a simple band of steel that once belonged to Ned Stark. "We'll see what can be done. I don't want them starving or feeling neglected. The Reach used to be the breadbasket of Westeros." Tyrion cleared his throat. "We might try encouraging them to rotate crops, or provide them with knowledge from the Citadel about new planting techniques. We have little gold, but knowledge can sometimes be just as valuable." Jon considered that. "It's a start. Have Sam talk to the maesters in the Citadel about any new agrarian methods. Meanwhile, we'll do what we can to scrounge some relief. If we don't, discontent will only fester." Tyrion lifted a parchment, tapping it meaningfully. "We must remember the Iron Bank as well. If we can't pay them back soon, we risk losing future loans that might fund exactly these sorts of projects. Balancing the two is tricky." Jon gave a wry nod. "I'll meet with their envoy. Perhaps we can negotiate an extension. The entire realm is still reeling from the wars. Surely they see an advantage in a realm that eventually recovers and pays more interest." Davos snorted softly. "The Iron Bank invests in wars all the time. But yes, maybe they'll see reason if the king himself pleads the case." Just then, Samwell Tarly appeared at the doorway, looking slightly flushed. He carried several parchments clutched to his chest, and behind him stood a steward who bore a tray of steaming tea and small pastries. "Sorry if I'm late," Sam panted. "I was copying some references from the Citadel's Last Raven." Jon waved him inside. "No need to apologize, Sam. Any news we should know before we meet the Reach Lords?" Sam sorted through his parchments. Not immediately. The Citadel confirms a mild winter in the south, which is good news for agriculture. But they're worried about the longer-term climate patterns. Some maesters predict unpredictable weather cycles, drought alternating with heavy rains. That could hurt the harvest if we're not prepared. Tyrion eyed Sam with a hint of dry humor. Unpredictable weather, you say? If only we had a king who could do something about the clouds. Sam flushed. I'm just reporting what the Citadel warns. There may be storms or floods. Jon sighed. We'll take that into account. Thank you, Sam. After a moment's pause to sip their tea, which was spiced with mint and honey in an attempt to soothe the morning's tensions, they turned their attention to the matters at hand. Tyrion directed a page to summon the visiting lords. While they waited, Davos leaned in, voice quiet. Your Grace, there's also the question of the Crownlands lords. Some are worried about bandits near the Rose Road again, especially with the city watch stretched thin. Not a major threat yet, but it's another spark that could ignite trouble if left unattended. Jon pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, let's bolster the city watch or send a small contingent of royal guard to patrol for a while. Keep the roads safe for merchants. That's essential for trade and morale. Understood, Davos said, making a note. A flurry of footsteps at the corridor signaled the approach of the Reach Lords. 2 men entered, accompanied by a pair of retainers and a single guard. Lord Oakhart was tall and lean, with hair graying at the temples. His cloak a deep green pinned with a golden acorn badge. Lord Hightower was older, stooped slightly, with the silvered hair and grave expression of a man weighed by responsibilities. Each bowed respectfully to Jon, though with an air of caution. Your Grace, Lord Oakhart said, his voice resonant. We are honored to stand before you. Thank you for granting us an audience. Jon rose, gesturing for them to be seated at the table. Welcome. We understand you have concerns about the situation in the Reach. Lord Hightower settled carefully, clearing his throat. We do, Your Grace. My seat in Old Town remains stable, but the outlying villages suffer from a lack of seed, tools, and, in some cases, proper irrigation for fields that were burned during the wars. We look to the Crown for assistance, or at least some sign that you acknowledge our plight. Lord Oakhart added, My family's lands, near the Manor, have seen repeated raids by brigands. We've done our best to defend ourselves, but with resources stretched, we can't rebuild the farmland and guard it adequately. The small folk grow restless. Jon folded his arms, leaning forward. I am aware the Reach has suffered. The War of the Five Kings, then the conflict with the Lannisters and the Dragonfire that ravaged parts of your fields. Too many tragedies. We want to help, but the treasury is nearly empty. What resources we have must be carefully allocated. Hightower and Oakhart exchanged glances. Their tension was palpable. We understand the realm's hardships, Oakhart said, voice low. But if the Reach withers, we fear famine will spread. The region has historically fed much of Westeros. Tyrion's brow furrowed. We propose a few measures, my lords. First, we can petition the Citadel for updated farming knowledge, techniques, improved irrigation, maybe new crop varieties that can grow faster or in less favorable conditions. Second, we're working to negotiate an extension with the Iron Bank. If successful, we might secure a small loan to buy seeds and equipment, which we can distribute among the hardest-hit areas. Lord Hightower nodded slowly. That would be a start. But we also need more manpower. The war took many farmers. Some died, others fled, and the survivors can't work all the fields alone. We need settlers or laborers to return. Jon's gaze flicked to Davos. Do we still have refugees in the Crownlands who can't find proper housing or stable work? Davos gave a thoughtful nod. Some people displaced from the storms and from the war's devastation. If they're willing, they could relocate to the Reach, perhaps under some arrangement. Housing and farmland in exchange for labor. It might require some incentive. That could be beneficial, Jon mused. Refugees get a chance to rebuild their lives on fertile land, while the Reach regains labor. But it must be voluntary, and the lords must ensure fair treatment. Lord Oakhart's eyes lit with cautious hope. We would welcome any who come in peace, willing to farm. We'll commit to fair conditions. Our resources are limited, but if it helps restore the fields, I'd consider it a wise investment. Lord Hightower inclined his head. Agreed. If we coordinate this carefully, it might solve two problems at once: the city's overcrowding and the Reach's labor shortage. Jon allowed a small smile. Good. Let's pursue that. I'll have Tyrion and Davos oversee the logistics. We'll need to arrange transport, as well as a legal framework to protect the rights of these new settlers. We thank you, Your Grace, Oakhart said quietly. You have our loyalty, Hightower added. If we see progress in the fields and a reduction of banditry, it will go a long way to restoring faith in your rule across the Reach. Jon caught the hint of challenge in that statement. The Southern Lords were still cautious about a Targaryen on the throne. I understand. You will have that progress if we work together. In turn, I ask that you keep your bannermen calm. We can't afford more rebellions or unrest. Of course, Hightower murmured. We have no desire for further bloodshed. They discussed some additional details: how to handle bandits, potential trade routes for surplus produce once the fields revived, and the possibility of reestablishing a small garrison along certain roads to deter lawlessness. At length, the meeting concluded with measured bows on both sides. Oakhart and Hightower exited, escorted by a steward who would see them to guest quarters or out of the Red Keep, as they preferred. When the doors closed, Jon leaned back in his chair, massaging a knot in his neck. Well, that's one piece. Let's hope it holds. Tyrion made a note on a fresh sheet of parchment. We'll have to be swift. The refugees here in the Crownlands are numerous, but not all will be eager to travel so far, especially if they fear the lords might treat them poorly. We need to reassure them. Davos set his jaw in a characteristic stance of determination. We'll handle it. Might be a chance for good-willed people to find a new start. Sam listened intently, adding, I'll send a raven to the Citadel, asking for their latest compendium on agriculture. There might be valuable knowledge we can share. Excellent, Jon said. Then he stood, taking a moment to stretch. Now, about the High Septon. If he's arriving soon, let's prepare the throne room for a formal reception. Tyrion's expression turned faintly apprehensive. The Faith has always been a powerful force in King's Landing and throughout the realm. They want a guarantee that you respect the Seven. Of course, you were raised in the North, worshipping the old gods. Some of the devout might question your sincerity. Jon grimaced. I have no intention of forging a false devotion, but I won't antagonize the Faith. We need stability, not another religious uprising. If the High Septon wants to discuss the realm's moral direction, so be it. I'll listen, and we'll find a balance. Davos offered a cautious smile. A bit of diplomacy might ensure he doesn't start proclaiming that Targaryens are unholy, or that the throne must pass to someone else. Precisely. Tyrion began to gather up the parchments. I'll instruct the steward to prepare the throne room for a formal welcome. Let's greet him with full ceremony. White cloaks, horns, a small crowd. It'll flatter him, and hopefully, he'll be in a more accommodating mood. Jon shared a wry glance with Davos. Very well, let's do this. Within hours, word arrived that the High Septon's entourage had crossed the Blackwater Rush and would reach the city by midday. Tyrion and Davos oversaw the arrangements, ensuring a small guard was present and the city's crowds were managed. Banners of the Seven were hung in the throne room, side by side with the royal sigil. Trumpets stood at the ready to announce the Faith's highest spiritual authority. Jon found himself in the solar, hurriedly reviewing what he might say. Sam arrived with a borrowed tome about the Seven's doctrines, flipping pages with earnest haste. If he asks about the new code of moral conduct or charitable works, you can mention you're continuing to support the orphans and widows from the war. Jon frowned at the dense text, which detailed the intricacies of the seven-pointed star. I'll be honest, I don't plan to spout scriptures at him. I'll focus on practical measures. Feeding the poor, rebuilding septs destroyed in the war, that sort of thing. Sam adjusted his robes. That might suffice. Just be prepared for him to press you about your stance on the old Targaryen tradition of incest or other matters that the faith historically opposed. Jon blanched slightly. I never had any inclination to continue such traditions. The faith should know that. Sam gave a sympathetic shrug. They may still want you to declare it openly, just to be sure, especially after they saw how Daenerys. He cut himself off with a pained expression. Both men remembered well how Daenerys's final descent had shaken the realm. It's all right, Jon said quietly, though his chest tightened. I'll make it clear that times have changed. A knock at the door interrupted them, and a steward poked his head inside. Your Grace, the High Septon is at the city gates. They'll be here shortly. Jon set aside the tome, inhaling. Very well. He turned to Sam. Ready? Sam nodded, rolling his shoulders with visible nerves. As I'll ever be. They made their way to the throne room, passing lines of guards in crisp formation. The walls of the Red Keep were draped with deep crimson hangings embroidered with both the Targaryen dragon and, more recently, the Stark direwolf, a sign of the dual heritage that had ushered Jon onto the throne. Tyrion stood near the dais, speaking quietly with Ser Brienne of Tarth, still the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. She wore the white cloak and gleaming plate with stoic confidence, her hand resting lightly on her sword's pommel. The room had been cleared of most courtiers, leaving only a small retinue of lords, ladies, and common folk to witness the ceremony. Jon ascended the dais and took his seat on the Iron Throne. He despised how it forced him to sit in a posture of stiff authority, but it was necessary for the official greeting. Ghost lay at the base of the steps, head on his paws, causing more than a few uneasy glances from the onlookers. When the great doors opened, trumpets sounded. The High Septon entered, flanked by half a dozen warrior sons. Guards who wore white coats with the seven-pointed star emblazoned on their chests. The High Septon himself was a tall, gaunt man with a shaved head circled by a band of gold. He wore robes of immaculate white and carried a staff topped by a crystal that caught the torchlight in a prism of colors. His steps were measured, and his expression held a deliberate calm. Reaching the foot of the dais, he bowed low. "Your Grace," he intoned, voice echoing. "May the Seven bless you and guide your reign." Jon inclined his head slightly. "High Septon, welcome to King's Landing. We trust your journey was safe." The High Septon straightened, lifting the staff. "Safe and filled with prayer, thanks to the Seven's grace. I come to speak not just of faith, but of unity, of the realm's need for moral and spiritual guidance in these difficult times." Jon rose from the throne, stepping down one level so he wouldn't tower over the High Septon. "We agree. The realm has suffered enough. War, famine, unrest. I want peace and healing for all, whether they worship the Seven or the old gods." The High Septon's gaze flickered, an acknowledgement of Jon's northern faith. "A noble intention, Your Grace. Yet we must ensure the Seven's teachings are upheld and that the people find solace in the light of the gods. I have heard rumors that the crown may neglect the building of septs or the training of septons. I hope that is not the case." Jon's tone remained measured. "We have limited resources, but we have no intention of undermining the faith. Where septs were destroyed, we've assisted in rebuilding if the local communities desire it. I respect the spiritual needs of the people." Tyrion spoke up from the side. "We've also continued the tradition of distributing alms to the poor, funded by the Crown's limited treasury. We collaborate with the faith in feeding orphans and widows. These efforts will continue as finances allow." The High Septon lowered his head, satisfied for the moment. "This is heartening to hear. The Seven teach compassion and justice, and we desire to see these virtues reflected in a righteous king's rule. So long as we walk the same path, we shall support your reign." Jon sensed there might be another question lurking, so he addressed it before it arose. "As for older Targaryen customs or practices the faith has objected to in the past, those days are gone. We recognize the Seven's stance on such matters, and we will uphold the moral code of Westeros." A murmur of relief rippled through the faith's attendants. The High Septon's lips curved into a faint smile. Then let it be known that the faith stands beside you, your grace, offering prayer and counsel. May the seven watch over you and lend you wisdom." Jon's relief was cautious. He extended a hand, and the High Septon gently touched it, a gesture of acknowledgement. Then the older man nodded to the crowd, signifying a successful introduction. A herald stepped forward, calling for the formal recess of the audience. As the tension in the throne room relaxed, the High Septon gestured for one of his attendants to approach. "I have a letter for you, King Aegon," he said, using Jon's Targaryen name formally. "A letter from several septas who wish to remain in King's Landing to expand the orphan relief programs. They hope for your patronage." Jon accepted the sealed parchment. "I'll review it. We want to help the orphans, no matter their station. War has left too many children without parents." The High Septon dipped his head. "A truly righteous cause. I look forward to hearing your decision. For now, I will take my leave to settle in the city's great September, if I may." "Of course," Jon said. "You are welcome. We'll summon you for further discussion in due time." With another deep bow, the High Septon and his retinue departed, the warrior's sons forming a tight cordon around him. Once the great doors shut behind them, Tyrion breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "That went better than I expected." Jon frowned slightly. "Sins enough we all have, but let's hope that keeps the faith's more zealous elements in check. We don't need a repeat of the faith militant uprising." Brienne of Tarth approached, removing her white helm. "Your Grace, I've stationed extra guards around the Great September, just in case. We'll remain vigilant. The warrior sons are said to be loyal to the High Septon, but we can't predict what a radical might attempt." "Thank you, Sir Brienne," Jon said. "I trust your judgment." She nodded, stepping aside as Sam hurried forward with a look of curiosity. "Jon, do you want me to, Your Grace, that is, do you want me to research more about the faith's recent decrees or statements, so we're not caught off guard if they come to us with doctrine?" Jon considered. "Yes, Sam. Any forewarning helps. See what you can dig up from the archives. Maybe we can preempt any demands by showing them we're already taking moral concerns seriously, like continuing relief for the poor." Sam brightened. "Understood." Jon glanced around. The throne room was slowly emptying of onlookers, leaving only a few guards and stewards. Tyrion lingered at the base of the dais, scanning a parchment. Davos had stepped out for a moment, presumably to check on something else. Weariness tugged at Jon. Already the day felt long, though it was barely midday. He descended the dais, Ghost rising to follow. Tyrion looked up. "We've done the welcome, but the High Septon may want a private meeting soon. He's not the only pressing matter. The Sellswords in the Stormlands have grown bolder, according to the latest ravens. Some claim they've been hired by a certain Lord Cannington, who disputes Gendry Baratheon's claim to Storm's End." Jon's brow furrowed. "I've heard the name Cannington. Their house was once exiled or nearly destroyed during the reign of the Mad King. Are they seeking vengeance?" Tyrion shrugged. "Possibly. Or they might simply be an ambitious branch hoping to gain territory. Gendry wrote to us that he's handling it. But if the Sellswords keep expanding their presence, we might need to step in." Jon recalled how Gendry had always been straightforward, far more comfortable forging steel than politicking. "Send a message to Gendry. Offer him official royal backing. If he needs troops, we can dispatch a contingent from King's Landing. I don't want another petty war brewing." "Agreed," Tyrion said, making a note. "And regarding the city watch, we're short on men, but we can't leave the capital unguarded while we send reinforcements to the Stormlands." Jon glanced at Brienne. "Could we afford to send half a company from the Royal Guard? Or are we too thin?" She considered. "We might manage half a company, 50 men at most, but that leaves us weaker here if something flares. I'd recommend sending them only if Gendry explicitly asks." Jon's mouth set in a grim line. "Understood. We'll wait for his request." With that, they departed for the smaller council chamber, a more comfortable setting for extended discussion. Sam slipped away to begin his research on the faith. Jon, Tyrion, and Brienne continued to weigh the realm's problems, sorting through the never-ending tasks. The hours crawled by, filled with the shuffling of parchments, scribbling of notes, and the low murmur of voices in heated debate. When at last the sun dipped behind the city's walls, painting the sky in orange and red, Jon felt drained. Yet the day was not done. Servants had prepared a modest evening meal in the small dining hall. Tyrion and Davos joined Jon there, picking at roasted fowl and boiled potatoes while discussing strategies for dealing with the Iron Bank's envoy, due to arrive in 2 days' time. Brienne took her meal standing, remaining vigilant. Ghost prowled about, occasionally earning scraps of meat from sympathetic kitchen boys. Finally, as night fully claimed the sky, Jon excused himself. His temples throbbed. "I'll speak with you in the morning," he told Davos and Tyrion. "Let's get some rest while we can." They nodded wearily, and Jon retired to his chambers. He paused by a tall window overlooking the city. Flickering lamplights dotted the streets below, forming a faint, glowing web against the darkness. The people of King's Landing were still rebuilding, still scarred by dragonfire and war. But at least they had a king who cared, even if he felt in over his head half the time. Inside his bedchamber, warm candlelight revealed a basin of hot water prepared by a servant. Jon splashed his face, then sank onto a chair, removing his boots. Ghost curled up in a corner. The day's demands still buzzed in Jon's mind like a swarm of gnats he couldn't swat away. But he took a moment to breathe, to remember that each day's efforts were, in some small measure, protecting lives. He hoped it would be enough to hold the realm together. He fell asleep not long after that, lulled by exhaustion. Yet his dreams were restless. Fleeting images of Sansa in Winterfell, Gendry battling unknown foes in the Stormlands, dragons circling an empty sky. He saw a flash of Daenerys' face, lit by the red glow of dragonfire, and jolted awake in a cold sweat. Ghost lifted his head, concerned, and Jon soothed him with a whispered hush. The rest of the night passed in fitful starts, until dawn's gray light finally roused him to another day of rule. The next morning, the Red Keep bustled with new arrivals. Lord Royce from the Vale had come to pay respects and to request a lighter tax burden, claiming the Vale was still repairing certain strongholds. Jon arranged an audience for later. Meanwhile, Davos informed him that representatives from several free cities were in the harbor, seeking trade concessions in the aftermath of the war. Trade concessions? Jon echoed, swallowing a mouthful of bread. He ate a hasty breakfast in the Solar, scanning a daily summary of messages from across the kingdom. "I imagine they want reduced tariffs on certain goods?" Davos nodded, fiddling with a quill. "Yes, especially Lys and Pentos. They sense the realm is in need of coin, so they might offer you a short-term loan in exchange for lowered import fees." Jon grimaced, not trusting the greed of those city-states. "We can't undermine our local merchants. Let's propose a moderate reduction, but only if they bring something we need, like building materials or advanced knowledge. We can't simply roll over for them." Davos chuckled. "You're learning to negotiate like a king." Jon set the parchment aside. Trial by fire, it seems. Before they could delve deeper, a messenger arrived, breathless from sprinting through the corridors. "Lord Gendry's raven, your grace," the lad gasped, handing over a sealed letter. Jon took it, quickly scanning the words. Gendry's handwriting was large and straightforward, reflecting the man's direct nature. The letter reported that the Sellswords, brazen boars, were indeed amassing near a remote fortress in the Stormlands, joined by local malcontents. Gendry's own men had clashed with them once, but the Sellswords retreated, only to pop up elsewhere. Gendry suspected they were testing Storm's End's defenses. He requested a small force from the crown to help quell the threat before it spiraled into open rebellion. Jon rubbed his jaw. He needs help. The Sellswords are emboldening some minor lords, possibly Cannington. If we let this go on, it might turn into a real insurgency. Davos eyed him warily. "We have men, but not many to spare." Jon's thoughts swirled. He recalled Sansa's words about proving his worth to the realm. If the crown failed to protect Storm's End, home of House Baratheon's chosen heir. What would that signal? We'll send 50 men as we discussed. That might be enough to tip the scales. We can't stand idle. Davos rose. I'll make the arrangements. But who will lead them? Jon considered for a moment. I would go myself, but the city needs a king present right now, especially with the Iron Bank envoy arriving soon. And with the faith here. He paused, glancing at Davos. Would you lead them? Your strategic sense would be invaluable. And Gendry trusts you. Davos pursed his lips. I'm honored you trust me, but you might be better served with someone more martial in command. Ser Brienne, perhaps, or another seasoned knight? Jon nodded. Brienne would be an excellent choice, but she leads the Kingsguard here. I'd prefer she stay near me in case trouble stirs in the capital. Let's see. He drummed his fingers on the table. Ser Darien Fell is a Stormlander by birth, sworn to me now. He's proven loyal and skilled in battle. If we send him along with you, that might reassure Gendry. The men will respect him as a local, and you can provide the coordination. Could that work? A thoughtful smile crossed Davos's face. It might at that. Fine, I'll go. I'll leave you Tyrion and Brienne to handle matters here. We'll move quickly to the Stormlands, link with Gendry, and put down these boars. Jon exhaled, relieved. Thank you, Davos. Try to end it swiftly, with minimal bloodshed if possible. Davos gave a grim nod. I'll do my best. They worked out the details, selecting 50 skilled fighters, ensuring their arms and rations were sufficient, and charting a quick route to Storm's End. By midday, Davos left to brief Ser Darien Fell and gather the men. Before he departed, Jon met him in the Red Keep's courtyard, where horses were being saddled and wagons loaded. Davos wore a simple leather jerkin under a cloak of mottled gray, marking him as a royal envoy but not flaunting lavish wealth. He had a weathered dignity that inspired trust. Jon clasped Davos's forearm. Travel safely, my friend. Give Gendry my greetings. If you need more men, send word, though I'm not sure how many more we can spare. Davos smiled, that warm paternal expression Jon found comforting. Don't worry too much, Your Grace. We've faced worse, you and I. The Night King himself, remember? A faint grin tugged Jon's lips. That we did. They parted, and Jon stood by as Davos and his column trotted out through the gates, banners fluttering in the crisp wind. Ghost watched them go with a low whine, ears perked. Jon turned away eventually, returning to the labyrinth of duties that awaited him inside the keep. That afternoon, Lord Royce of the Vale arrived for his scheduled audience. Jon met him in the smaller, more intimate reception chamber instead of the grand throne room. Royce was as stony-faced as ever, his imposing figure clad in dark furs, a bronze falcon sigil pinned at his shoulder. He inclined his head in a stiff bow. Your Grace. Jon motioned for him to sit near the fireplace. Welcome, Lord Royce. We've heard the Vale is stable under Lady Sansa's guidance. I trust all is well. Royce, never one for idle pleasantries, answered directly. The Vale stands firm, but repairs to certain fortresses, particularly on the Bloody Gate, are costly. We humbly request a temporary reduction in the taxes levied on our trade through Gulltown, so we can redirect funds to strengthening our defenses. Jon had expected as much. The Bloody Gate was the Vale's main defense against invasion, perched at the narrow approach between mountains. He nodded. I understand your need, Lord Royce, but we must also maintain the Crown's revenue to rebuild the capital and support other regions in crisis. Perhaps we can compromise. A partial reduction for 2 years, then a gradual return to normal levels. Royce's lips pressed together thoughtfully. Half measure, then. It may suffice, provided we can ensure the Vale's merchants remain competitive. Tyrion, seated to one side, spoke up. If the Vale invests in strengthening the Bloody Gate and roads, trade might increase in the long run. Increased commerce could offset any tax breaks. Let's formalize an arrangement. The Vale invests in certain improvements, and in return we reduce taxes for 2 years. After that, the tax rate reverts, unless we mutually agree otherwise. That way, the Crown sees a benefit from your improvements. Royce considered. his heavy brow knitted in thought. That could be acceptable. I'll need to confirm some details with Lady Sansa, but we're open to an agreement that fosters trade without leaving us too weak financially. Jon's heart stirred at the mention of Sansa. He hadn't seen her in months, though letters passed between them. Please convey my regards to Lady Sansa. I rely on her counsel for the North and the Vale. We want both regions to prosper without draining the crown or leaving your defenses vulnerable. Royce nodded, a hint of respect in his gaze. I shall do so, Your Grace. She speaks well of you, though she worries about the burdens you face. Jon forced a faint smile. She knows me too well. Then he refocused. We'll draft the terms. Tyrion can see to the details. Anything else on your mind, Lord Royce? Royce shifted, a flicker of unease in his gray eyes. Just one matter. Rumors in the Vale that some discontented knights think a Targaryen on the throne might be unnatural. They recall the Mad King, the dragons. They question your claim. Jon sighed inwardly, always the doubts about his blood. Thank you for sharing this. If they have legitimate grievances, let them bring them forth openly. I am half Stark, and the Vale has a history of loyalty to House Stark. We should not be enemies. Remind them that I fought to save all of Westeros from the White Walkers. My aim is peace, not conquest. Royce tapped a finger on the arm of the chair. Understood. I believe most knights in the Vale remain loyal, but we'll watch for sedition. Jon inclined his head. Good. If anything stirs, inform me or Lady Sansa. We can't let isolated rumors fester into a threat. They wrapped up with a formal handshake and a promise to finalize the tax arrangement soon. Royce departed, leaving Jon to mull over the constant refrain he kept hearing. Targaryen madness, Daenerys' destruction, the fear that dragons might again bathe the land in fire. He wanted to prove them wrong, to be a different kind of Targaryen, yet the name itself seemed to carry an inescapable shadow. Tyrion laid a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder as Lord Royce vanished down the corridor. You're doing well. They'll see that in time. Jon breathed out. I hope so. As dusk approached, the daily swirl of tasks finally receded. Jon found himself alone in the Godswood, or what passed for a Godswood in King's Landing, an enclosed garden with a single weirwood sapling transplanted years ago. Its trunk was thin, its bark pale, and its red leaves rustled softly in the cool breeze. He stood before it, remembering the ancient heart tree at Winterfell, the face carved into living wood, the comforting hush of the old gods. This was a poor substitute, but it was all he had in the capital. He knelt on the grass, ignoring the damp that seeped through his breeches. Ghost sat beside him, quiet. Jon closed his eyes, letting himself recall simpler times. Standing in Winterfell's courtyard, learning to shoot a bow with Robb and Theon, teasing Arya about her needlework. The ache of nostalgia pressed heavily on his chest. So much had changed since those days. A gentle voice broke the silence. It's a lovely spot, even if it's not much of a weirwood compared to the north. Jon glanced up to see Sam Tarly approaching, hands folded in his robes. He offered a small smile and rose to his feet. Indeed, but at least it's here, a reminder of home. Sam nodded, stepping closer to the tree. I used to come here with Gilly sometimes, just to find a bit of peace. The hustle of the city can be overwhelming. Jon studied him. How are they, Gilly and the babe? Sam brightened. They're well. They're living in a small house near the Red Keep. Gilly helps with the orphans' kitchens, and little Sam is growing like a weed. One of the Septas taught him his letters, even at this young age. He chuckled fondly. A pang of envy shot through Jon. He wondered what it might be like to have that kind of domestic warmth, a simple life free of crowns. He shook the thought off. I'm glad. You deserve that happiness. Sam turned serious. I came to let you know I've been reading the faith's latest edicts. The High Septon wants to strengthen moral laws, restrictions on certain forms of entertainment, punishments for adultery, things like that. He might ask you to endorse such measures. Jon frowned. That could stir up trouble in the city. People want relief, not stricter rules. Sam shrugged. Some might welcome it, thinking it will restore order. But it could also drive others to resentment. Jon sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I'll need to tread carefully. If the faith demands too much, we risk open conflict. But if we reject everything, we risk losing their support entirely. Sam pursed his lips. You're caught between extremes. Yes, Jon agreed softly, turning to gaze at the weirwood sapling again. I sometimes wonder how Ned Stark would handle this. He always had a moral code, but he never forced it on others. He led by example. Sam placed a comforting hand on Jon's arm. Maybe that's the key. Show the High Septon you share his concern for virtue, but also show him that imposing too many harsh rules only sparks unrest. A measured approach. Jon closed his eyes. I measured, like everything else in this realm. They stood there a while longer, letting the hush of the garden calm their minds. Eventually, Sam excused himself to return to his studies. Jon lingered. Soft lamplight from the Red Keep's windows glowed against the night sky. Ghost sniffed around the base of the sapling, then padded back to Jon's side. Jon knelt again, pressing a palm to the cold ground. He wondered if the old gods could truly sense him here, so far from the north. Or perhaps the gods were in men's hearts, if anywhere at all. Father, he whispered, thinking of Ned. Give me strength. Show me how to rule without losing myself. Only silence answered, but somehow he felt a small measure of solace. He rose, making his way back inside, determined to face the next trials with as much grace as he could muster. On the second day after Davos's departure, the Iron Bank's envoy arrived. A richly dressed Braavosi banker named Ormoro Tush stood before Jon in a private meeting, wearing dark velvets and a smug expression. He inclined his head politely. Your Grace, the Iron Bank extends its greetings and hopes this meeting will foster continued cooperation. Jon studied him from behind a wooden table in the solar, Brienne and Tyrion present as witnesses. Welcome, Master Tysh. We appreciate the Iron Bank's patience while the realm recovers. We wish to repay our debts, but we need more time. Tysh's smile was thin. Time is money, as they say. The debts are substantial, accumulated through wars and coronations. The Iron Bank supported the Baratheon regime, then the Lannisters, and now, by extension, your reign if you assume these liabilities. Tyrion cleared his throat. We propose an extension of 5 years before full repayment begins. In return, we offer partial interest payments each year, guaranteed by revenue from the Crownlands and select trade tariffs. This plan ensures the bank ultimately receives more coin, while giving us breathing room to rebuild the realm's productivity. Tysh leaned back, tapping his chin. An interesting proposal, but is the crown stable enough to guarantee these partial payments? The past few years have seen multiple regime changes, each defaulting on or renegotiating debts. The Iron Bank must consider its risk. Jon's tone remained level. I understand your caution, but we have no intention of defaulting. Stabilizing the realm benefits us both. If Westeros recovers, trade and taxes increase, which means more funds to repay the bank. You'd also be recognized as a crucial partner in our rebuilding. Tysh studied Jon with calculating eyes. There is another possibility. The Iron Bank invests further in your reconstruction efforts, providing additional loans to stimulate growth. In return, we'd require certain privileges, reduced tariffs on Braavosi goods, an exclusive right to establish branches in major cities, perhaps a stake in the mines of the Westerlands. Jon's jaw tightened. You want direct control over Westerosi resources? Tysh offered a mild shrug. Control is a strong word. Think of it as an investment partnership. The more the bank invests, the more we stand to lose if the realm falls into chaos. We have a vested interest in your stability. Tyrion raised a hand. We must be careful, Your Grace. Giving the bank too large a share in the Westerlands mines could cause resentment among local lords, especially House Lannister loyalists. It might also set a precedent that foreign powers can buy Westerosi resources. We must weigh that risk. Jon nodded. I won't sell our sovereignty. We're open to moderate trade privileges, but not to surrendering control of our minds or letting the bank overshadow local commerce. Twsh's smile faltered slightly. A pity. Yet I understand your position. Perhaps we can negotiate a narrower form of partnership. A handful of smaller privileges in certain ports, or guaranteed representation in tax audits to ensure the Crown's honesty. We might settle on an interest rate that reflects a moderate level of risk, offset by these concessions. Jon glanced at Tyrion, who pursed his lips and gave a subtle shrug. This was a dance of give and take. We can discuss specific terms, Jon answered. But first, let's secure the extension on existing debts. We'll pay partial interest each year and begin principal repayment in 5. That's our baseline. Tsh dipped his head. I will present your proposal to the directors in Bravos. Meanwhile, let's outline potential privileges the Crown is willing to grant. They spent the next hour hashing out details. Tyrion proved adept at the nuances, skillfully steering Tsh away from the most predatory terms. Brienne stood silently, watchful for any sign of intimidation or trickery. Jon offered occasional clarifications, ensuring that while the bank might gain some commercial footholds, it wouldn't gain direct control over Westerosi resources. By the end, they had a tentative arrangement to send to Bravos for approval. Tsh concluded with a polite bow. We shall see if the directors find these terms acceptable, Your Grace. I anticipate further discussion, but this is a promising start. The Iron Bank thanks you for your time. Jon inclined his head. Safe travels, Master Tsh. Keep us informed. After the banker departed, Tyrion loosened the collar of his doublet and let out a long breath. Well, that could have been worse. We avoided giving them everything, but we had to concede a few trade advantages. Jon pressed his palms against the table. Necessary compromises, I suppose. Let's hope Bravos sees sense. We can't fight a war on every front, especially not financially. Brienne nodded in agreement. If they accept, we'll have enough stability to continue rebuilding. Tyrion gathered the parchments. I'll finalize the documents and send them by Raven. In the meantime, let's hope the Cell's words in the Stormlands don't escalate before Davos can handle it. Jon's thoughts drifted to Davos, Gendry, and the possibility of open conflict in the Stormlands. We can only wait. Pray that they end it quickly. Days slid into weeks. Jon juggled the demands of the High Septon, who politely urged stricter moral guidelines, and the frustrations of local lords, who worried that too many restrictions would stifle commerce and personal freedoms. Jon managed a compromise. He sponsored expansions to the orphanages and charitable work, but refused to endorse the harsh punishments for moral crimes that the faith proposed. The High Septon seemed disappointed yet not hostile, content for now that the Crown supported at least some of the faith's charitable causes. Meanwhile, the plan for relocating refugees to the Reach took shape. A few hundred families agreed to resettle, lured by the promise of farmland and a fresh start. Tyrion coordinated with the Master of Coin to fund the caravan. Sam worked closely with the Citadel to provide instructions on crop rotation, irrigation, and pest control, distributing simple pamphlets that local maesters could read to illiterate smallfolk. Periodic ravens arrived from Davos, detailing how he and Gendry had cornered the Brazen Boars in a ruined castle near the Stormlands coast. A few skirmishes took place with minimal losses on Davos's side. The Cell's words, apparently supported by lesser houses loyal to the rumored Lord Connington, continued to resist but were weakening. Davos sounded cautiously optimistic that they could subdue the rebels without a full-scale battle. Jon found these bits of hopeful news a welcome respite from the daily grind in King's Landing. He developed a routine of meeting with Tyrion and Sam in the mornings, hearing petitions midday, and conferring with Brienne about security concerns in the evenings. The city slowly progressed. Reconstruction advanced in the poorest districts, the Watch patrolled vigilantly against bandits, and artisans resumed their crafts. Whispers of Daenerys's final assault still lingered in the population's memory, but fewer wore expressions of raw terror when looking at the Red Keep. Some even nodded respectfully at Jon when he passed, murmuring, "The king in the south, he seems fair." Then, one early evening, As Jon was finishing a private dinner of roasted pheasant and boiled turnips, a messenger rushed in. "Your Grace, an urgent raven from Storm's End." Jon set down his knife and glanced at the parchment, heart pounding. Ghost stirred at his feet. Tyrion and Sam, who had been dining with him, leaned forward. Jon broke the seal and read in a hushed voice, "Your Grace, victory at last. We cornered the Sellswords, forced them to surrender. Lord Cannington fled, but we believe he's left the Stormlands. Minimal casualties on our side. Gendry is consolidating the region. We will return to King's Landing soon. Davos Seaworth." Jon's relief was palpable. They've succeeded. The threat in the Stormlands is neutralized. Lord Cannington escaped, though. Tyrion rubbed his chin. Cannington might reappear elsewhere, but for now the Stormlands remain loyal to Gendry. Good news indeed. Sam grinned. Davos is remarkable, isn't he? No wonder Stannis valued his counsel so highly. Jon felt tension drain from his shoulders. We owe him much. I'll be glad to see him back. A sense of satisfaction filled the hall. For once, a crisis had been resolved without spiraling into a greater war. Jon took a long draught of watered wine, letting the victory buoy his spirits. "Let's prepare a proper welcome for them," he told Tyrion. "They deserve it, and Gendry could use some recognition from the crown. Show the Stormlords we stand united." Tyrion nodded. "We'll arrange a small ceremony in the throne room when they arrive." With that, the day ended on a hopeful note. As Jon stepped out onto a balcony overlooking the city, the sky turned dark, the stars flickering above. A gentle breeze carried the scent of the Blackwater Bay. He thought of how close the realm had come to shattering again, how fragile peace truly was. But this time they'd handled it by trust, by alliance, by measured strength. He glanced at Ghost, who gazed back with glowing red eyes. "We keep going," Jon murmured, as though the direwolf might understand. "One step at a time." Ghost tilted his head, ears flicking. Perhaps he did understand. Jon turned, heading inside. There were still letters to write, plans to finalize, but tonight at least he would go about them with a lighter heart. The realm was not free of troubles, but it was one step closer to unity. And for a man who had never wanted the crown, that was reason enough to keep forging onward. The day Davos and Gendry returned dawned bright and clear, with a crisp wind from the bay. Jon waited in the courtyard of the Red Keep, accompanied by Tyrion, Sam, and a small honor guard. The city watch and the crowds parted to let Davos's party ride in. The moment Jon spotted Davos's gray beard and Gendry's broad shoulders, relief and pride stirred within him. Davos dismounted first, bowing briefly before Jon. "Your Grace," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "We've come back in one piece." Jon clasped his arm warmly. "Well done, Ser Davos." He then turned to Gendry. "And you, Lord Baratheon. The Stormlands owe you a debt." Gendry looked slightly embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I only did what needed doing, Your Grace. Couldn't let Sellswords run amok." Jon smiled. "Nevertheless, you succeeded." His gaze wandered over Gendry's men, battered but triumphant. "Let's move to the throne room. I'd like to acknowledge your efforts in a formal capacity." Tyrion directed the men to stable their horses and refresh themselves, while Gendry and Davos followed Jon into the keep. Ghost trotted behind, sniffing at the scents of the returning knights. In the throne room, a modest crowd of courtiers had assembled, curious to see the aftermath of the Stormlands campaign. Jon ascended the dais, standing before the Iron Throne. His voice carried in the vaulted chamber. "Lords and ladies of the court, we welcome back Ser Davos Seaworth and Lord Gendry Baratheon, who have preserved the peace of the Stormlands." Murmurs of approval fluttered through the hall. Jon beckoned them forward. Davos bowed with humble grace, while Gendry stepped up, head held high, though his cheeks reddened at the attention. Jon continued, "The brazen boars were defeated, the conspiracy scattered. In recognition of this, let all know that House Baratheon stands firm under the crown, and Ser Davos's service to the realm remains invaluable." A smattering of applause followed. Gendry took a step back, letting Davos receive some accolades first. Then Jon turned to Gendry. Lord Gendry, your father once held Storm's End and the Stormlands through right of conquest. You hold it now through right of service to the realm. May you rule justly and faithfully. Gendry bowed his head. Thank you, your grace. I will. Jon nodded. We also recognize the men who fought alongside you. Their bravery kept the peace. They'll be rewarded according to the crown's means. Another wave of respectful applause. Davos and Gendry both expressed gratitude, then stepped aside. Jon ended the brief ceremony, gesturing for everyone to disperse. Behind the scenes, servants hurried forward to offer the returning knights food, drink, and a place to rest. Tyrion lingered, presumably to discuss the next steps with Davos about returning troops to the capital's guard. As the throng dispersed, Gendry approached Jon at the dais, arms folded. Your grace, if I may, there's something else. Word reached me that some Stormlords questioned your claim because of your Targaryen blood. They said the Stormlands remember Dragonfire. But I argued that you're also part Stark, and I reminded them of the White Walker threat you helped defeat. That quieted most of them. Jon gave a tired nod. It's an old refrain. I appreciate your support. Gendry hesitated. I owe you much. You gave me Storm's End in good faith. I want you to know the Stormlands remain loyal. Connington was an exception, and he's run off. My men will hunt him if he dares return. Jon managed a small smile. That's good to hear. We're all trying to mend the wounds left by the wars and the dragons. The 7 kingdoms must stand as one. Gendry set his jaw firmly. We will. If you ever need me, just send word. They clasped forearms in a gesture of solidarity. Behind them, Tyrion and Davos exchanged approving looks, noting the growing bond between the two men who had once been bastards on the fringes of power, now a king and a lord, shaping Westeros's fate. Later that evening, Jon invited Gendry, Davos, Tyrion, Brienne, and Sam to a private dinner in the Solar, a more casual affair. They gathered around a sturdy wooden table laden with roast boar, stewed vegetables, and warm bread. Candlelight danced across the walls, casting flickering shadows. Over goblets of wine and tankards of ale, Gendry recounted the final days of the campaign, how they cornered the brazen boars in a crumbling fortress, while Davos orchestrated a blockade at the only approach. We thought we might have to storm the place, Gendry said, biting into a piece of bread. But once they realized they were trapped, half of them deserted in the night. The rest gave up by morning. Davos sipped his ale. We offered them a chance to lay down arms and leave Westeros. Some did. The truly stubborn ones were taken prisoner. Brienne listened intently, resting a forearm on the table. What of Lord Connington? Gendry scowled. Vanished. Some say he fled across the narrow sea. Others think he may try to stir trouble in Dorne. He's cunning. I'll give him that. Jon frowned. We can't ignore him. I'll have ravens sent to Dorne, asking them to watch for Connington. Prince Cairn Martell might keep an eye out. We don't need more rogues stirring trouble. Tyrion bobbed his head. Yes, best to stay vigilant. Sam dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. The good news is that the Stormlands are stable again. That's one less fire to put out. Jon allowed a grin to surface. I'm grateful for that. How about you, Gendry? Any plans now that you've returned? Gendry shrugged, taking a gulp of ale. I'll head back to Storm's End soon. Check on the smithies, make sure the fortress is repaired. Maybe try forging a few special blades. I still like to keep my hand in, now and then. Davos chuckled. He can't help himself. Give him a hammer, and he's happy. Jon smiled, remembering when Gendry rode him away from Eastwatch by the sea, and how he'd hammered steel in the forge at Winterfell. Glad you haven't lost that spirit. As the night deepened, they spoke of many things. Past battles, old friends, future hopes. It felt almost like camaraderie around the Night's Watch fire, except the burdens of crowns and titles weighed on them all. Still, for a few hours, they shared laughter and stories, bridging differences with the warmth of companionship. Eventually, Brienne stood, insisting she must check on the night security rounds. Gendry excused himself to rest before departing in the morning. Sam left to return to Gilly and Little Sam. Davos and Tyrion lingered with Jon a while longer, sipping the last of the wine. Tyrion eyed Jon curiously. "You seem lighter tonight, Your Grace. More at ease than I've seen in some time." Jon traced a bead of condensation on his goblet. "It's good to have a victory without heavy casualties, to see that we can solve problems without burning cities or slaughtering armies." Davos nodded solemnly. "That is the kind of rule we all hoped for." Jon set down the cup, recalling how different it had been under Daenerys's final days. "Let's keep working for it, then. The realm is still fragile, but we're making progress. Step by step." They parted not long after, each retreating to their chambers. As Jon walked the quiet corridors to his room, he reflected on how far he'd come. From the boy in Winterfell who knew nothing of politics, to the black-clad commander beyond the wall, to the reluctant king in King's Landing. He found Ghost waiting in his room, curled by the hearth. The direwolf stirred, blinking. Jon knelt beside him, hand sinking into the thick white fur. "We'll protect them," Jon murmured. "All of them." Ghost's ears twitched, as though in agreement. And in the dim glow of the fire, Jon felt a strange, cautious hope that the dream of peace might finally be within reach. 2 days later, news arrived from the Reach. The first group of refugees had reached Lord Oakheart's lands. Early reports suggested cautious optimism. Fields were being cleared, new homes constructed from old timbers, and the local peasants seemed grateful for the help. Though many obstacles remained, it was a start. Tyrion read the missive aloud to Jon, Sam, and a few small council members. "Lord Oakhart says they'll need more seeds before next planting season, but the initial reception is positive." Jon exhaled with satisfaction. "At least some good is coming from our efforts. Let's ensure they get those seeds. The harvest might still be sparse this year, but next year could be better." A Master of Coin official pointed out that finances were tight, but Tyrion overruled any reluctance. This was a critical investment in the realm's future. The official grumbled, but recorded the directive. In the midst of these improving tidings, a raven from the north arrived for Jon. The seal bore the direwolf of House Stark. Jon recognized Sansa's handwriting at once, and his heart quickened. He opened the letter privately, stepping aside. "Jon, I hope this letter finds you well. The north endures, though the winter snows have lingered longer than expected. Arya roams again. She left Winterfell to explore the western coasts, promising to return soon. Bran remains mysterious as ever, though he offers reassurance that our family stands strong. As for me, I handle the daily trials of ruling, yet I miss our family's closeness. I've heard word of your successes in the Stormlands and the progress in the Reach. I am proud, Jon. Father would be proud, too. You've become the leader Westeros needs, even if you never wanted it. If you find the time, I invite you to visit Winterfell. Our halls would warm at your presence, and the people of the north might welcome the sight of a king who remembers his roots. But I know your duties may keep you. Write when you can, and remember you always have a home here. Sansa." Reading her words, Jon felt a pang of longing for the stony halls of Winterfell and the snow-kissed forests. The memory of the heart tree's quiet presence filled his mind. Yet King's Landing needed him. Countless tasks awaited every day. Could he afford a journey north? He sighed, folding the parchment carefully. Maybe soon, if the realm remained stable. If loomed large. Still, Sansa's letter offered reassurance, reminding him he wasn't alone in all this. His family was out there, connected by unbreakable bonds. He penned a swift reply, expressing gratitude for her support and longing to see Winterfell again. He promised to come when circumstances allowed, though he couldn't say when. Sealing the letter, he handed it to a royal messenger for immediate dispatch. Then he returned to the swirl of responsibilities that formed his every waking hour. Within a week, the High Septon requested another audience. Jon obliged, meeting him in a small sept in the Red Keep, away from the pomp of the throne room. The High Septon arrived in pristine white robes, accompanied by fewer warriors' sons than before, perhaps indicating some measure of trust. Jon greeted him politely. "Hi, Septon. How can we assist you today?" The tall, gaunt man inclined his head. "Your Grace, I've spoken with septas and septons across the city. We remain grateful for your support of the orphanages. However, certain sins fester in the lower districts. Prostitution, gambling, drunkenness." Jon mentally braced himself. "I share your concern for moral well-being, but we also must consider the city's realities. People who've lost everything sometimes turn to desperate measures. Banning or criminalizing them outright might drive them deeper into lawlessness." The High Septon's eyes hardened. "Yet the faith cannot stand idle. What if we propose an official licensing system? All establishments of ill repute must register, pay a tax, and follow certain guidelines. No forced labor, no exploitation. If they violate these rules, the City Watch shuts them down, and the faith condemns them publicly." Jon blinked, surprised. He'd expected a demand for outright closure. "That might be more workable. We can ensure no one is abused. The city might gain some revenue as well. Are you certain you want to license these places, rather than close them?" A faint sigh escaped the High Septon's lips. "Ideally, I'd see them abolished, but I've learned from history. A king who tries to ban them entirely often faces riots or black market exploitation. Perhaps a compromise can at least mitigate the harm." Jon offered a thin smile. "I appreciate your pragmatism. Let's discuss the details with the City Watch. We must enforce it fairly so it doesn't become a tool for corruption. The Watch or unscrupulous officials could exploit the system." "Agreed," the High Septon said, his tone softening. "If done well, we can reduce the harm and guide lost souls toward better paths." They talked for a time, drafting an outline. Jon realized this was a prime example of how different factions could find common ground if both sides gave a little. By the end, the High Septon blessed Jon's reign once more and departed, seemingly content that the crown would at least partly align with the faith's moral directives. Tyrion, who'd quietly observed, let out a low whistle once the High Septon left. A licensing system for brothels. That's not the most conventional approach, but it might do more good than draconian bans. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. "Yes, let's ensure the City Watch handles it properly, or we'll just create more corruption. But if it spares innocents from abuse, it's worth trying." Tyrion grinned wryly. "Maybe I'll volunteer to inspect them personally, for the good of the realm." Jon shot him a mild glare, but a ghost of a laugh escaped. "You do that, Lord Hand. Just keep it above board." Summer was nearing its end. The realm was slowly stitching itself together, piece by piece. The refugees settled in the Reach, the Sellsword threat in the Stormlands was quelled. The Vale found compromise on taxes, and the Faith found partial satisfaction in moral reforms. The Iron Bank negotiations continued by Raven, with Master Tysh sending polite queries about extra privileges. Tyrion handled those, carefully paring down the bank's demands to something politically palatable. Jon remained a steady presence in King's Landing, hearing endless petitions, mediating disputes, and planning for winter relief in case the season turned harsh again. He wrote letters to Sansa, updating her on the realm's progress. Sometimes Arya sent a note from somewhere in Westeros, always brief and cryptic, but enough to say she still watched over her family from the shadows. Bran sent no letters at all. Jon suspected the new three-eyed raven had little concern for parchment and ink, seeing events unfold in ways mere mortals could not. One evening, after an especially long day, Jon decided to walk the city streets in disguise. He'd done it a few times before, pulling a hooded cloak over his head, leaving behind the royal retinue, taking only Ghost and perhaps one guard at a distance. This time, he chose Ser Hyle, a quiet but capable knight, to accompany him inconspicuously. They slipped out through a postern gate near the stables, Ghost trotting calmly at Jon's side. The city at dusk was a tapestry of flickering lanterns and raucous voices from taverns, punctuated by the smell of roasting meats, sewage, and stale ale. Jon wanted to see how the people fared without the filter of court formality. He passed shops rebuilding from rubble, their shutters freshly painted. Street performers juggled torches for small coin. Children scampered in alleyways, and watch patrols roamed with cautious eyes. Now and then, passers-by glanced at Jon's hulking white direwolf but didn't recognize him as the king beneath his hood. A few whispered or pointed, but most gave them a wide berth. Ghost's presence alone discouraged trouble. Jon paused at a bakery stall, inhaling the aroma of fresh bread. An older woman sold small loaves for a copper each. Jon rummaged a coin from his pouch, handing it over. As she passed him the loaf, she noticed the direwolf more closely and frowned. "A fine beast. You're not from around here, are you?" Jon lifted the hood slightly, meeting her eyes. "From the north, ma'am," he said quietly. She nodded, her gaze lingering. "Don't see many direwolves in the city. You guard him well." Then she turned to the next customer. Jon tore off a piece of bread, chewing thoughtfully. The crust was crisp, the inside warm. Simple, hearty sustenance. He found a step to sit on, letting Ghost rest at his feet, while Ser Hyle stood a short distance away, scanning the crowd for threats. Not far, a group of laborers were chatting, sipping cheap ale. They spoke of the new laws, complaining about taxes but grudgingly admitting the roads were safer. One said, "At least this new king doesn't burn us alive. That queen with the dragon nearly roasted me cousin." Another grunted, "Aye, that was a right horror. Heard this King Aegon is half Stark. Maybe that's why he ain't so keen on fire." The third laughed, "Give me a Stark any day. They might be stiff as boards, but they don't kill folks for fun." Jon's cheeks warmed. He felt a twinge of guilt recalling Daenerys, the hopes they'd shared for a better world, undone by her fury in King's Landing. But these men's words also offered a faint note of reassurance. They saw him as more Stark than Targaryen, and that brought them relief. He fed Ghost another morsel of bread, stroking the direwolf's thick fur. "We're getting there," he murmured half to himself. "We're getting there." It was a small moment, but it carried more meaning than any formal audience. Here, among the common folk, he sensed a cautious acceptance of his reign. It wasn't adoration, but it wasn't fear either. Perhaps that was the best a king could hope for, respect earned quietly over time. After finishing the bread, Jon rose. He and Ser Hyle meandered through a few more streets, occasionally stepping aside for passing carts. They crossed a small plaza where a well stood, women drawing water in wooden buckets. The conversation drifted around them. Talk of repairs, of family, of upcoming harvest festivals. He detected no seditious rumblings, no calls for rebellion. Tired, yes, but hopeful. By the time they returned to the Red Keep, the moon was high. Jon parted from Ser Hyle at the gate, heading inside with Ghost. The corridors were hushed, torches guttering low. In his chambers, he removed the cloak and flopped onto a wooden chair, letting out a long breath. "Ghost," he said softly, meeting the direwolf's scarlet gaze. "We might just manage this. We might actually make it work." Ghost thumped his tail once, a quiet affirmation. Jon allowed himself a moment of peace. Tomorrow, he knew the duties would resume, but tonight, he felt the faint stirring of contentment in his chest, as if the darkness that once plagued him had receded just enough to let the light in. He slept soundly, dreaming of Winterfell's courtyard bathed in gentle snow, hearing the distant echo of his siblings' laughter, reminders of what he fought to preserve. Weeks melted into months, each day a fresh round of challenges, negotiations, and decisions. The tasks never ended, deliberations over trade pacts, minor disputes among lords, the city's ongoing reconstruction, the faith's moral campaigns, and so on. Yet through it all, Jon maintained a steady course. Tyrion, Brienne, Sam, Davos now returned from the Stormlands, and even Gendry at times formed a trusted circle who helped shoulder the burden. The realm, battered and weary, slowly healed under this careful stewardship. Roads were secured, trade lanes reopened, crops planted in ravaged fields. The Iron Bank negotiations yielded a final arrangement, a 5-year extension on the debt, partial yearly payments, and modest privileges for Braavosi merchants in King's Landing. Not an ideal solution, but one that preserved the crown's independence. The High Septon's push for moral reforms slowed after the licensing system took root. Some of the city's vices remained, but exploitation lessened, and the Faith took pride in having the crown's cooperation, enough that they didn't push for more extreme measures. Dorne, while distant, sent the occasional emissary. Prince Cailin Martell was cautious, but open to trade and uneasy alliance. The Iron Islands, under Yara Greyjoy, saw sporadic squabbles among rebel captains, but none dared openly defy the crown after Harlan Pike's defeat at Bear Island. The North endured, with Sansa Stark ensuring stability while Arya roamed the wild roads. One autumn morning, as leaves turned golden in the Crownlands, Jon stood at the walls of the Red Keep, gazing toward the busy harbor. Ships bearing grain, timber, and goods from the Reach, the Westerlands, and even Essos bustled in the bay. Rebuilding soared all around the city. The sunlight glinted off newly tiled rooftops where the scars of dragonfire had been patched over. A deep sense of accomplishment and relief filled him. Tyrion joined him at the parapet, leaning on the stone. "Look at that," the hand of the king said quietly. "A city not quite in ruins anymore. A realm not quite at war anymore. Progress." Jon nodded, the breeze ruffling his dark hair. "That's all I ever wanted, for people to live without fear. The cost has been high, but it's worth it if this peace lasts." Tyrion pursed his lips. "You've done well, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, whatever name you prefer. Better than many who were born into kingship." Jon turned, meeting Tyrion's gaze. "I had good teachers, and good friends. I couldn't have done this alone." A small smile tugged at Tyrion's lips. "For a man who never wanted to be king, you've become a rather good one." Jon glanced back at the harbor, eyes distant. Maybe that's the secret, never wanting it in the first place. They shared a companionable silence, the wind carrying the distant calls of seagulls. Far below, the city streets teemed with life. Once, Jon might have felt suffocated by the throne's demands. But time and perseverance had forged him into something more, someone capable of steady leadership. He still felt the weight of every choice, every life depending on him, but he no longer buckled beneath it. At length, Tyrion cleared his throat. "We've had word from Winterfell. Sansa invites you for a visit before the snows deepen too much. I know you've been putting it off, waiting for the realm to stabilize. Perhaps now's the time." Jon inhaled the crisp air. "Yes, I think so. The realm can manage a short while without me. Tyrion, you'll watch over King's Landing." Tyrion placed a hand over his heart in mock solemnity. "With the greatest care. We'll not let it burn down, I promise." Jon smiled. "Then I'll go. It's time I saw Winterfell again." And so, with the dawn of a new day on the horizon, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, King of Westeros, prepared to journey north, confident that the realm he had helped restore would hold together in his absence. He had claimed the Iron Throne as a Targaryen, but he ruled with the honor of a Stark. In that balance, Westeros found its fragile peace. And perhaps, just perhaps, the wheel that once crushed the common folk was beginning to turn more gently, allowing hope to flourish where dragons and war had once reigned supreme. Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, King of Westeros, moved through the Red Keep's courtyard with a sense of mingled anticipation and trepidation. Days of planning had led to this moment. His departure for the north, an extended journey back to Winterfell for the first time since fully claiming the Iron Throne. Under a high, pale autumn sun, household servants bustled around wagons and horses, strapping down supplies and checking the girth on saddles. Squires darted about in a mild panic, ensuring every strap and buckle was accounted for. Ghost, pale and watchful, prowled at Jon's heel, silent as a shadow. Jon wore a warm cloak of black wool over his riding leathers, the edges trimmed in silver thread. Though he intended to keep his retinue modest, he could not travel as anonymously as he once had. The king's standard, the direwolf and dragon sigils combined, flew from the lead wagon. Still, he tried to avoid pomp. Fewer than 50 men would accompany him, primarily a mix of trusted knights and guards, plus a handful of servants. Brienne of Tarth would remain in King's Landing for now, as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, to coordinate with Tyrion on security. Jon valued her counsel, but he also needed her vigilance there, protecting the capital. The day carried a briskness that hinted at approaching winter. Even here in the Crownlands, the nights grew chill, leaves beginning to curl and fade, as if echoing the changes that had swept Westeros. It was time, Jon kept telling himself, to remind the North that he had not forgotten them, and to see with his own eyes how Winterfell fared under Sansa's leadership, and perhaps, more personally, to reconnect with the place that had once been his only true home. Tyrion Lannister, wearing a dark doublet adorned with the silver hand of the kingpin, limped over the uneven cobblestones to see Jon off. His brow was lined with thought, a scrap of parchment clutched in one hand. "Your Grace," he said, offering the faintest of bows. "All final checks done. Supplies accounted for. I've arranged for ravens to find you along the road if anything pressing arises." Jon nodded, glancing back at the cluster of mounted guards waiting behind him. "I appreciate it. If a crisis emerges, send a swift rider or raven immediately. I'll come back if the realm needs me." Tyrion's expression twitched with a wry smile. In a perfect world, the next few weeks will be filled with nothing more dire than debates about harbor fees. But we all know how rarely Westeros is perfect. Jon let out a quiet breath. "All the same, you have my trust. Keep doing what you've been doing, Tyrion. Davos, Sam, Brienne. Lean on them as needed. It's all of us or none of us." Tyrion dipped his head in acknowledgement. "I'll lead them with the minimal chaos possible. God's willing." Then he looked around, dropping his voice so only Jon could hear. "This is good for you, Jon. To see your family, to let the North know you haven't abandoned them. A king must show himself to the realm he rules, especially when half the realm still whispers about your Targaryen name." Jon's gaze flicked momentarily at the standard bearing the Targaryen dragon. "I know. If they see me as both Stark and Targaryen, maybe that helps heal old wounds. The North has always been proud, but they gave me their loyalty once. Let's hope they do so again." Tyrion stepped back. "Safe travels, Your Grace." Jon clasped his arm in a brief, firm gesture, then turned to mount his black destrier. Ghost circled near the horse's flank, ears pricked. With one last look at the Red Keep's gate, Jon signaled to the guards, and the procession set forth. The courtyard gate swung open onto King's Landing's winding streets, where a modest crowd had gathered. Some onlookers touched their foreheads or bowed, while others merely watched with cautious respect. Jon had ceased expecting cheers or flourishes. These were a people still scarred by dragonfire and war, but the hush that followed him was not hostility. He sensed a quiet acceptance, as though they were still learning to trust. He led his escort through the city's thoroughfares, passing shops and inns whose facades bore fresh repairs. City watchmen saluted, stepping aside to let the king's party advance. The air smelled of fish from the docks and the ever-present tang of wood smoke. At the main gate, the watchers pulled aside the portcullis, and Jon's entourage emerged onto the open road. The crisp breeze off Blackwater Bay tugged at his cloak. He stole one final glance at the city behind him. He was leaving his seat of power, but strangely, he felt freer than he had in months. They followed the Rose Road north and west at a steady pace. The first day passed in relative quiet, the farmland rolling by, fields dotted with the last gleanings of summer's harvest. Jon rode near the head of the column, accompanied by Ser Eldrick, a loyal knight from the north, and a few other guards who had proven their mettle over recent months. At times, Sam Tarly had traveled with Jon, but this time Sam remained in King's Landing, too integral to the daily workings of the court and the budding library of recovered texts. Jon missed his friend's company but knew the realm needed Sam's mind there. As dusk settled, they made camp near a small copse of trees, building a few fires to ward off the chill. Jon took his evening meal with the soldiers. No grand feasts, just salted pork, bread, and a few onions. He felt closer to the life he had once known. A soldier's existence, straightforward and pragmatic. His men murmured quietly about the roads ahead, the glimpses of bandits rumored in distant regions, and the frosts that might come earlier this year. Jon listened, occasionally offering a comment, but mostly he let them speak. He was their king, but once he had been a brother on the wall, and something in him still yearned for that simpler fellowship. When at last the fires died down, Jon bedded down in a modest tent. Ghost curled at his feet, and the distant hush of the road lulled him. His dreams danced with memories of Winterfell's ramparts, of Arya's laugh, of Sansa's careful smile, of the heart tree in the Godswood. He woke at dawn with a pang of longing. Yet that longing also spurred him onward. The next days found them forging deeper into the Crownlands, the Rose Road winding through gentle hills. The farmland gradually gave way to rougher terrain, pockets of forest and stretches of swampy ground. Occasionally, small folk recognized the king's sigil and approached timidly, asking for news or offering a few vegetables in tribute. Jon thanked them, feeling almost guilty when they bowed so low. "We serve you, your grace," they'd say, their eyes shining with an oddly hopeful light. More than once, Jon found himself quietly pledging that he would not fail them. Banditry had lessened of late, thanks to the combined efforts of the City Watch and the local lordlings, but Jon's retinue remained vigilant. At dusk on the 5th day, one of the outriders spotted a group of ragged men lurking near a roadside shrine. A quick show of force, raised spears, stern glares, drove them off without bloodshed. Ser Eldrick reported the men had likely been desperate refugees, eyeing the king's supply wagons. Jon quietly ordered a small stash of food left at the shrine afterward, knowing the men might return to find it. Others in the group questioned whether that would only encourage outlaws, but Jon insisted. "Desperation makes outlaws of many," he said quietly. "A little mercy may keep them from doing worse." At length, the travelers reached the Trident region, where the wide Riverlands sprawled under the chilly sky. Villages here showed the scars of repeated wars, fields blackened, but some new shoots of green peeking through. Jon's heart clenched, recalling how this region had been contested by Lannisters, Tullis, Freys, Starks, and others. The Riverlands had known too much devastation. Yet as he passed a bustling market town, he saw a mild revival. Repaired thatch roofs, produce stands selling root vegetables, local smithies forging tools. Children raced along the muddy streets, laughing. The overall feeling was not one of despair but of determined renewal. A day after crossing the Trident, Jon's company approached the inn at the crossroads, that storied place where so many travelers had paused in years past. Here, they found a bustle of wagons, merchants, and a few knights from smaller houses who saluted the king respectfully. The innkeepers, an older couple, trembled with excitement to host King Aegon Targaryen. Jon insisted on paying a fair price for lodging, remembering how he once came through this area with a smaller band, desperate and uncertain. Now he returned under a royal banner, but his sense of humility remained. The common room offered warmth and an honest meal of stewed rabbit, bread, and ale. Jon sat at a wooden table beside Ser Eldrick and a few men. Ghost dozed under the table, occasionally startling a passing barmaid who gasped at the sight of a direwolf's glowing eyes. While the men conversed, Jon listened to the chatter of the inn's patrons. Rumors abounded, of how the North had weathered the last winter, of minor spats in the Vale, of possible Sellsword groups still skulking in the Stormlands. But overall, the talk was subdued. People craved peace more than anything, and for now they seemed to have it. "Your Grace," one bearded farmer said, approaching with hat in hand, "I wanted to thank ye. My kin in the capital said you helped restore the markets after the war. They can sell their wares again. Means a lot to us small folk." Jon gripped the man's hand briefly. "I'm glad they're doing better. That was the work of many, not just me. But I'll pass on your thanks." The man bobbed his head, relief shining in his eyes. After he moved on, Ser Eldrick murmured, "You see, they're beginning to believe in you, your grace. Nothing fancy or dramatic, just gratitude for a leader who isn't burning them alive." Jon took a sip of ale. "I suppose so. Let's hope we can give them more reasons to trust." They departed at dawn the next day, forging north again. The air grew steadily colder, the sky often veiled in leaden clouds that hinted at coming snows. They passed the twins at a respectful distance, the old Frey stronghold now under the guardianship of other lords loyal to Edmure Tully. Jon did not tarry there. He felt no kinship to that place of old betrayals and dark memories. Instead, he pressed on, crossing the neck soon after, where the land grew boggy and the roads narrower. Moat Cailin came into view under a slate-gray sky, its ancient towers draped in moss and crowned with crenellations worn by centuries. A group of northern soldiers guarded the battered gate. Seeing Jon's banner, they cheered softly, opening the way. Inside, they greeted him with heartfelt bows, for these were northerners, loyal to the Starks, now accepting their king as a half-Stark, half-Targaryen. Their captain, a stout man named Jory Riswell, welcomed Jon warmly and offered hospitality. "We've only simple comforts, your grace, but we stand ready to serve." Jon dismounted, patting the horse's neck. He remembered Moat Cailin from prior journeys, how it stood like a sentinel guarding the north from the south. His chest tightened with the memory of Ned Stark's quiet lessons in duty, the feel of the cold wind that once carried him away from Winterfell to the wall. Now he returned as king. "Thank you, Captain," he replied. "We won't linger long. Once we've watered the horses and rested a bit, we'll continue to Winterfell." They spent the night in Moat Cailin's drafty hall, where a roaring fire struggled to banish the damp chill. Over simple stew and bread, Jon spoke with the garrison, learning of any threats or concerns. Some bandits still haunted the edges of the bogs, but raids were few. The real trouble, if any, lay further north in the mountains or beyond the seas. Jon offered what small help he could, extra arms from his wagons, a few letters of authority to procure supplies. Then he turned in, wearing a thick fur cloak, Ghost at his side. The old fortress walls groaned in the wind, but Jon slept deeply, the promise of Winterfell nearer than it had been in a year. The next dawn, they pressed on, and the landscape changed. The north opened before them with its endless pine forests, craggy ridges, and wide skies that seemed to stretch toward the frozen pole. The crisp air invigorated Jon. He breathed in the scent of pine needles and distant snowdrifts. Ghost, too, appeared more alert, sniffing at every gust of wind. The men, mostly southerners except for a few northern knights, seemed awed by the stark beauty and the creeping cold. At midday, they crested a gentle rise, and there, on the horizon, rose the gray towers and battlements of Winterfell. Smoke curled from multiple chimneys, and the banner of the direwolf flew proudly atop the ramparts. Jon felt his pulse thrum. This was home, and yet it was also the seat of his sister, Sansa, who acted as Lady of Winterfell in his absence. The memory of old days, when he was a boy among true-born siblings, flickered through his mind like a half-forgotten tune. Riding closer, the gates swung open, revealing a courtyard alive with activity. Stable hands rushed to accommodate the arrivals, and a cluster of northern guards stood in neat formation, bearing House Stark's insignia. Jon's procession drew to a halt, the horses stamping and snorting puffs of steam in the cold air. Ghost loped forward a few steps, ears pricked at the familiar scents. And then Sansa emerged onto the courtyard steps, cloaked in dark gray wolf fur, her red hair partly concealed by a warm hood. Her gaze swept the arriving column, and the moment she spotted Jon, a warm smile touched her lips, although her poise remained regal. Jon dismounted, handing the reins to a waiting groom, and advanced. Sansa came down the steps, her cloak trailing on the stone. When they met, she curtsied, ever so slightly, then straightened to embrace him. "Jon," she said softly, "welcome home." He returned the embrace, allowing himself a rare, genuine smile. "Sansa, it's good to be here." She stepped back, studying him with bright eyes that hinted at emotion beneath her composed exterior. "You look well. The Southern Crown hasn't buried you yet." A subtle laugh escaped him. "Not yet. It tries." Her lips curved in sympathy. Then she gestured around. "Your men are welcome. We've prepared quarters, and the rest of Winterfell awaits you, though we've changed some things since you were last here. I hope you'll like them." Jon nodded, glancing about the courtyard. Snow dusted the parapets, and the air felt sharper than in the south. But something within him relaxed, like a knot uncoiling after too long held tight. "I'm sure it's all for the better." Sansa's gaze settled on Ghost, who trotted up, sniffing her cloak. She stroked the direwolf's head. "Good to see you too, Ghost," she murmured. Then she beckoned Jon forward. "Come inside. We'll have hot broth waiting." Jon signaled to his men to follow the stewards. The courtyard bustled with greetings. Northern soldiers meeting southern knights, stable hands leading horses to stalls, crates of supplies being unloaded. Jon walked beside Sansa through the familiar corridors, each step resonating with memories. The hallways were warmer than outside, thanks to the geothermal hot springs beneath Winterfell's foundations. Torches lit the stone walls, and tapestries depicting Stark ancestors hung in neat rows. "How's the north?" Jon asked after a moment of companionable silence. Sansa gave him a sidelong look. "Stable for the most part. Our lords are loyal Lady Mormont's kin, the Glovers, the Serwyns, the Tallhearts. They keep vigilant watch for any reemergence of threats. The harvest was decent, though the cold lingers and we've rationed some stores just in case. With the wars ended, we finally have a chance to rebuild. And with me here, they've come to accept that you govern the 7 kingdoms for everyone's benefit." Jon nodded. "They don't resent that I left to rule from King's Landing?" A delicate lift of her shoulders. "Some questioned it at first, but when word spread of your successes, ending the raids on Bear Island, supporting Northern autonomy, sending relief when needed, they've learned to trust your judgment. You're one of us, Jon, even if you sit the Iron Throne." He felt a weight ease inside him. Good. They arrived at the Great Hall, where servants had set a modest spread of bread, cheese, and steaming onion broth. The warmth from the massive hearth enfolded them. Sansa guided him to a seat near the fire, gently pressing a cup of hot broth into his hands. The swirl of onion and herbs filled his nose, stirring old recollections of simpler meals shared with Robb, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. So many ghosts haunted these halls, yet the comfort was undeniable. Sansa took a seat across from him, sipping her own mug. Arya was here for a time, but she left again, traveling across the western coasts. She writes me once in a while short, cryptic notes. Bran remains at the Gods Wood often, silent and changed, but he sees much. Jon frowned. I'd hoped Arya might be here. I'd like to see her. She comes and goes as she pleases. I've stopped trying to guess her next move, but I'm sure she'll appear eventually. A flicker of a smile touched Sansa's lips. As for Bran, he's waiting for you in the Godswood, I think. He said he knew you were coming, though he didn't explain how. He never does. Jon recalled Bran's uncanny knowledge. He found it both reassuring and disconcerting, but he still cherished any chance to speak with his younger brother. I'll see him soon. Sansa set down her cup. In the meantime, let's get you settled. We've readied your old chambers. The bed might be too small for a king, but you'll manage. He gave a wry laugh, remembering those cramped quarters that once felt so large when he was a boy. It'll do. They parted then, Sansa to handle some affair of local governance, and Jon to climb the familiar stairwell leading to the higher floors. Servants bustled, offering bows and hushed greetings. Jon paused before the door to his old room. In the corridor, a single torch flickered, casting dancing shadows on the gray stone. Slowly, he pushed the door open. Inside, the space indeed felt smaller than he remembered. The bed was a sturdy wooden frame draped in thick furs, and a simple table stood by a shuttered window. A brazier glowed with warm coals, staving off the chill. Jon set down his traveling pack. Ghost followed, sniffing corners. Memories flooded him. Nights when he felt alone as Ned Stark's bastard. Mornings when he rose early to spar with Robb. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to steady himself. So much had changed since those days. He had become Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, then allied with Daenerys, then discovered his true parentage, then claimed the Iron Throne after her downfall. And yet, in his core, he felt some part of him had never left these walls. A soft knock roused him from his thoughts. One of Sansa's handmaids, carrying fresh linens, asked if he needed anything. Jon thanked her, politely declining further assistance, then latched the door. He needed a moment's solitude. Ghost curled up near the brazier. Jon peeled off his traveling cloak and sank onto the bed. The quiet pressed close, but this time, it was comforting rather than suffocating. He could nearly imagine hearing Robb's laughter from the corridor, or Arya's footsteps racing by. At last he exhaled and rose. No sense delaying. Bran would be waiting in the Godswood, and Jon didn't want to keep him waiting all night. Gathering his thoughts, he donned a heavier fur cloak and left the room, Ghost padding along at his side. The corridors of Winterfell at dusk felt timeless. Torches flickered in sconces, casting long shadows. A few guards nodded to him, respectful but not obsequious. This was the north, after all. Soon he reached the courtyard, where the sky overhead had turned dark blue, dotted with the earliest stars. Snow drifted lazily in the wind, swirling across the cobblestones. He crossed to the archway that led to the Godswood, the old iron gate squeaking faintly as he passed. Inside, the grove was hushed, blanketed in a thin layer of fresh snow. Ancient trees rustled, their leaves now mostly fallen except for the heart tree, the weirwood, that retained its blood-red foliage year-round. The hot springs that ran through Winterfell sent tendrils of mist curling around the gnarled trunks. The scent of damp earth and evergreen enveloped Jon, and he felt his tension melt away. Beneath the moonlight, the heart tree stood silent, its pale bark seeming to glow. Seated at the base of the trunk was Bran Stark, or as some called him now, the Three-Eyed Raven. He wore a warm robe, his legs covered with thick furs, his eyes half-lidded as though in a trance. Behind him, small drifts of snow gathered in the crooks of roots and low branches. Jon approached quietly, pausing a few paces away. Ghost settled on his haunches, head tilted in recognition of Bran. For a moment, Bran did not move, lost in whatever far-seeing vantage he occupied. Then his eyes opened fully, and he inclined his head. "Jon," he said, voice still carrying that curious, distant tone. "You're here." Jon exhaled slowly. "Yes, Bran. I came to see Winterfell and to see you and Sansa. It's been too long." Bran's gaze flicked to the side, as if he saw things beyond normal vision. "Time flows differently for me now," he murmured. "But I knew you'd come." The paths converged. Jon let that pass. He'd grown accustomed to Bran's cryptic remarks. "How are you?" Bran's expression was neither sad nor joyful, but a quiet acceptance. "I remain. The old gods guide me. I see glimpses of the past, of the present, sometimes of what might be." Jon couldn't help but recall the day Sam had revealed his parentage, something Bran had witnessed through his visions. "Do you see any threats to the realm, or to the north?" Bran blinked. Darkness still lingers in corners. But the greatest threat, the Night King, was vanquished. For now, men's hearts are the realm's biggest danger. Ambition, fear, greed. I see smaller storms, lesser conflicts, but no overwhelming doom at present. Jon nodded, relief tempered with caution. "That's good news. The realm is stable, though not without its problems. But we're managing." Bran turned his head, studying Jon with an unnerving calm. "You have done well, Jon Snow. Or should I call you Aegon Targaryen?" Jon's throat tightened. "Jon is fine. I'm still that man at heart." Bran's eyes fluttered shut for a moment, and he breathed in the crisp air. "You are both and neither. The realm follows you because you care for it more than you care for your own power. That is a rare thing." Jon's voice came out low. "I hope it's enough." Silence settled between them, broken only by the soft rustle of wind in the branches. At last, Jon ventured, "I'm glad you're here, Bran. Even if you see differently than before, you're still my brother. That matters." Bran's lips curved in the faintest smile. "I remember, as much as the old gods allow." This place is home for me, though my home is larger now, spread across all I can see. Yet I remain stark, as you remain stark, despite the dragon in your blood." Jon took a step closer, kneeling beside Bran and the heart tree. The ancient face carved into the trunk seemed to watch them with solemn vigilance, its red sap marking the wooden cheeks like tears. Jon bowed his head, remembering the vow he made so many years ago as a boy, to be loyal to his family, to do what was right even when it cost him dearly. Perhaps that vow had led him here, to rule a kingdom he never wanted, but also to save countless lives. After a quiet moment, Jon spoke again. "I won't stay in Winterfell long. I only came to see the North, ensure it's well, speak with our bannermen, and feel home again." Bran shifted in the snow. "You'll find comfort and also the weight of memories. They shape you, but you know that already." Jon's mouth twitched. "Yes." Then, sensing he had little else to ask or say, he rested a hand on Bran's shoulder. "Thank you for your wisdom. I should let you be." Bran's gaze flicked to Ghost, who stood watch silent. "Ghost misses these woods. He roamed them as a pup, before your watch on the wall." He paused. "Go, Jon. I'll be here if you need me." Rising, Jon gave a final look at the heart tree, then turned away, Ghost following. The sense of the old gods lingered, like a faint heartbeat under the earth. Though Bran's words were enigmatic, Jon felt a measure of solace that there was no grand doom on the horizon. Tensions might stir, rebellions might flicker, but the Great War was over. He would not let smaller conflicts tear the realm apart now. He spent the next days reacquainting himself with Winterfell's halls and the northern lords who came to pay homage. Sansa organized a modest feast in honor of the king's arrival, though it was not nearly as grand as southern banquets. The great hall filled with the smell of roast venison and root vegetables, the sound of low conversation echoing among the stone pillars. Laughter occasionally broke out when old warriors recounted their battles against the dead. Jon sat at the high table with Sansa to his right, Bran to his left, and the principal northern lords arrayed nearby: Mormonts, Glovers, Serwyns, Tallhearts, and others. They expressed gratitude for the crown's assistance in times of crisis. Some told him how the farmland was recovering from the long winter. Others asked if any new taxes would be levied. Jon answered as best he could, urging them to unite in vigilance without suffocating their freedom. It felt oddly comfortable, a simpler, more direct exchange than the layered politics of King's Landing. Sansa, for her part, navigated the room with grace, speaking with each lord or lady in a measured tone. She never overshadowed Jon's presence, but it was clear she commanded enormous respect in her own right. Northern loyalty to House Stark ran deep, and Sansa's calm leadership had guided them through bleak times. Jon realized, not for the first time, how indispensable she was to the North's well-being. When the feast wound down, Jon lingered near the hearth with a cup of spiced ale. Ghost lay content at his feet. The flicker of torchlight on the old stone walls reminded him of winter nights long ago, when the Stark children gathered to hear old Nan's stories. He noticed Sansa approaching, her footsteps soft over the rushes. She wore a fur-lined gown of gray wool, her hair braided over one shoulder. "Enjoying yourself, Your Grace?" she teased lightly, eyes gleaming in the firelight. He gave a short laugh. "Don't start with that, Your Grace here. This is home." A hint of relief passed across her face. "It's good to see you relaxed. I worried you'd come with a dozen problems and be too distracted to remember what Winterfell is." Jon smiled, gazing into the flames. "I have problems enough, but they can wait. For a little while, at least." Sansa nodded, then lowered her voice. "You plan to stay how long? Some of the lords hope you'll tour their lands. They'd be honored to show the king their progress." He considered. "I can spare a fortnight, maybe 3 weeks if all remains calm in the south. Let them know I'll visit a few keyholes. I want to see Bear Island again, but that might be too far. Maybe I'll just send a raven to Lady Kyra Mormont, see if she needs anything else." Sansa seemed pleased. That should suffice. They stood together in companionable silence. After a moment, Sansa touched his arm. "I'm proud of you, Jon, for what you've done, for how you've led. Father would be proud too." A lump formed in his throat. "I thank you. Sometimes I question if I've done enough, or if I've made the right choices. There's so much blood on all our hands from the wars." Her eyes flickered with shared sorrow. "We did what we had to do. The realm is healing now. Because of you, and those who stand with you." Jon swallowed. He set aside the cup. "Well, I'll keep trying." She took that as agreement, stepping back to let him find his rest. Jon bid the remaining lords good night and withdrew, Ghost padding after him. The corridors were nearly empty, torchlight casting long shadows across the stone. As he climbed the stairs to his chamber, an almost bittersweet calm enveloped him. He was home in the land of his youth, yet he was no longer the boy or even the bastard he once thought himself to be. The mantle of king had settled onto his shoulders, maybe not lightly, but at least more comfortably than before. Over the subsequent days, Jon spent time touring parts of the north. He visited the nearby lands of the Glovers and Serwins, traveling with a small escort and Sansa's representative. There, he listened to local concerns about rebuilding and winter stores, reaffirming that the crown would not overtax them. He met with newly formed village councils, another innovation Sansa had encouraged, where small folk had some say in local matters. The notion reminded Jon of the Night's Watch tradition of electing a Lord Commander by vote. Perhaps, he mused, more inclusive governance could help prevent old feudal abuses. Everywhere he went, Ghost drew gasps and wide-eyed stares, but the direwolf's calm presence also reminded Northerners that Jon was one of them. They accepted the Targaryen half more readily, it seemed, because the direwolf by his side proved he remained a Stark. On the 10th day of his stay, a raven arrived from King's Landing, carrying a short letter from Tyrion. "Your Grace, all remains stable here. The High Septon's continued push for moral reforms has slowed. He seems content with the licensing approach. The Iron Bank negotiations are nearly concluded, with only small details left." Lord Gendry departed for Storm's End again, satisfied that no further Sellsword threats linger. However, a rumor has reached us about disturbances in Dorne. Some minor lords displeased with Prince Cailin Martell's caution. They murmur about autonomy. Nothing too alarming yet, but worth noting. Enjoy your time in the north. We'll summon you if anything urgent arises. Tyrion. Jon let out a quiet breath. Dorne's restlessness was nothing new. They had always guarded their independence fiercely. He would keep it in mind, but for the moment it didn't warrant returning south. He shared the news with Sansa, who only gave a mild shrug. Dorne is far away. If they mean to cause trouble, better we address it with caution, not panic. He agreed. The next day, Sansa arranged a gathering of several northern lords at Winterfell, giving them the chance to speak directly with Jon. They convened in the Great Hall, the fire crackling at one end, a line of wooden chairs set in a half-circle near the dais. Sansa sat to Jon's right, Bran to his left, though Bran's mind often seemed elsewhere. Lord Glover, Lady Mormont's cousin Oren, there to represent Bear Island, Lord Serwyn, and a handful of others attended. The session was informal, more conversation than a royal audience. Jon asked about local justice, how thieves or minor criminals were handled. He inquired about the roads, which, thanks to Sansa's direction, had been cleared of most bandits. Each lord reported their small victories and lingering woes. When it was Oren Mormont's turn to speak, he stood, broad-shouldered and clad in bear fur. Bear Island stands stronger than ever, thanks to the Crown's help in quelling the Ironborn raiders. My cousin Kyra sends her respects and invites you to return if you ever wish. We have a hall that will always welcome you. Jon smiled. Thank you, Oren. Bear Island is dear to me. Please tell Kyra I'm proud of how she's defended it. I regret I can't visit this time, but soon, perhaps. Oren nodded, clearly satisfied. We stand with House Stark and House Targaryen, he added, his tone resolute. After an hour of talk, Jon concluded the meeting, inviting them to speak privately if they had further concerns. Sansa engaged them in further conversation while Jon drifted toward Bran, who had been silent most of the time. Bran looked up as Jon approached, a distant flicker in his eyes. "You're doing well, Jon," Bran said softly. Jon shrugged. "I'm trying. I hope it's enough." Bran merely offered a faint smile, then turned his gaze toward the window, as though seeing beyond the walls. Jon left him to his thoughts. That evening, Jon retreated once more to the Godswood, seeking a measure of calm after the day's interactions. He hadn't truly prayed to the old gods since his time in King's Landing, where the weirwood sapling was a pale echo of the real thing here at Winterfell. As he slipped between the trees, Ghost close behind, he felt the hush envelop him. Soft moonlight drifted through the branches, silvering the snow. The heart tree's carved face loomed solemn, red leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. He knelt by the pool, the water's surface dark and still. The reflection of the heart tree's face shimmered, seemingly staring back. For a moment, the old sense of being watched pressed on him, not threatening but potent, a reminder that the North remembered. Closing his eyes, Jon inhaled the cold air, letting it fill his lungs. "Father," he murmured, though he wasn't sure if he addressed Ned Stark or some older deity. "I hope I'm doing the right things. So many rely on me now. I never asked for this, but it's what I have. Please guide me." A faint rustle in the branches overhead was his only reply. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he found a sense of settled resolve in his chest, as if the old gods had silently acknowledged him. Perhaps that was enough. Ghost pressed close, resting his head against Jon's arm. Jon stroked the direwolf's ears. "Let's walk a bit more," he said quietly. Rising, he wandered the perimeter of the Godswood. Snow clung to the roots of massive trees, and the faint steam from the hot springs drifted in delicate swirls. He remembered how, as a child, he used to watch Robb and Theon practice archery in the courtyard, while he'd slip away to this place, feeling both comforted and lonely. Now, after all these years, a new sense of belonging had grown in him. A man bridging the North and the South, Stark and Targaryen, winter and summer. He made another circuit of the grove, then returned to the castle's interior. Guards nodded to him. One of them, a northern woman named Alice Locke, politely informed him that Sansa wished to see him in the solar. Nodding thanks, Jon climbed the steps, passing tapestries that depicted old Stark heroes. A hush lay over Winterfell at this late hour. He found the solar's door ajar, light flickering within. Sansa was inside, seated at a wooden table piled with parchments. She looked up, setting aside her quill. "Jon, come in." He stepped inside, noticing she wore a simple gown of dark gray, her hair loose about her shoulders now. A fire crackled in the hearth, lending a cozy atmosphere. "I heard you wanted to speak with me," he said softly. She nodded, gesturing for him to sit. "I did. I was looking over some letters from lords across the North. Some mention marriage alliances, others mention trade. I realized we haven't truly talked about your future, your personal future." Jon folded his arms. "My future?" She smiled gently. "The realm knows you as King Aegon Targaryen, a half-Stark who sits the Iron Throne. But many wonder if you will wed, if you'll produce heirs, if you'll strengthen your claim further by uniting with another great house." A slight tension entered her gaze. "I'm not trying to meddle, Jon, but these questions affect the North and the whole kingdom, really." Jon looked away, a twinge of unease skittering through his chest. Marriage, the talk of heirs. He recalled how Daenerys once spoke about continuing the Targaryen line, and how that had been complicated by many things, her own fate chief among them. Now, he was the last Targaryen known in Westeros, and the matter of succession pressed upon him, even if he hated the thought. He let out a slow breath. "I don't know if I'm ready to consider that. After everything that happened, after Daenerys' death, I can't imagine tying myself to someone else so easily." Sansa's expression softened. "I understand, but the lords and ladies will press. They want stability, they want certainty for the future. They want to know who follows you on the throne, should anything happen." Jon grimaced, leaning forward to rest his elbows on the table. "I can't blame them. The realms had too many wars of succession. But I don't want to make a cold political marriage either." That's not who I am. And I've seen what forced unions can do to people." Sansa gave him a sympathetic smile, resting a hand on his forearm. "I'm not pushing you, Jon. Truly. I only raise it because soon enough the realm will. Better for you to think about it on your own terms." Jon closed his eyes, exhaling. The flicker of the fire danced against his eyelids, reminding him of the gentle warmth he once found in Ygritte's arms and the conflicted passion that had drawn him to Daenerys. Both loves had ended in tragedy. The thought of opening his heart again, or even forging a purely strategic marriage, turned his stomach. Yet he knew he could not remain an island forever, not if he intended to secure lasting peace. At length he opened his eyes. "Thank you, Sansa. I'll think on it. But I'm not rushing into anything." She nodded, releasing his arm. "That's all I ask. There are no immediate crises. I just want you prepared for the questions that will come, if they haven't already." "They have in the south," he admitted. "Certain lords hint at potential matches for their daughters. I always brushed them aside." Sansa's lips curved in a knowing smile. "And you'll keep brushing them aside, no doubt. But eventually you might meet someone who doesn't repel you, or you might find a union that truly benefits the realm. There's no shame in that. Just don't close off every possibility because of fear or guilt." His throat tightened. "I'll keep that in mind." She squeezed his hand once, then returned to her parchments. "Now that that's settled, or at least addressed, I'll let you rest. We have a busy day tomorrow. Lord Umber arrives to discuss restoring parts of the last hearth." Jon rose, heading to the door. "Good night, Sansa." She offered him a soft look, half sisterly concern, half respect. "Good night, Jon." He made his way back to his chamber, thoughts churning. Marriage, heirs, alliances. He realized these were some of the final pieces of the puzzle that would define his reign. He had stabilized the realm, ended the wars, given the North breathing room. Yet if something befell him, would Westeros tumble back into chaos? That fear weighed on him. Even now, he thought of how House Targaryen had once reigned in a long, if sometimes troubled, dynasty. Could there be a new dynasty forged by his bloodline? Or would his line end with him, and the realm tear itself apart when he died? Ghost gave a low whine, sensing his tension. Jon paused in the corridor, patting the direwolf's flank. "It's all right, boy," he whispered. "We'll handle it, as we always do." He slept fitfully, dreams filled with shifting images. The Iron Throne, half buried in snow, a child's laughter echoing through empty halls, a pair of burning blue eyes that dissolved into ash. He woke before dawn, sweat damp on his brow despite the cold. Pushing aside the bed furs, he decided to roam the battlements for a breath of fresh air. Outside, the world remained dark, with only the faintest glow on the eastern horizon. The torches on Winterfell's walls flickered, illuminating drifting snow. A guard recognized him and bowed. Jon merely nodded, stepping to the parapet to peer out over the quiet countryside. The farmland around Winterfell was still, the silhouettes of distant barns and leafless trees barely visible under the moon. His mind churned with the same questions he'd carried for months. How to secure peace for generations, how to preserve the unity he'd fought so hard to establish. He recalled how he once told Daenerys that love was the death of duty, though he'd learned the hard way that duty without love led to cruelty. Perhaps a king needed both duty to the realm and love for those who walked in it. A sudden gust of wind scattered snow against the battlements, and Jon drew his cloak tighter. "I'll find a way," he murmured, as if making a promise to the North, to Ned Stark, and to the ghosts who still haunted him. "I'll find a way." 3 weeks passed swiftly in Winterfell. Jon oversaw improvements to local roads, reaffirmed oaths of loyalty from the smaller houses, and settled minor disputes. He was no stranger to the mechanics of governance. He'd done it in King's Landing, but here in the North it felt more direct, less burdened by the layers of court intrigue. He took time to visit the practice yard, sparring with a few knights, surprising them with his skill and vigor. Some of the soldiers still remembered him as the boy who trained under Roderick Castle, and they marveled at how far he'd come. He also spent time with Bran, though their conversations were often brief and cryptic. Sometimes Bran shared glimpses of the past, a memory of Ned praying in the Godswood, or of Rickon toddling after Shaggy Dog, but it was never quite linear. Jon found these recollections both poignant and healing, as though piecing together fragments of a lost family tapestry. Sansa balanced her roles gracefully, ensuring each day ran smoothly. She delegated tasks to her stewards, made sure the harvest was stored properly, and corresponded with lords across the north. Jon admired her quiet strength. In another life, he thought, she might have ruled Winterfell without him. Perhaps, in truth, she already did in his stead. Yet he couldn't remain here forever. Each raven from King's Landing reminded him that while no crisis beckoned, the realm needed its king. Davos wrote once, updating him on developments near the Crownlands. Tyrion added notes about trade negotiations with the Free Cities, and the High Septons still sent polite suggestions for further moral improvements. The more Jon read, the more he knew he had to return. And so, one crisp morning, he met with Sansa in the Solar and expressed his intention to depart within the week. She accepted it with composure but did not hide her disappointment. "I wish we could have you longer," she said, pouring tea into a wooden cup. "But I understand. The capital calls." Jon nodded. "Yes, and I can't neglect it for too long. They might start thinking I've abandoned the Iron Throne." A hint of a smirk touched Sansa's lips. "Worse things have happened. But I see your point." They discussed final details, including Sansa's continued governance of the North. Jon promised to maintain open communication, any threat or shortage of supplies, and he'd respond immediately. He also made mention of the possibility of them convening a Northern Council in King's Landing someday, so Southern lords could see the faces of the North. Sansa found the idea interesting, though logistically challenging. When the day of departure arrived, Winterfell's courtyard stirred with the bustle of saddling horses and loading wagons once more. Sansa and Bran stood on the steps, flanked by a handful of northern knights. Jon, dressed again in travel leathers and a heavy cloak, waited while his men secured gear. Ghost paced near the wagon, keen eyes scanning for any sign of trouble. At last, Sansa approached, hugging Jon warmly. "Take care," she whispered. "You're always welcome here." He returned the embrace, feeling the warmth of her presence. "Thank you. I'll come back as soon as I can. Or maybe you'll visit King's Landing someday." She gave him a faint smile. "Maybe, though I prefer these northern winds." He nodded, then turned to Bran. The three-eyed raven sat in a wheeled chair, a thick bearskin draped over his legs. Jon knelt briefly beside him. Bran placed a hand on Jon's forearm, eyes distant yet strangely compassionate. "Safe travels, Jon. The realm still needs you." Jon rose, swallowing a lump in his throat. With that, he mounted his destrier, gathering the reins. A hush seemed to descend on the courtyard. The gates swung wide, revealing the path leading away from Winterfell's walls. Jon cast one final look at his siblings, his family, knowing it might be months or even years before he saw them again. Then he nudged his horse forward, leading the column out onto the road south. Snow drifted lazily, the chill biting at exposed skin, but Jon felt a subtle warmth in his chest. The North was alive and recovering. Sansa and Bran were guiding it well. He could do his part in the south, forging a stable kingdom that would never again threaten the peace of these lands. It was a far cry from the battered, war-torn Westeros he had known. Perhaps, with continued diligence, it might endure. They retraced their route: Moat Cailin, the Neck, the Riverlands, the Crossroads Inn. Everywhere they went, Jon's men noted the small improvements. The roads better patrolled, the fields replanted, the villages less scarred. By the time they reached the Crownlands, the air had turned milder, though autumn still clung to the trees in shades of gold and rust. Ghost adapted to the shifting climates with stoic resilience, never straying from Jon's side. At last, King's Landing rose on the horizon, its red walls and towers familiar yet always imposing. Smoke curled from countless chimneys, a haze drifting above the city. The sprawl of rooftops glinted under the waning sunlight. Jon's heart tightened slightly. He was returning to the seat of his power, to the nexus of politics and responsibility. There would be no quiet hunts in the forest or restful nights in the godswood. But this was the fate he had chosen, or rather, the fate that had chosen him. Guards at the city gates recognized the royal banner. The gates opened, and Jon's party rode through the winding streets. People paused to watch, more curious than afraid. He noticed some nods of acknowledgement, even a few welcoming calls of "Long live the king," which still felt odd to his ears. The city had grown more accustomed to him than he'd realized. They continued up the hill toward the Red Keep, passing the remains of scorched sections still under reconstruction. Scaffolding rose along the outer walls where stonemasons worked diligently to repair the scars left by dragonfire. Jon silently marveled at how far they'd come. In the courtyard of the Red Keep, Tyrion Lannister, Davos Seaworth, and Brienne of Tarth stood waiting. A small honor guard lined the path. Jon dismounted, handing his reins to a stable hand. Tyrion grinned wide, stepping forward. "Welcome back, Your Grace. I trust the north was sufficiently cold and forbidding." Jon offered a faint smile. "Cold, yes, but not forbidding. How are things here?" Tyrion spread his hands. "Stable. The High Septon remains cooperative under the licensing arrangement. The Iron Bank has accepted our final proposal. Master Tysh left 2 days ago with a sealed contract. The city is calm, though always hungry for more coin. In short, no fires to put out at the moment." Davos nodded his agreement. "We've done our best to keep it that way." Jon's shoulders loosened. "Thank you, all of you." Brienne inclined her head in a respectful bow. "Your Grace, the Kingsguard has been vigilant. No serious threats reported. We're pleased you've returned safely." Jon met her gaze, recalling how she'd once sworn herself to protect Sansa, and by extension all the Starks. Now she protected him as well. He gave a short nod. "I appreciate it. Let's head inside. We have much to discuss." They went through the Red Keep's corridors, Jon greeting a few courtiers who had gathered to see his return. Sam Tarly soon appeared, nearly colliding with a guard in his eagerness. "Jon, you're back," he gasped, adjusting his maester's robe. Jon gave him a warm clasp on the shoulder. "Sam, it's good to see you." Sam beamed. "I have notes on everything that's happened. Letters from the Citadel, updates on Dorne. Some lords are indeed complaining about Prince Cailin. We also have a visitor from Lys who wants a trade agreement." Jon lifted a hand to stem the flow. "All right, Sam, we'll go over it together. Let me wash the dust off first." Sam laughed sheepishly. Of course. Tyrion led them to the council chamber, where fresh water and a light meal awaited. After Jon freshened up in his private rooms, discarding his travel-stained cloak and rinsing his hands in a basin, he returned to find Tyrion, Davos, Brienne, and Sam waiting, seated around the wide wooden table. A map of Westeros was unrolled, corners weighted by candle holders. Jon took his place at the head of the table. Ghost settled by the door, drawing a few startled glances from younger stewards who weren't used to seeing a direwolf padding through the Red Keep's halls. Tyrion cleared his throat. "Your Grace, I suggest we start with the matter in Dorne. Sam has the details." Sam unrolled a small scroll, adjusting his spectacles. "Prince Cailin Martell remains on the throne in Sunspear, but a group of lesser nobles, Houses Toland, Illyrian, and a few minor branches, are dissatisfied with his mild approach. They want a more aggressive stance toward the crown, claiming Targaryen rule has historically been at odds with Dornish independence. So far, it's just talk, but there's potential for them to rally behind a different candidate for leadership." Jon frowned, leaning forward. "We can't afford a rebellion in Dorne. They're independent-minded, yes, but Prince Cailin is their recognized leader. Has he asked for help?" Davos shook his head. "Not officially, but we've had informal notes from his advisors. They want reassurance that the crown respects Dornish autonomy. If we come down too hard, it might confirm the malcontents' fears. If we do nothing, they might grow bolder." Tyrion drummed his fingers on the map. "Perhaps a personal visit to Dorne would placate them. Show them you're not another Maegor the Cruel or Aerys the Mad. But it's quite a journey. and you've just returned from the north. Jon considered. I'm not opposed to traveling if it helps, but let's first try sending an envoy, someone they'll respect. Offer a clear statement that we value Dorne's traditions, so long as they remain part of the realm. If that doesn't settle matters, I'll go in person. They agreed on that approach. Tyrion made a note to dispatch an envoy within the week. Brienne suggested they choose a diplomat with knowledge of Dornish customs, possibly a knight who fought alongside Dornish allies during the wars. Sam promised to compile a briefing on Dornish history, ensuring no old grudges went unaddressed. They moved on to other topics: trade requests from Lys, crop yields in the Reach, continuing repairs in King's Landing. Jon listened, occasionally contributing insight from his recent northern journey. The meeting carried on for some time, and when it finally ended, dusk had fallen. The daily tasks of kingship resumed, familiar, if exhausting. Jon felt a sense of renewed purpose, though. He had reconnected with the North, reaffirmed who he was. Now he could face the realm's challenges with fresher resolve. That night, after a simple dinner in his private solar with Tyrion, Jon returned to his bedchamber. The windows glowed with lamplight from the city below. Ghosts settled near the hearth, eyeing Jon as if asking if they were truly staying put again. Jon ruffled the direwolf's fur. "We're here," he murmured. "For a while, at least." He undressed and climbed into the large bed. The southern warmth felt almost stifling compared to the bracing chill of Winterfell's nights, but he made do. Lying there, he let his thoughts drift. Images of Sansa, Bran, the Heart Tree, and the north's snow-blown fields mingled with the memory of the bustling capital. Two worlds he straddled: ice and fire, Stark and Targaryen. Somehow, he was forging them into one realm. His mind wandered to the question Sansa had raised about marriage, about continuing the line. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. One crisis at a time, he told himself. Dorne, the city's rebuilding, the faith's demands. Only then, maybe, he could think of his own personal life, if there was space for such a thing. Yet even as he drifted toward sleep, that question lingered. The realm was finding peace. Would he allow himself to find any measure of personal happiness as well? Or would duty devour him until his final breath? He found no firm answer in the darkness, only the steady hum of the city below, a testament to the fragile peace he had wrought. For now, that had to be enough. Tomorrow, he would rise as king of the Seven Kingdoms again, continuing the work he never asked for but refused to abandon. And somewhere in the depths of his spirit, he carried the North's stillness, the memory of fresh snow and the heartbeat of the old gods, reminding him that he was more than just a crown. He was a man who had chosen to protect the living at all costs. Thus, another chapter of Jon Snow's reign began. A king of two legacies, forging a realm that might finally stand unbroken after generations of war. The path stretched onward, uncertain and perilous, yet lit by the quiet resolve that marked the man who had once been called a bastard, then a brother of the Night's Watch, then a savior against the dead, and now, at last, a king who carried ice and fire in equal measure, determined to keep the land he loved at peace. Jon woke to the faint glow of dawn pressing against the window shutters of his royal bedchamber. For a moment, he imagined himself back in Winterfell, lulled by the memory of snow piling against stone walls and the smell of the godswood. But the warmer, drier air of King's Landing soon asserted itself. He exhaled, recalling the swirl of tasks that awaited him. These were the demands of the crown. Every day brought new concerns, new petitions, and new secrets creeping from the corners of the realm. He rose, washed his face with water from the basin, and dressed in a simple black tunic belted at the waist. Though people often expected a king to wear finery, he never quite felt at ease in extravagant fabrics. His cloak was dark gray, with subtle silver embroidery at the edges, just enough to mark him as a royal figure when he moved through the Red Keep. Ghost, curled at the foot of the bed, lifted his head, ears pricking. Jon scratched behind the direwolf's ear. "Another day, boy," he murmured. Ghost blinked with those ruby eyes, stood, and followed Jon out into the corridors. The early hours found King's Landing stirring in anticipation of the day's bustle. Servants hurried with trays of bread, honey, and tea. Guards changed shifts at the fortress gates. Minor lords and petitioners queued for a chance to speak before the royal court. As Jon made his way to the council chamber, he passed a line of half a dozen small folk who had been granted permission to bring their pleas directly. They bowed at the sight of him, eyes wide. He offered them a brief nod, wishing he had time to stop and hear them one by one. But the daily audience would come soon enough. Inside the council chamber, Tyrion and Sam were already conferring at the broad oak table, heads bent over a collection of scrolls. Davos stood by the open window, letting in a faint breeze. Brienne, in her white cloak, was not present, likely occupied with overseeing the Kingsguard's morning routines. Jon closed the door behind him, Ghost slipping in and settling near the threshold. Tyrion glanced up. "Good morning, Your Grace," he said, tapping a quill against the parchment. "We've letters from Dorne, both from Prince Cailin and from the so-called Dornish loyalists. It's a tangled mess, as expected." Sam straightened a bit, adjusting the collar of his gray maester's robe. "Yes, and we also received a raven from the prince's messenger stationed in Planky Town. He warns that a faction of lesser lords wants to declare outright independence if they can rally enough support." Jon set his hands on the table, leaning forward. "What do they demand, precisely? Do they want to leave the Seven Kingdoms, or renegotiate some ancient pact?" Davos, arms folded, answered in his steady voice. "Both, it seems. Some want to break from the throne entirely. Others might settle for a special status, fewer taxes, more local autonomy. It's unclear if they speak for all of Dorne or just a handful of hot-headed houses." Jon's jaw tightened. Since returning from the north, he'd hoped to address the realm's issues methodically, but Dorne threatened to escalate. It reminded him of how fractious the Seven Kingdoms could be when old grudges stirred. "If Prince Cailin hasn't directly asked for arms support, I'm reluctant to send troops. That might make things worse. But ignoring it entirely could lead to open rebellion." Tyrion steepled his fingers. "We do have an envoy in mind, Ser Armand of House Penrose. He spent time in Dorne as a younger man and speaks their dialect. We could dispatch him with a royal letter, reaffirming the crown's respect for Dornish traditions and urging them to stand behind Prince Cailin. In return, we might promise certain concessions, like lifting a portion of the southern tariffs to help Dorne's trade. A gesture of good faith." Jon nodded slowly. "Yes, that was our plan. Let's finalize it. Ser Armand departs within the week. Have him carry a formal message, sealed by my hand, ensuring Dorne that we mean no oppression. We only want unity and peace." Tyrion made a note, then set aside the scroll. "We'll do that. Next, we have the matter of Lys. Apparently they're pressing for another trade agreement. They want to establish a merchant enclave on the outskirts of King's Landing. In exchange, they'll offer cheaper shipments of saffron, silks, and, so they claim, new dyes from the Summer Isles." Jon exhaled. "An enclave? That could stir trouble if we give them special privileges the local merchants don't have." Sam spoke up. "We might negotiate a compromise, a small designated dock area, but not a full enclave with extraterritorial rights. They'd pay standard docking fees and taxes, subject to the City Watch's authority. It would expand trade without undermining local markets." Davos nodded in agreement. "If we manage it carefully, it could be beneficial. Lys has coin to spend, and we could use new trade partners, assuming it doesn't anger the Bravosi." Jon ran a hand through his hair, remembering how precarious the realm's finances still were despite the new deal with the Iron Bank. "All right, let's proceed with caution. Offer them a limited arrangement. Make it clear they must abide by city laws and pay taxes like anyone else." Tyrion dipped his quill. "Understood, Your Grace. We'll draw up the terms." They continued through a litany of smaller issues. Bandits reported near the Rose Road, new building efforts in Flea Bottom, rumors of smuggling along the northern coast. None of these demanded immediate drastic action, but each required watchful eyes. By the time the meeting concluded, an hour or more had passed. Outside the chamber, the day had brightened considerably, and Jon could hear the bustle of the court beginning to assemble for public audience. He excused himself from the council to attend the throne room session, where petitioners, both highborn and common, waited to voice their pleas. Ghost remained behind, as Jon didn't wish to unsettle small folk in the massive hall. Brienne had arranged a moderate guard presence, enough to keep order but not intimidate. Jon climbed the steps to the Iron Throne and settled on it with practiced stoicism, feeling the prickle of steel beneath him. He reminded himself that for many, the sight of a king upon this throne still evoked memories of cruelty. Aerys, Cersei, even Daenerys at her darkest hour. He wanted to show them a different kind of ruler, one who used power sparingly. The herald announced the first case, a dispute between two Crownlands knights over a parcel of farmland. They argued over boundary lines, each claiming ancestral rights. Jon listened carefully, occasionally glancing at Tyrion or Sam, who stood at the side. He questioned each knight, weighed their evidence, and recalled how Ned Stark had taught him to be thorough with justice. Finally, he rendered a compromise. The farmland would be split according to a neutral survey, giving each knight a fair share, while the disputed boundary would remain open grazing land until harvest. Both knights bowed, one grudgingly, but neither dared protest a king's balanced judgment. Next came a merchant complaining about an unfair toll demanded by local officials. Jon promised to investigate, scribbling a note for Tyrion to follow up with the Master of Coin. Another woman, a widow, petitioned for a missing daughter who had vanished in the city's underbelly. Jon's heart clenched. He ordered the city watch to prioritize her case, promising that if the watch needed more resources, they'd have them. By the time the public audience ended, midday sun angled through the high windows, illuminating the swirling dust moats above the throne. Jon dismounted from the Iron Throne, trying not to let the tension in his shoulders show. Tyrion approached, handing him a cup of water. "You're improving at this," the hand quipped. "No one left screaming or in chains." Jon gave a rueful half-smile. "I don't want them to fear coming here for justice." Just then, a steward hurried up, bowing. "Your Grace, a guest has arrived, a certain Lady Eleanor Tarth. She says she has business with the king, brought on the recommendation of Ser Brienne." Jon raised his brows. "Lady Eleanor Tarth? Any relation to Brienne?" Tyrion tapped his chin. "Tarth is Brienne's ancestral seat, possibly a cousin or some such relative." The steward nodded. "She says she's Lord Selwyn Tarth's niece, traveling from Evenfall Hall. She requested an audience, but in private if possible." Jon exchanged a glance with Tyrion, who shrugged. "Up to you, Your Grace." "All right," Jon said. "Show her to the Solar. I'll speak with her there." He followed the steward through the corridors, eventually entering the Solar where he often held smaller meetings. The windows overlooked the city, and a tapestry depicting the conquest of Aegon Targaryen, ironically, hung on one wall. Brienne stood near the fireplace, face calm but eyes alert. Lady Eleanor Tarth, tall and fair-haired, turned to greet Jon with a respectful curtsy. She wore a traveling gown of sea green trimmed with gold, the Tarth colors, and bore a hint of Brienne's strong jaw. Jon inclined his head. "Lady Eleanor, welcome to King's Landing." She curtsied again. "Your Grace, thank you for seeing me. I bring news and a request." Her voice carried the soft accent of the Stormlands, though less pronounced than Gendry's. Jon gestured for her to sit. Brienne nodded a greeting to her cousin. Jon guessed the relationship by the subtle familial resemblance. Once they were settled, Lady Eleanor spoke again. "My father, Lord Selwyn, has grown ill. He urges me to secure a royal visit to Tarth if at all possible, or at least to present you with a matter of some urgency. There have been raids along Tarth's eastern shores, pirates, we think. They strike small fishing villages and vanish before we can respond." Jon frowned, glancing at Brienne. She had not mentioned these raids, likely because news had only just arrived. Brienne spoke quietly. My father wrote me last month of suspicious vessels near Evenfall Hall, but we thought them isolated incidents. Have they worsened? Eleanor's expression tensed. Indeed, they come at night. We have losses of boats, supplies, occasionally even the villagers themselves. We suspect some pirate coalition operating out of the Stepstones or further east. Jon grimaced. He recalled how the Stepstones had often been a haven for outlaws. What does Tarth's navy look like? Eleanor shook her head. Small. We have a few coastal galleys, but not enough to patrol effectively. Lord Selwyn is bedridden. My brother tries to organize a defense, but we're overwhelmed. We hoped the crown might send ships or men to help. Jon glanced at Brienne, who nodded, then at Tyrion, who had entered behind him. Tyrion rubbed his chin. We have ships, though the royal fleet is still recovering after the wars. But Tarth is part of the Stormlands, and Gendry Baratheon pledged loyalty. Perhaps he can help muster a local fleet if we coordinate. Eleanor's eyes lit with cautious hope. If you could persuade Lord Baratheon, we'd be grateful. Tarth has always served the realm faithfully. We don't want to appear helpless, but these pirates, they strike so quickly. Jon found his decision clear. All right, I'll send word to Gendry at Storm's End. We'll see if we can spare a few royal warships. In the meantime, gather any intelligence you have on these raiders, ship descriptions, possible allies and Essos, and share it with us. We'll act as soon as we can. Eleanor rose, curtsying in gratitude. Thank you, Your Grace. My family and the people of Tarth will not forget this. He gave a small, reassuring nod. As Eleanor turned to go, escorted by a steward to guest quarters, Brienne remained, her face solemn. I apologize for not relaying the earlier rumors sooner, Your Grace. Jon shook his head. You had no confirmation. Now we do. Tarth needs help and we'll give it. Thank you for bringing Lady Eleanor safely. Brienne's shoulders relaxed. She is my cousin, though we haven't spoken much over the years. I trust her account. Tyrion placed his hands behind his back. Another small crisis on the horizon, then. Pirates, troubles in Dorne, the daily tribulations of the city. We remain busy. Jon allowed a faint smile. Such is ruling. We'll handle this too. When Brienne departed, Tyrion lingered a moment, regarding Jon with a thoughtful expression. I wonder sometimes how you manage it all, north, south, now Tarth, plus the question of your personal life. Jon stiffened slightly. You and Sansa have been conferring, I see. Tyrion raised a brow. She mentioned it in passing. She's worried about your succession, your legacy. She's not the only one. Jon folded his arms, recalling the conversation with Sansa. I'm aware, but I have no immediate desire to wed. Tyrion shrugged, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. I understand. Still, rumors circulate about who the king might choose. Some say you'll look north for a Stark cousin, to keep the bloodline close. Others whisper you might formalize something with a southern lady, maybe from the Vale or the Reach to cement alliances, or even a match in Dorne, to quell tensions. Jon exhaled. The idea of a purely political union unsettled him. I won't force myself or anyone else into a loveless arrangement just for appearances. Tyrion's tone softened. No one's asking you to be miserable, Jon, but neither can a king ignore the realm's expectations forever. Think of it not as a burden but as a chance. A chance for companionship, maybe even happiness. Jon paused. He didn't want to delve into that now. Let's focus on Tarth and Dorne first. The rest, I'll handle it. Tyrion gave a mild nod, the lines of his face suggesting he'd not dropped the subject entirely. As you wish, Your Grace. Jon left the solar, a faint ache blooming behind his temples. There was always something. The crown demanded not just his leadership but his future, his personal choices. He yearned for simpler days when his biggest worry was how to impress upon the Night's Watch that the real enemy lay beyond the wall. Now the enemies were intangible: political unrest, faith disputes, foreign intrigues. He squared his shoulders and returned to the daily tasks, reminding himself that for all the trials, the realm was at peace, and he would keep it so. Days slipped into a routine. Morning council meetings, afternoon audiences, letters to and from Gendry about Tarth, messages to Dorne, negotiations with Lys. Even the city's daily life felt calmer. He took some heart in that, believing the people sensed a stable king. Now and then, he found time to walk the city incognito with minimal guards, checking on the progress of rebuilding. Flea Bottom was less chaotic than before, with new communal ovens built to replace those lost in the Dragonfire. At each corner, he overheard talk of the king who was raised in the north but sits the Iron Throne, usually said with a cautious respect. One mild afternoon, as he paused by a newly erected statue of the Seven in a half-rebuilt sept, he spied an old woman lighting a candle at the base. She murmured a prayer for her grandchildren, lost in the wars. Spotting Jon, though not recognizing him, she asked if he believed the city would ever truly be safe again. He answered with quiet certainty, "I think it will, in time. We must all work to see it so." She nodded, grateful for the reassurance, none the wiser that she'd spoken to the king. Moments like that reinforced Jon's resolve more than any council discussion could. Meanwhile, the envoy Ser Armand set off for Dorne, carrying Jon's written pledge of respect for Dornish autonomy and a cautionary note that rebellion would only bring more bloodshed. Jon prayed that Prince Cailin would hold the fractious houses in check, but until a reply arrived, there was little else to do. On Tarth's front, Gendry responded promptly, agreeing to dispatch a handful of Stormland galleys to aid Lord Selwyn Tarth. Jon supplemented that force with 2 royal warships, an expensive gesture, but a necessary one. Lady Eleanor wrote from Evenfall Hall, thanking him for the support and detailing a few sightings of swift pirate craft. The stepstones indeed seemed the source, though identifying which Sellsword or pirate lord commanded them was no easy task. Amid these developments, the High Septon made a polite request to see Jon. Though they had parted on cordial terms after implementing the licensing system for brothels and certain moral guidelines, the faith never ceased its vigilance. Jon agreed to meet him in one of the Red Keep's side septs, an airy chamber with stained glass windows depicting the Seven. The High Septon arrived in spotless white robes, accompanied by 2 warriors' sons who waited discreetly at the entrance. After the usual formalities, the High Septon said, "Your Grace, I come bearing gratitude for the Crown's continued support of the poor. The new almshouses are nearly complete, and many orphans find refuge there." Jon inclined his head. "That is good to hear. The realm's most vulnerable deserve protection." The High Septon nodded gravely, then lowered his voice. "Yet we remain concerned about certain vices. The licensing helps regulate them, but the faith wonders if we might do more to discourage gambling halls, certain taverns known for illicit dealings. The City Watch tries, but corruption remains a risk. We fear the souls of King's Landing might drift towards sin if we do not curb it." Jon recognized the subtle push. "I understand, but if we crack down too hard, we risk driving these activities underground or fueling resentment. We must keep a balance." A flicker of disappointment or frustration might have crossed the High Septon's face, but he masked it well. "Balance, yes. I pray the Seven guide us. Another matter, Your Grace. The question of your rightful heir. People talk wonder. The faith hopes you will heed the gods and choose a queen who will support your righteous rule." Jon's shoulders tensed. Even from the faith the pressure came. "I'm aware of the realm's interest in my succession," he said carefully. "In due time I will address it. For now, the stability of the kingdom is my priority." The High Septon spread his hands in a gesture of piety. "May the crone's wisdom illuminate your path, Your Grace. The faith stands ready to bless any union you deem fitting." He offered a polite bow, concluding the conversation. Jon allowed him to depart without committing to anything further. That evening, Jon sat in his private solar, letting the day's tensions ebb. The broad windows were thrown open to catch the cooler night air. Ghost dozed in a corner, eyelids half shut. Tyrion joined Jon for a late meal of roasted pheasant and wine, while Davos was off handling a matter with the City Watch. A single candle flickered on the table, illuminating a few scrolls Jon had yet to read. He rubbed his temples, recalling how the High Septon had slyly nudged him about heirs. Tyrion took a small sip of wine, then set the goblet down. "You look troubled, Jon." Jon offered a hollow chuckle. "I suppose I am. Every day it seems there's another person reminding me I need to marry, produce heirs, tie the realm together." The High Septon was less subtle today. Tyrion made a sympathetic noise. "Yes, that's his job, in a way, ensuring moral order and continuity of the monarchy. You are the realm's center, whether you wish it or not." Jon stared out the window at the lantern-lit city. "I know, but I won't be forced into something just to satisfy them. Sansa suggested I keep my eyes open, though. Sometimes I wonder if the realm would be stronger with a queen from a major house, like the Tyrells once were, or the Martells, or the Arryns or Tullis. I might quell regional discontent. But do I have the will to do that?" Tyrion tapped his fingers on the table. "A political marriage could indeed help. But if you're not prepared for it, it could create more trouble than it solves. An unhappy marriage might breed suspicion and resentment. Or consider another angle. You might marry someone who genuinely supports your vision, forging both an alliance and a personal bond. Rare but possible." Jon shrugged, uncertain. "I'm not sure I want to search for that now. There's so much to handle already. Dorne, Tarth, the city's reconstruction." Tyrion leaned back. "Then let it be for the moment. The realm isn't on the brink of war over the lack of an heir. But be aware, whispers only grow louder with time. Some might question whether you truly intend to remain on the throne if you have no heirs. They might fear a succession crisis." Jon let out a breath. "I know. I'll deal with it eventually." They switched topics, discussing Tartha's next steps to root out the pirates. Then they parted ways for the night. Jon retreated to his bed, but sleep came slowly. He remembered Daenerys's unwavering belief in her right to the Iron Throne, how that had consumed her at the end. He did not want to emulate her single-mindedness, nor did he want to leave the realm adrift when he was gone. He drifted off with those questions swirling in his mind. A week later, a raven from Dorne arrived. Ser Armand had reached Sunspear, conferred with Prince Cailin, and discovered that the discontented houses were more numerous than initially suspected. However, many were open to negotiation if the crown formalized certain promises about Dornish self-governance. The letter ended with a request from Prince Cailin himself for Jon to consider visiting Dorne, demonstrating his willingness to treat them as equals. It was not an outright summons, but a pointed invitation. Jon read the letter in the small council's presence. Tyrion spoke first. "That's a bold step. Traveling to Dorne would be quite the statement. It could soothe tensions or, if handled poorly, inflame them." Sam added, "Historically, the Targaryens clashed with Dorne repeatedly until marriage alliances and treaties formed an uneasy peace. Perhaps a symbolic visit from you, half Stark, half Targaryen, would be seen as a new beginning." Davos tapped the table. "We can't ignore the possibility of danger. Dorne is proud. Some extremist might view you as an invader, especially if they blame Targaryens for past atrocities. But if Prince Cailin assures your safety, that might be enough." Jon weighed the risks. The realm had stabilized somewhat, yet Dorne was a thorn that could fester if neglected. If we ignore this invitation, we risk emboldening the malcontents. If we accept, we might unite them behind Cailin. And if, as you say, I show them respect, we might prevent a rebellion. "I'll go." Tyrion's brows rose. "Are you certain? It's a long ride, and we might want to take at least a modest escort. The desert roads are harsh, and the Dornish nights are no trifling matter if something goes awry." Jon gave a firm nod. "We'll do it carefully. But yes, I'll accept the invitation. We can't keep ignoring each other. I'll send a raven to Prince Cailin, letting him know I come in peace. Meanwhile, let's prepare. I'll need a small retinue, enough to show proper standing, but not so large it appears I'm bringing an army." Davos leaned forward. "I volunteer to accompany you, Your Grace. I have some experience in diplomacy, smoother than facing pirates, at least." Tyrion smirked. "I'm sure the prince will appreciate the Knight of the Onion by your side. I'll remain here to manage the city, unless you'd prefer otherwise." Jon considered. Yes, Tyrion, stay in King's Landing. Sam, you remain as well. Someone must keep an eye on developments with Tarth and the rest of the realm. Brienne will come with me for security. 12 nights at most. We'll travel light. They agreed on the plan. Over the next few days, letters flew between the Red Keep and Sunspear. Prince Cailin responded graciously, promising safe passage and offering lodging in the fabled water gardens. The tension in Dorne still simmered, but Cailin was determined to show Jon that the majority desired a peaceful resolution. By the time all was arranged, Jon found himself preparing yet again for another journey, though this time across scorching deserts instead of frozen moors. The morning of departure came, bright and hot even in the Crownlands. Summer's tale refused to let go. The small escort assembled in the Red Keep courtyard. A few knights wearing the combined sigil of Stark and Targaryen, Brienne in her white cloak, Davos with a practical riding outfit, and a pair of minor lords who had volunteered to join the diplomatic mission. They carried enough supplies for the road, along with gifts for Prince Cailin, silks, fine wine from the arbor, and books from the citadel, all chosen to flatter the Dornish sense of culture. Jon mounted his black horse, scanning the group. Ghost walked close by, though Jon worried about how the direwolf would handle the desert heat. He had considered leaving Ghost behind, but the thought felt wrong. Ghost had accompanied him through so much, it seemed unthinkable to abandon him now. Maybe they could travel in the cooler hours and rest during the midday sun. Tyrion and Sam stood at the gate to bid him farewell. Tyrion offered a half-bow, half-grin. "Bring a wide-brimmed hat, your grace. Dornish sun can be merciless." Jon smirked. "I'll remember. Keep the city safe." Sam stepped forward, shuffling parchments in his arms. "I'll watch for any developments with Tarth or the pirates. And, about the other matter." Jon raised a brow. "Which matter?" Sam reddened slightly. "Well, just that a few prominent houses have inquired about potential marital alliances again. Nothing urgent, but they keep sending letters. I can keep them at bay until you return, unless you decide otherwise." Jon sighed, resigned. "Keep them at bay. I'll address it after Dorne." Sam nodded, relieved. "Yes, your grace. Safe travels." With that, the gates opened, and Jon's company rode out into the city. Bystanders watched with curiosity as the small column of knights passed. No grand fanfare accompanied them. It was a subtle departure. They crossed the city's main thoroughfare, passing the charred ruins still under reconstruction, then exited through the main gates onto the King's Road. Once beyond the walls, the mood shifted to a steady march. The autumn sun bore down on them, the sky a wide vault of blue. They made good time over the first days, traveling through the Reach. Fields of grain and orchards offered a pleasant backdrop. Local lords greeted them politely, giving them fresh provisions. Jon saw signs of rebuilding, burned manors restored, farmland reclaimed after so many battles. Still, memories of war lingered, and he noticed small folk eyeing him with a mixture of hope and wariness, especially when they glimpsed the direwolf among the party. When they veered southeast, the terrain grew drier and hillier. They entered the Dornish Marches, a region historically contested between the Reach and Dorne. Here, the land bore scars from old conflicts, but the roads were relatively safe now, patrolled by local knights. Nightfall brought cooler air, a blessing after the sweltering afternoons. Jon ensured the group found reliable inns or keeps, though sometimes they camped under the stars when no settlement was near. Ghost panted in the heat but remained vigilant. As they ventured deeper, they saw the first signs of Dornish culture. Watchtowers with curved arches, cacti dotting the rocky hills, caravans hauling spices from the south. The architecture shifted, and travelers they passed had sun-kissed skin and flowing garments better suited for the scorching days. A few stared with open curiosity at the man rumored to be half Stark, half Targaryen, leading a small retinue into Dorne. Finally, they approached the Prince's Pass, a winding route through the mountains that served as one of the primary gateways into Dorne. Here, the sun was merciless, and the rocky walls rose on either side. Brienne rode close, scanning the heights for any sign of ambush. but they encountered only a handful of Dornish scouts who hailed them and, upon seeing the royal banners, waved them onward. Davos wiped sweat from his brow, muttering that he preferred the biting winds of the north to this relentless glare. A day later, they emerged into the Dornish lowlands, where the heat and desert sands became more pronounced. Oases dotted the horizon, palm trees rising around hidden springs. The road was less crowded here, though they occasionally passed groups of Dornish spearmen or traveling merchants. Jon's party halted more frequently to water their horses and ensure Ghost could cool off in whatever shade they found. By midday of the following day, the turrets of Sunspear became visible in the distance, perched on the coast. The shimmering sea beyond it stretched to the horizon. Sunspear was a study in elegant spires, domes, and slender towers, constructed from pale stone that gleamed under the sun. Closer to the city, they saw that the walls were well guarded, bristling with spears and banners displaying the sun and spear sigil of House Martell. A small contingent of Dornish riders met them on the outskirts, 20 men wearing light armor, curved blades at their hips. Their leader, a slim man with dark hair and bronze skin, introduced himself as Ser Ryan Euler, one of Prince Caillin's sworn knights. He offered them a courteous salute. "Welcome to Dorne, King Aegon Targaryen," called Jon Snow. "The prince awaits you in the water gardens. We've been instructed to guide you there." Jon nodded, dismounting briefly to stretch. "Thank you, Ser Ryan. Led on." Sunspear streets were narrower than King's Landing's, but far cleaner. Tall buildings provided some shade, while the architecture hinted at a mix of Rhoynish and Undul heritage. Locals paused in doorways, curious about the small group of foreign knights. Some recognized Jon's banner and whispered among themselves. A few children scampered after Ghost until a city guard warned them off. The air smelled of exotic spices, roasted peppers, and the salt of the sea. They didn't linger in the city proper. Instead, Ser Ryan guided them west along a coastal road flanked by white villas and gardens. Soon, they reached the famed water gardens, an oasis of fountains, tiled courtyards, and shaded arcades. A glittering pool lay at the center, surrounded by fruit trees. It was said the ruling prince or princess of Dorne often chose to reside here for the tranquility and cooler breezes off the sea. Jon felt a curious sense of awe. He had never expected to find such lush greenery in a region reputed to be all sand and sun. The architecture was graceful, columns draped with vines of jasmine, the pathways lined with mosaic tiles depicting palm trees and serpents. Dornish servants wearing bright sashes moved gracefully, carrying pitchers of chilled water or plates of fruit. A group of guards parted, revealing Prince Cailin Martell waiting on a shaded terrace. He was younger than Jon had expected, perhaps early 20s, lean and tall, with dark hair and a slender face. He wore a loose-fitting robe of burnt orange, embroidered with the Martell sun and spear sigil in gold thread. Beside him stood an older advisor in deep blue, her expression calm but watchful. Several Dornish knights and ladies lingered behind them, curious to see the arrival of the king in the south. Jon approached, bowing his head respectfully. "Prince Cailin, thank you for inviting me. I appreciate your hospitality." Cailin inclined his head, a small smile forming. "Welcome to Dorne, King Aegon Targaryen. We're honored you accepted. May these gardens refresh you after the desert roads." Jon gestured for his companions to introduce themselves. Davos, Brienne, and the two minor lords. Each offered polite greetings. The prince's advisor, introduced as Lady Nahara Vaith, inclined her head to them, warmth in her tone. "We hope you'll find solace here. Dorne has a reputation for heat, but we also value the comfort of our guests." Servants guided Jon's party to a cluster of guest rooms overlooking the gardens. Inside, the spaces were airy, with marble floors and tall windows draped in vibrant fabrics. Pitchers of chilled water awaited them, along with bowls of fresh figs and dates. Jon thanked the servants, noticing how neatly everything was arranged. The Dornish took pride in such details. After some rest, they reconvened on a terrace where cushions and low tables surrounded a central fountain. Prince Cailin's retinue joined them, offering cool wine and spiced delicacies. Cailin leaned back against the cushions, studying Jon with keen eyes. "I must say, Your Grace, I didn't expect to see the Iron Throne occupied by someone raised in the north. Yet here you are." Jon took a measured sip of the sweet Dornish wine. "I never expected it either, but fate had other plans." Cailin offered a wry smile. "Dorne knows about fate. We have resisted Targaryen invasions before, yet also allied with them through marriage. Now we have you, part Targaryen, part Stark, coming here in peace. It's a turn of the wheel we couldn't have foreseen." Jon set aside his cup. "I hope to ensure Dorne remains part of the realm without losing your traditions. I understand some houses are restless. They feel overshadowed or fear a return of old tyrannies. I want to address those fears." Lady Nahara inclined her head. "They do indeed fear that history might repeat itself. Yet your actions since taking the throne suggest otherwise. You have not marched on any region, nor demanded crippling tributes." Davos chimed in. "The king believes each region should heal after the wars. We've learned the cost of conquest is high, and we want no more devastation." Prince Cailin drummed his fingers lightly on the tiled edge of the fountain. "Wise words. Still, we have houses Toland, Illyrian, Santagar, and others calling for either independence or major concessions. They see your Targaryen blood and recall the dragons that once burned Dornish fields. They see your northern blood and wonder if you're too far removed from our ways to understand Dorne's spirit." Jon's gaze flicked to the shimmering pool. "What do you suggest we do to convince them otherwise?" Cailin exchanged a look with Lady Nahara, who spoke carefully. "A formal treaty stating Dorne's right to manage its internal affairs, as it did under the Martells of old, while remaining under the Crown's broader authority. Clarify that we are free to choose local laws, handle our trade with minimal interference, so long as we pay a fair portion of taxes to the throne and do not raise arms against the kingdom. The precedent exists from centuries past, though it was chipped away under later Targaryen kings." Jon considered. "That's not too different from what the North has, some measure of autonomy. But we must ensure the taxes are fair and the realm sees no sign of disloyalty." Cailin's eyes gleamed. "Precisely. If we can formalize that understanding, many of the dissenting lords will have fewer grounds to call for independence. They'll see that you respect our old ways. However, a few might remain stubborn, claiming we should break free entirely." Jon set his jaw. "We can handle a stubborn minority, so long as the majority stands with you, Prince Cailin. And I'd prefer to avoid sending armies south. The realm has bled enough." The prince spread his hands in a gesture of peace. "Then we have a starting point, Your Grace. We'll draft a new Dornish charter, reaffirming old rights while clarifying our obligations to the crown. If you sign it and we sign it, it could quell the hotheads." Lady Nahara added, "Some might demand a marriage alliance, perhaps you to a highborn Dornish lady, to truly seal the pact. It was how Targaryens and Martells bonded in the past. But that is a separate question." Jon's chest tightened. Even here, the question of marriage surfaced. "One thing at a time," he said calmly. "Let's see if a charter suffices." Prince Cailin seemed amused. "I won't press the matter of your personal life. It's rumor enough that half the ladies in Dorne wonder if you'd bring them to the northern snows as queen." Jon forced a polite smile, then turned the conversation back to the specifics of the charter. They spent the evening drafting preliminary terms, with Davos chipping in advice on trade rights and Brienne offering a security perspective. The notion of a local Dornish garrison that would remain under Cailin's command but could be called upon by the crown in dire times took shape. In return, the crown guaranteed not to station outside armies in Dorne unless invited. That night, Jon walked the water gardens alone, letting the cooler air brush his face. He'd removed his cloak, wearing just a light shirt to adapt to the lingering warmth. Torches lit the pathways, reflecting in the shallow pools where children sometimes played during the day. He paused by a mosaic depicting a dragon and a sun locked in a spiral pattern. Perhaps it was centuries old, symbolizing the uneasy dance between Targaryen conquest and Dornish defiance. He felt the weight of history. Targaryens had tried to subdue Dorne with fire and blood, only to fail repeatedly until marriage and treaties did the job. Now he, a Targaryen in name only, sought to bind Dorne peacefully, taking lessons from the past. His parentage had made him heir, but his upbringing taught him caution and empathy. If this charter worked, Dorne might remain in the realm without further bloodshed. If it failed, rebellion might spark again. Soft footsteps behind him. Lady Nahara approached, her long robe whispering against the mosaic tiles. She bowed her head in greeting. "Your Grace, I apologize if I startled you." Jon turned. "No, it's fine. I was just thinking." Nahara clasped her hands. "The prince asked me to see if you needed anything. He retired early, worn from the day's discussions. But I remained in case you had questions about the charter or about Dorne itself." Jon smiled politely. "Thank you, Lady Nahara. I think we have a good start. I'd like to see how the dissenting lords react once they read the terms." She nodded. "We'll summon them soon to discuss the final draft. I suspect some will demand more, but hopefully not enough to derail the entire effort." Jon hesitated, then ventured, "What's your sense of them? Are they truly willing to revolt? Or is this mostly posturing?" Nahara gazed at the mosaic. "House Toland lost many in the wars, and they blame the Targaryen name. House Illyrian has always bristled under any authority not their own. They might have drawn other minor lords into their orbit with promises of a free Dorne. But open revolt? Likely not unless provoked. If you show yourself amenable, they might relent." Jon nodded, relieved. "Good. Then we'll remain steady." Lady Nahara studied him with curiosity. "You are quite different from the tales of Targaryen kings. The Mad King, for instance. You seem kinder." Jon felt a pang. "I saw what madness and fire can do when unleashed. I'll not repeat it." Her voice softened. "Then you may succeed where others failed. I wish you fortune, Your Grace." She departed, leaving Jon alone once more. He resumed walking the perimeter of the pools, Ghost padding silently beside him. He wondered if any Targaryen before him had walked these gardens in search of peace, or if they all came to Dorne seeking conquest. The gentle splash of water soothed him, and the night sky, studded with strange southern constellations, reminded him how far from the north he stood. Yet a part of him felt more at ease here than in the Red Keep's stifling corridors. He breathed in the scent of orange blossoms, letting the tension slip away for a moment. The following days saw a series of formal and informal meetings. Cailin summoned various Dornish lords, some who supported the crown wholeheartedly, others who were on the fence, and a few rumored malcontents. In a grand colonnaded hall, they gathered around a long table to review the proposed charter. Davos and Brienne flanked Jon, while Prince Cailin sat at the opposite end, Lady Nahara to his side, and a cluster of Dornish knights behind them. The lords who opposed or doubted the crown arrived with expressions ranging from skeptical to openly resentful. Lord Toland, a silver-haired man with deep creases around his mouth, wasted no time. "Your Grace, we remember well the atrocities inflicted on Dorne in generations past. Why should we trust this new Targaryen king to keep his word?" Jon steadied himself. "Because I have no interest in repeating those atrocities, my lord. I came here in person with only a small escort to show my goodwill. I want peace and mutual respect. The draft charter ensures your rights, your laws, your ways remain intact. But we remain one realm, so we can stand against any threat together." Lord Illyrian, a lean woman with piercing eyes, spoke next. "Words are cheap. When the time comes to collect taxes or enforce a southern decree, how do we know you won't ride roughshod over us with an army?" Davos cleared his throat. "There's a clause preventing a standing foreign garrison in Dorne without the prince's invitation. Taxes would be set at a fixed rate, akin to other regions, not arbitrarily raised. If the crown violates these terms, you have grounds to protest legally, without resorting to war." Toland's lip curled. "Legal protest? Against the Iron Throne? A man who sits in King's Landing can press us if he wants. The North, the Stormlands, even the Reach might side with him. We'd be outmatched. That's what history teaches us." Jon leaned forward. History also shows Dorne can be impossible to conquer when united. I prefer not to test that. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to rectify the mistakes of the past. If you refuse even the chance of peace, we achieve nothing. A murmur swept the lords. One of the moderate voices, Lord Manwoody, chimed in. Perhaps it's time we let the old wounds heal. We all suffered under the wars. The king's approach seems fair. Do we demand war again, or do we try this new arrangement? Illyrian and Toland exchanged wary looks. Lady Nahara quietly laid out the key points. Local governance, no foreign soldiers, a proportionate tax, a vow by the crown never to burn Dorne with dragonfire, reaffirming the old pacts of mutual defense. Tensions softened slightly as the details became clearer. By the end of the session, the dissenters weren't satisfied, but they agreed to come back for further discussions rather than storm out. Privately, Cailin told Jon, "That's as much as we can expect in one day. They're proud, but they're not blind. They see you didn't come with an army or a vengeful heart." Jon accepted this with a cautious nod. "I'll keep reaching out. Let them see I'm sincere." In the midst of these talks, a messenger arrived from King's Landing with letters. Tyrion's missive summarized a few new developments. Tarth's combined fleet had driven off a small group of pirates, capturing 2 ships. The rest scattered, but Lord Selwyn Tarth was grateful. Meanwhile, the High Septon had sponsored a new orphan relief drive, drawing applause from the city. And yes, Tyrion added, a few more proposals for Jon's marriage had landed on his desk. He humorously threatened to burn them if Jon wished. Jon chuckled darkly at that line but sent back a polite note telling Tyrion to keep stalling. Another letter came from Sansa, who congratulated him on venturing to Dorne, urging him to remain cautious. She also mentioned that House Manderley continued strengthening White Harbor's trade routes. The north was calm, though winter winds hinted they might see an early snowfall. "I envy your warm climate," she wrote, "but I know you'd trade the sun for these snows any day. Return soon." The longing in her words made Jon smile wistfully. At last, after several more meetings, they had a near-complete draft of the Dornish Charter. Prince Cailin arranged a ceremonial gathering in the Water Gardens, inviting all the dissenting lords to witness the signing. They gathered by the central fountain at midday, the mosaic underfoot shimmering. Musicians played soft harp melodies, and servants offered fruit juice or chilled wine. Jon stood on one side, Cailin on the other, with the lords arrayed around them in a circle. A scribe read the key points aloud. The sun beat down fiercely, but the shade of palm trees kept the place bearable. Lord Toland and Lady Illyrian glared at times, but they listened. When the scribe finished, Cailin stepped forward. "This charter upholds Dorne's ancient rights while confirming our place in the 7 kingdoms. I, Prince Cailin Martell, put my seal upon it." He pressed his ring into the hot wax on the parchment's signature line. The Martell sun and spear emblem took shape. Then all eyes turned to Jon. He took the scribe's quill, feeling the hush thicken. This was a defining moment. A Targaryen king willingly reaffirming Dornish self-governance, reversing the more oppressive stances of his ancestors. Jon dipped the quill in ink, then signed Aegon Targaryen, though part of him still felt more comfortable with the name Jon Snow. He pressed the Targaryen signet into the wax. The red wax bore the dragon's 3 heads. A ripple of murmurs spread through the gathered lords. Some clapped politely. Others stayed quiet, eyes narrowed, but no one openly protested. Cailin raised the parchment. "With this, we commit ourselves to a future free of the bloodshed that once defined our relationship. May it stand as a testament to peace." Jon offered a slight incline of his head. "I pledge the crown will honor these terms. I thank Prince Cailin and the Lords of Dorne for allowing me to prove my intent." Toland grunted, giving a small nod. Illyrian huffed but said nothing. Other lords bowed or raised their cups in a gesture of acceptance. The tension didn't vanish overnight, but the charter provided a solid foundation. Jon felt a relief akin to unclenching a fist he'd kept tight too long. If this held, Dorne would remain part of the realm peacefully, lessening the chance of future conflict. In the days following the signing, Cailin hosted a series of smaller feasts. Music, dancing, and the lively swirl of Dornish color filled the water gardens. Jon attended as many as he could, though he was never fully at ease in such social settings. Davos politely sipped wine, chatting with Dornish knights about shipping routes and alliances. Brienne stood by, occasionally receiving polite inquiries from Dornish ladies curious about the famed female knight. Jon noticed how some ladies and even a few men eyed him with keen interest, but he kept conversations focused on politics or idle pleasantries. The question of marriage or alliances lingered just under the surface, unspoken but palpable. During one such feast, under lanterns strung between palm trees, Prince Cailin approached Jon with a grin. "You look like a man who'd rather be anywhere else, King Aegon." Jon half laughed. "Feasts aren't my comfort zone, but I appreciate the welcome." Cailin nodded, sipping a goblet of cool wine. "You can relax a bit, you know? I doubt anyone here is going to leap forward with a dagger. We Dornish may be passionate, but we keep hospitality sacred." Jon lowered his voice. "I don't doubt it. My caution is more from habit. Too many knights expecting betrayal. But I'm trying." Cailin watched him thoughtfully. "Let me guess. You're also thinking about how to leave gracefully without offending us." Jon managed a small smile. "You read me well." Cailin chuckled. "Spend at least another few days, and then we'll arrange a formal farewell. That should satisfy the courtesy. Besides, your direwolf seems to enjoy prowling our gardens at night." Someone spotted him by the reflecting pool under the moon. Jon glanced at Ghost, who lay near a fountain, lapping water. He's probably never seen a place like this. Hardly any sand or palm trees in the north. The prince patted Jon's shoulder. "Good. So you'll stay a bit. Enjoy our hospitality. You've earned it by bridging centuries of enmity." Jon nodded, letting a hint of gratitude soften his expression. Perhaps he could grant himself a small reprieve before returning to the endless swirl of King's Landing. If only for a few nights, he might let the desert breezes carry away some of his burdens. The next day, a fresh messenger arrived from the capital. The letter from Tyrion was brief. King's Landing remained calm, the High Septon had little new to say, and Tarth reported more pirate sightings but no major attacks since the last skirmish. Another note from Sam indicated that certain lords had once again asked about possible marriages for the king. Houses in the Reach and the Westerlands, specifically. Sam claimed to have postponed any discussion until Jon's return. As Jon read this beneath a vine-covered arcade, he sighed. Even here, the realm's persistent question followed him. He tucked the parchment away. Once the Dornish matter was settled, he'd have to address the personal realm of alliances and heirs. If he ignored it indefinitely, rumors might brew into new troubles. Shortly after, a young Dornish boy found Jon in the gardens, breathless, and handed him a slip of parchment. The lad dashed off before Jon could thank him. The parchment bore only a few words in a flowing script. "I can help you quell any doubts about your future. Meet me at the southwestern arcade after dusk." No signature, no sign of who wrote it. Jon frowned, suspecting a trick or a trap. He showed it to Davos, who raised a brow. "Seems suspicious. Could be a ploy by one of the dissenting lords, or some misguided attempt to corner you." Jon agreed. "I'll bring guards, but I'm curious. Let's see if this is something or nothing." That night, after the feast ended, Jon slipped away with Davos and Brienne, instructing a few knights to remain at a distance. They found the southwestern arcade near a cluster of citrus trees, dimly lit by a single lantern. The wind whispered through the leaves, carrying the scent of oranges. Footsteps approached from behind a pillar, a cloaked figure, hood drawn over their head. Brienne stepped forward, hand on sword. "Who are you? Declare yourself." A soft, feminine voice answered. "I mean no harm. I simply wish to speak with the king privately. Please, no swords." Jon nodded for Brienne to relax a fraction. "Speak, then." The figure lowered the hood, revealing a woman with dark braided hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. She wore modest Dornish attire, a sash of golden color. "I am Sarah Toland, daughter of Lord Toland." Jon's posture stiffened. Your father is among those who questioned my presence. She inclined her head. Indeed, and he'd be furious if he knew I was here. But I want to find a solution. Davos folded his arms. Is this about the charter? Your father signed it, however reluctantly. Sarah swallowed. He signed, yes, but he's not convinced. He's talking with Lord Illyrian about ignoring the charter the moment you leave. They might even provoke an incident to discredit Prince Cairn's authority, making it look like you broke your word. Jon's gaze narrowed. That's troubling. Why warn me? She hesitated, glancing around nervously. Because I don't want another war. My mother was from the Reach, and I've seen enough bloodshed. I also suspect they plan to gather mercenaries from Essos, small scale perhaps, but enough to stage raids along the Dornish border and blame the crown. If chaos erupts, they think they can rally more lords to independence. Brienne's grip on her sword tightened. Treasonous. They'd go against the prince as well as the crown. Sarah nodded, voice shaking slightly. They claim it's the only way to restore Dornish pride. I think it's madness. If you bring this to light openly, they'll deny it and target me. I came quietly so you'd know the truth. I beg you, if you confront them, do so without naming me, or I'll be disowned at best or worse. Jon exchanged a look with Davos. The charter had not quelled everyone, it seemed. All right, Jon said softly. I believe you. Thank you for warning us. I'll handle this carefully. Her shoulders sagged with relief. My father is meeting with Lord Illyrian in 2 days, at the old fortress near the Spice Dunes. That might be where they finalize their plots. If you can uncover their intentions there. Jon took a steadying breath. We will, but do not endanger yourself further. Return to your family and feign ignorance. She gave a trembling curtsy. Thank you, Your Grace. Then she pulled up her hood and slipped into the shadows. Brienne exhaled. So they plan to sabotage the peace. Are you certain we can trust her? Jon waited. I sense her sincerity. She was risking much to meet us like this. Davos nodded grimly. Then we must act. If we publicly accuse Toland and Illyrian without proof, it could spark the very conflict we hope to avoid. But we can't just let them stir trouble. Jon set his jaw. We'll gather evidence. Maybe we can catch them in the act at that fortress meeting. If they're truly planning something, we reveal their treachery to Prince Cailin and the other lords. That might isolate them. Brienne's eyes flashed with resolve. I'll accompany you, Your Grace, but we should move carefully. A trap might await us instead. Jon agreed. Yes, let's share this with Cailin discreetly. We have 2 days until that meeting. We'll plan. They withdrew, the orchard's lantern flickering behind them. The promise of peace in Dorne suddenly felt fragile again. Even though the charter was signed, men's hearts carried grudges that parchment couldn't erase. Jon's mind whirled with the need to preserve the new accord, to protect Sarah, and to avoid another war. Fate, it seemed, tested his every step. In a private meeting the next morning, Jon, Davos, and Brienne informed Prince Cailin and Lady Nahara of the warning. The prince's face darkened. So Toland's daughter claims they're plotting behind our backs. Did she provide any hard proof? Davos shook his head. Only her word, but she gave specific details. A fortress near the Spice Dunes, a meeting in 2 days. That's fairly precise. Cailin paced by a carved pillar. Toland is headstrong, Illyrian even more so. If they conspire to launch raids or hire mercenaries, they risk everything we've built. We can't let them spark a conflict that drags all of Dorne into war. Jon frowned. We should confront them quietly, gather proof. If we barge in with an army, they'll claim the crown is violating the charter. But if we do nothing, they might proceed unchallenged. Lady Nahara suggested. Perhaps a small group could ride there in secret, observe the meeting. If we catch them negotiating with sellswords or discussing open rebellion, we'll have grounds to denounce them. Then we act. Jon nodded. Yes, I'll go. Brienne and Davos too, plus a handful of trusted knights. We'll approach under cover of darkness, see what's happening. If it's innocent, we quietly return. If not, we act. Cailin's eyes flashed with worry. It's risky, but we can't just rely on rumor. Very well. I'll remain here to keep up appearances. Pretend we suspect nothing. Meanwhile, you gather your men and ride to the Spice Dunes fortress. With that plan decided, they spent the remainder of the day preparing. By dusk, Jon had assembled a small force. Brienne, Davos, for Northern Knights, and 4 Dornish spearmen loyal to the prince. They departed quietly from the water gardens, blending in with the night traffic of Sunspear. Ghost followed, silent as ever. Cailin arranged for them to travel with minimal fanfare, so no one would suspect official business. They rode under starry skies, the desert wind brushing over them. The route took them away from the coastal breezes into a harsher, rocky expanse. Occasionally, they passed a solitary palm grove or a stony outcrop. When dawn neared, they found a hidden wadi, a dry riverbed, and made a small camp for the day, seeking to avoid the scorching sun. Jon dozed fitfully, mind racing with possibilities. If Toland and Illyrian truly planned treason, how far would they go? They set out again at dusk, pressing on toward the Spice Dunes. According to Lady Nahara, an old fortress, a crumbling relic from an ancient Dornish war, stood near a route once used by spice caravans. It wasn't far from the border with the Stormlands, making it a strategic location if one wanted to stir cross-border raids. Ghost scouted ahead, occasionally returning with a silent trot. At times, the track vanished in shifting sands, but the Dornish spearmen guided them with practiced skill. By midnight, they spotted the outline of a dark structure on a low rise. The fortress walls jutted against the starry sky like broken teeth. Faint torchlight glimmered near a gate. Jon signaled a halt. They dismounted behind a ridge, securing the horses. Brienne motioned for everyone to keep low. They approached on foot, the sand muffling their steps. Crouching behind a rock outcrop, Jon peered through the gloom. He saw a handful of horses tied near the gate, some bearing the sigils of House Toland and House Illyrian. Lanterns glowed within the courtyard. Davos whispered, "Looks like they're here. Question is what they're up to." One of the Dornish spearmen murmured that he recognized a Sellsword banner from Essos, a black snake coiled around a spear. Likely mercenaries from the Disinherited Sons, rumored to ply the coasts of the Narrow Sea. If that was true, it was damning evidence that these lords intended to hire foreign fighters. Brienne's mouth set in a hard line. They advanced closer, keeping to the fortress's crumbling outer wall, until they found a small breach. Jon and Davos slipped through, leaving the others to watch or guard the perimeter. Inside, half the courtyard lay in ruins, the rest partially intact. Jon heard low voices echoing off stone. By creeping along the shadows, they reached a vantage behind a toppled arch peering around. They saw a group of men in a torchlit corner, kneeling around a crude table. Among them, Jon recognized Lord Toland's distinctive silver hair and Lady Illyrian's tall figure. Opposite them stood 3 men in mismatched armor, with the black snake emblem on their jerkins. Toland's voice carried, hushed but urgent. "We need enough men to strike quickly. Border raids, sabotage caravans, blame the crown for failing to protect Dorne. Show the other lords that King Targaryen is no friend of ours." One of the Sellswords asked, "Payments good, though? We won't fight for scraps." Illyrian snorted. "We have gold from certain sympathizers. Plus, any plunder you take in the raids is yours, as long as you follow our commands. When Dorne rises, we'll see you well compensated." A Sellsword spat. "And if your prince or that king counters us?" Toland's jaw tightened. "Then we escalate. Some lords are ready to back us if the prince is discredited. The king, too. If we show them these outsiders can't protect Dorne, independence becomes the only solution." Davos and Jon exchanged grim looks. This was open treason. Seeking to undermine the charter, provoke conflict, hire mercenaries to stoke fear. Jon's blood simmered. He signaled for Davos to quietly retreat. They slipped back toward the breach, rejoining Brienne and the others. In hushed tones, Jon relayed what they'd heard. The question remained, how to stop them? Brienne's eyes flashed. "We have enough men to strike, capture them here. That's solid proof, especially with the sellswords on site. We can deliver them to Prince Cailin for trial. One Dornish spearman nodded, excitement in his eyes. Yes, let's do it. We can trap them in the courtyard. They won't expect us. Davos glanced at Jon. Could be risky, but letting them leave might mean we lose our evidence. Jon flexed his hand around the hilt of Longclaw. We do it now, quietly, swiftly. The moment we reveal ourselves, they might flee or fight to the death. We can't let them vanish. They formed a plan. Half would circle the fortress to block the gate. Half would move in from behind the courtyard. Jon positioned Brienne with 2 knights to seize the sellswords first, while Davos and the spearmen secured Toland and Illyrian. Ghost would stay near Jon, ready to intercept any who broke away. The desert wind whispered through the shattered stones as they took positions. At Jon's soft signal, they charged in a sudden rush from the shadows. Brienne tackled one sellsword, disarming him with a ringing clash of steel. Another knight pinned a second mercenary. Davos lunged for Toland, seizing his arm, while a spearman blocked Lady Illyrian's attempt to draw a dagger. The courtyard erupted in startled shouts. Torchlight flared on metal as the conspirators realized they were surrounded. One sellsword managed to scramble for cover, but Ghost leaped, knocking him down in a snarl of white fur and snapping teeth. A few more men in the fortress, presumably lookouts, heard the noise and came running, but the other knights cut them off easily. In moments, the conspirators were disarmed and forced to their knees. Toland spat curses, Illyrian glared murderously, and the sellswords glowered in defeat. Jon stepped forward, sword still in hand, conspiring to hire foreign mercenaries to undermine Dorne and the crown. You'd plunge this land into chaos for your own pride. Toland's face contorted. You have no right to chain Dorne with your false treaties. Illyrian hissed. We only sought true Dornish freedom. You Targaryens have no place here. Davos glowered. You signed the charter. You spat on your own word. Brienne pressed her blade lightly to a sellsword's neck. They can whine about freedom, but they planned murder and lies. Jon took a sharp breath. We'll bring you to Prince Cailin. He'll decide how to punish your treason. As for the sellswords, they'll face Dornish justice as well, unless they prefer to hang first. The courtyard was silent but for the rasp of breath and the fluttering torches. Toland and Illyrian had no choice but to comply, pinned by the swords of loyalists. Ghost stalked near them, baring teeth, ensuring none dared attempt escape, careful not to let their guard down. Jon's party collected the conspirators' weapons and bound their hands. They searched the fortress, finding crates of coin, presumably to pay the mercenaries, and letters referencing the plan to sow terror along the border. It was incriminating evidence indeed. By the time the sky lightened with the approach of dawn, Jon ordered them to move out, returning to Sunspear with their prisoners. The entire ride, Toland and Illyrian fumed but remained silent, forced to watch their scheme unravel. They reached Sunspear by midday, dust-covered and weary, but victorious. Prince Cailin met them at the gates. When he saw the traitors in bonds, he demanded an explanation. Jon stepped aside with Cailin, describing the entire plot. The prince's face darkened with anger. They would have burned all we've worked for. They've dishonored themselves and Dorne. Publicly, Cailin had them brought to a grand courtyard, where lords loyal to the new charter assembled in shock at the revelation. Under the glaring sun, Toland and Illyrian were forced to confess or face the damning letters discovered. The sellswords, terrified of local vengeance, admitted their role. Gasps and murmurs swept the crowd. Dorne's ancient pride was one thing. Hiring foreign cutthroats to sabotage their own land was another. Even lords who disliked the crown looked appalled. Cailin pronounced swift condemnation. You tried to spark war, to blame the king, to harm your own people. For that, you face the prince's justice. His voice echoed off the walls. Jon stayed back, letting Dornish law prevail. No one disputed Cailin's authority now, not after this betrayal by so-called Dornish patriots. Toland and Illyrian's final fate was left to Cailin's discretion, though he hinted at imprisonment, confiscation of lands, or even execution. At the very least, they were undone, their families shamed. The crisis that threatened to unravel Dorne's peace had been smothered before it could ignite. In the aftermath, Cailin and Jon stood in the water gardens once more, the midday heat tempered by the fountains. Cailin sighed. I regret any Dornish lord would stoop to such treachery, but you've proven your good faith yet again, risking your life to stop them. Jon offered a faint smile. I had help. If not for that warning, they might have succeeded. Nahara, also present, dipped her head. You've saved Dorne from a new war, Your Grace. Perhaps now even the naysayers will accept the charter as the best path forward. Jon looked out at the shimmering pool. I pray so. I don't want to rule through fear. Let this be enough proof that the crown only intervenes to prevent chaos, not to impose tyranny. Cailin put a hand on Jon's shoulder. Truly, you are different from the Targaryens of old. Thank you. You're free to remain as our honored guest as long as you wish, or depart for King's Landing whenever you prefer. Jon inclined his head. I might rest a day or two, then return. The realm calls me back. Nahara gave a knowing nod. You have many responsibilities, no doubt, but let us at least host you for a final feast in proper Dornish style. Jon consented, seeing no reason to refuse. The next evening, a celebratory gathering took place under lanterns and starry skies, this time with an air of genuine relief rather than guarded formality. Dorne's leadership, mostly loyal now that the plot was exposed, toasted to the new peace. Musicians played lively tunes on pipes and drums. Dancers whirled in bright silks. Spiced dishes filled low tables, and the wine flowed freely. Jon found a measure of ease, sipping just enough to be sociable but not lose his wits. Davos chatted with a group about shipping lanes. Brienne accepted a cautious dance with a Dornish lady who admired her skill at arms, and Ghost curled near Jon's chair, ignoring the festivities unless someone came too close. Prince Cailin, after fulfilling his hosting duties, joined Jon briefly by a mosaic fountain. When you return home, I expect the entire realm will learn how you prevented a Dornish uprising. That should calm anyone else who might doubt your approach. Jon shook his head with a wry smile. I don't care for glory. I just want stability. Cailin's eyes glinted. You might get both. The realm is lucky, I think, to have you. A shame the question of an heir lingers, but you'll figure it out. Jon exhaled, half laughing. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Cailin shrugged. We're princes, kings, people see lineage as everything. Don't let it haunt you. Follow your heart, or your duty, or both if you're blessed. He clasped Jon's hand. Whatever you decide, know that Dorne stands with you now. The night wore on until the flicker of lanterns gave way to the promise of dawn. Jon retired, feeling a cautious optimism. Dorne had been the realm's biggest wild card, and now it seemed anchored, at least for the moment, by the new charter and the exposure of conspirators. Perhaps the rest of Westeros would draw inspiration from this compromise. He hoped so. The realm deserved respite from endless war. On the third day after quelling the traitors, Jon and his retinue prepared to leave. Prince Cailin insisted on gifting them desert-bred horses, hardier in the heat, to ease their journey home. Jon accepted with thanks, knowing it was also a symbolic gesture of friendship. The morning sky was tinged pink as they gathered in the courtyard. Davos checked their supplies, Brienne made sure the knights were ready, and the Dornish spearmen who had helped them parted with respectful bows. Cailin and Nahara stood by, exchanging final words. Travel safely, Cailin said. You'll always have a welcome in Sunspear. Should you or your city ever need aid, call on us. Jon gave a small bow in return. Thank you, Prince Cailin. Dorne will always have its place in the Seven Kingdoms as far as I'm concerned. If you need the crown's help, do not hesitate. With that, the gates opened, and Jon's column rode forth, Ghost at his side. Dornish locals paused to watch as they passed, some bowing, others staring in curiosity. The dryness of the air reminded Jon this land was so different from the north's snowy fields or the Crownland's mild climate. Yet he felt he had built a bridge across that difference. The old cycle of war with Dorne might finally be broken. They retraced their path, the desert wind trailing behind them. This time, the mood was lighter, the sense of a mission accomplished. Davos praised the new horses, which hardly tired even on the rocky slopes. At each night's camp, conversation glided between relief at success and curiosity about what awaited in King's Landing. Brienne mused that the High Septon would be pleased Dorne did not rebel, though she wondered if he would again mention the king's marital status. Jon could only groan at the inevitability. The journey back took a bit longer due to rest stops and the heat, but eventually they passed the Prince's Pass, re-entered the marches, and found cooler roads in the Reach. One evening, they stayed at an inn where the local folk recognized Jon. They cheered him as the king who went to Dorne and returned alive. Over cups of ale, they asked if Dorne would remain in the realm. Jon assured them it would, at least for now. People expressed relief no one wanted a fresh war. Finally, they reached the outskirts of King's Landing under a cloudy sky. Jon glimpsed the Red Keep's familiar outline and felt a mix of weariness and resolve. Another corner of the realm had been stabilized, yet the responsibilities here would rush at him again. As they rode through the city gates, Ghost walking calmly among them, a murmur spread through the crowds. The king had returned from Dorne. Some curious onlookers followed at a distance. The gold cloaks saluted. Jon nodded, acknowledging them, but longing for a quiet rest. In the Red Keep's courtyard, Tyrion was there to greet them, along with Sam and a handful of courtiers. Tyrion offered a theatrical bow. "Your Grace, I see you still have your head upon your shoulders. Good sign." Jon dismounted. "And no war in Dorne, if that's what you were afraid of." Tyrion's eyes lit. "Then we have cause to celebrate. I trust you can fill me in on the details once you've washed the sand out of your clothes." Sam beamed from behind his stack of scrolls. "Welcome home, Jon. We kept things steady. Only a few new issues, but nothing dire. The city remains calm. Tarth had another minor pirate sighting, but no major raids." Jon patted Ghost's flank, handing the reins of his horse to a stable hand. "Good. We'll speak in the council chamber soon." He entered the Red Keep, inhaling the more humid air. The stone corridors felt oddly comforting. He realized that over time, he had begun to see King's Landing as another kind of home, though never as intimate as Winterfell. Guards, servants, and minor lords offered bows or greetings. It was a relief to see no sign of crisis. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to imagine the realm truly growing peaceful on all fronts, north, south, and everywhere between. That hope met its next challenge the moment he sat down with Tyrion, Sam, and Davos for a briefing. After hearing about minor local updates, Tyrion set a few sealed letters before Jon. "From the Vale and the Westerlands, Your Grace. Both concern suitable matches for your royal person. One is from Lord Royce, suggesting a cousin of Lady Sansa's by marriage. Another from House Banefort, offering a daughter." Jon shut his eyes. "That again." Davos folded his arms. "With Dorne secure, they see a chance for you to turn your attention to securing your lineage. It won't stop." Sam spoke gently. "There's also a letter from Sansa. She says some in the North wonder if you might consider forging a strong alliance with the Vale or the Riverlands through marriage." The question's on everyone's lips. Tyrion shrugged. "You can't forever evade it, Jon. You might at least meet with a few prospects, decide if any arrangement suits you. Otherwise, speculation grows." Jon rubbed the bridge of his nose. He recalled Karen's advice in Dorne. Don't let it haunt you. Could he truly find a match that felt right? Or was it all political chess? The memory of Ygritte's fierce independence and Daenerys's tragic downfall flickered in his mind, reminding him of how love could be both solace and torment. He let out a resigned breath. "All right, I'll consider meeting them. I can't promise more than that. If I find no one suitable, I won't force a union." Sam brightened. "That's a start. Sansa might help by suggesting who truly has your best interests at heart." Jon nodded. "Yes, I'll write to her. In the meantime, let's not spread word that I'm holding a bride selection tournament or anything like that," he added wryly. Tyrion grinned. "Perish the thought, though I'm sure it would amuse half the realm." Jon cracked a slight smile, then returned to the letters about Tarth's pirates, the city's budgets, and the faith's requests. Life as king meant never ceasing to juggle. But at least now he carried fresh confidence from the success in Dorne. If he could prevent that rebellion, perhaps the rest of the realm's challenges could be handled as well. He rose from the council table after a time, heading toward the window. The sky outside glowed with the deep gold of late afternoon. Ghost sauntered at his side, tail swishing. Jon gazed at the city, the sprawl of rooftops and ongoing reconstruction. Despite everything, a new sense of optimism stirred in him. Tarth was safer, Dorne's crisis resolved, the city stable. If the question of marriage and heirs was the next big hurdle, perhaps that was a sign the realm was recovering from the brink of ruin, focusing now on the future rather than mere survival. He placed a hand on Ghost's head, feeling the direwolf's steady presence. The path ahead might lead him to an alliance, or perhaps even real affection. He would tread it as he had every challenge, honestly, carefully, and without bending to fear. Even if the notion unnerved him, he owed it to the realm and maybe, just maybe, to himself. Thus, he stood in the Red Keep, a king shaped by ice and fire, having secured peace in the south. There would be more storms, more demands, but for that moment, the realm was quiet under the warm light of a descending sun. And Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, drew in a breath, prepared to face whatever came next, determined to forge a better Westeros than the one he had inherited. Jon stood on the Red Keep's highest balcony that next morning, bracing himself against the crenellations while the wind from Blackwater Bay tugged at his dark cloak. The city stretched out below him in the gentle light of early day, its rooftops still bearing the scars of old dragonfire, its people rising to work or trade. Ghost sat at his side, head tilted as though watching the bustle, ears occasionally flicking at distant noises. From the moment Jon stepped back onto these grounds after Dorne, he felt a sense of weariness tempered by cautious hope. Yes, the realm still faced countless problems, but the successes in Tarth and Dorne hinted that peace might be more than just a dream. He reminded himself that victory was rarely permanent. Vigilance was the only way to guard what he'd accomplished. He listened as, far below, the gates of the Red Keep opened to admit wagons bearing supplies and visitors. Within these walls, the lords and officials would soon throng the corridors, each eager for a moment of the king's ear. In one sense, it was comforting. King's Landing was calm enough that people wanted to conduct normal business. No citywide panic, no sudden invasions. In another sense, it was exhausting. There would always be more demands. He pressed his palm to Ghost's warm fur, then turned away from the view, making for the council chamber. There, Tyrion, Sam, and Davos waited, joined by Brienne and a handful of newly appointed minor counselors overseeing tasks like the city's water system and the management of farmland beyond the capital. As Jon stepped inside, they all rose in respect, then settled again. He took his seat at the head of the table, Ghost curling up near the door. Tyrion cleared his throat, scanning his notes. "Your Grace, we have multiple matters to address this morning. First, you'll be pleased to know House Tarth has reported no further pirate raids since that last incident. They've captured one more pirate ship. The crew is in custody. Lord Selwyn sends his gratitude and invites you to visit Tarth someday if you wish." Jon nodded, relieved that the threat hadn't resurged. "Tell him I appreciate the update. We'll maintain vigilance along that coast. I don't want to see pirates regroup." Sam took up a small scroll. From the north, Lady Sansa writes that winter snows have finally begun, but it's still mild enough that roads remain open. She mentions the Vale Lords remain cordial, with Lord Royce pressing for a closer alliance. Sansa wonders if you've made any decision regarding the marriage proposals from the Vale's younger noblewomen. Jon's jaw tightened fractionally. He'd expected that topic. "I haven't made any decisions. I might arrange to meet certain candidates, but not yet. Let's keep them at arm's length." Tyrion raised a brow. "The Vale is stable and quite strong. A union could bind them more tightly to the crown." Jon sighed. "I know, but I'll not rush just because it's convenient. I want an alliance that actually helps the realm in other ways, not simply an exchange of names on parchment. Davos shifted in his seat, the wood creaking. Sansa also says House Mormont has requested more men to defend Bear Island. Not from Ironborn raids this time, but from roaming bandits or minor threats that might emerge in winter. Possibly ex-Sellswords with nowhere else to go. Jon recalled the ferocity of the Mormonts. They can defend themselves well, but a small royal contingent could help. We'll send a dozen men to reinforce them if we can spare it. I don't want to weaken the Crownlands too much. Sam jotted that down. I'll see that a raven goes to Lady Kyra Mormont. Next, we have local issues. There's unrest in certain outlying villages near the Rose Road. They claim the city's taxes are too high for their harvest yields. Tyrion cut in, "We can't reduce the tax rate for everyone, or we won't meet the Iron Bank obligations. But perhaps a temporary relief for those who face drought or war damage." Jon inclined his head. "Fine. Inspect their claims carefully. If they truly can't pay, we give them a short reprieve. That's better than driving them into starvation or rebellion." They continued in that fashion, methodically resolving or postponing problems, sending out instructions and requests for more information. Jon saw how the daily grind could eat at a ruler's spirit, but it was also the best chance of preventing another war. When the meeting ended, Tyrion approached with a private matter. "Your Grace, I spoke with the High Septon recently about your personal future." He remains polite but persistent. He's not the only one. "Some lords asked me why you haven't seriously considered a bride from a major house." Jon tried not to scowl. "I know they're eager to see an heir, but I've only just returned from solving one crisis. Now they want me entangled in marriage negotiations. Let them wait a little longer." Tyrion studied him. "Jon, I might suggest you at least host a small gathering. Invite suitable matches, see if you can find common ground. You might be pleasantly surprised. Or maybe it'll confirm you want no part of it yet." Jon shrugged off the suggestion, though not rudely. "I'll think on it. Let's not schedule anything formal. I don't want a parade of courtiers shoving daughters into my path." Tyrion gave a small, understanding bow. "As you wish, Your Grace. I'll hold them off for a while longer." Outside the chamber, Jon found Brienne waiting with a set of new recruits to the Kingsguard. Tall men in white cloaks, youthful but well-trained. Jon paused to greet them. She introduced each one briefly, describing their backgrounds. One came from the Westerlands, another from the Reach, two from the Crownlands. They bowed solemnly to the king, pledging their swords to his protection. Jon murmured thanks, reminding them that the city needed protectors who cared about the people, not just the palace halls. Brienne's approving look suggested she'd chosen them wisely. He walked on through the Red Keep's corridors, Ghost padding at his side. Courtiers and visiting lords approached with bows and quick petitions. A young lady from House Ricker asked about supporting an orphanage, to which Jon gladly agreed. A minor hedge knight requested an audience about a land dispute. Jon referred him to the Master of Laws for now. It was like a never-ending tide, each wave bringing new demands. Finally, he found a moment of respite in the library chambers, where Sam had been collecting books salvaged from the destruction of the Great September of Baelor and other ruined libraries. Tall shelves lined the walls, filled with tomes on everything from Westerosi history to dragon lore. Jon knew Sam relished the chance to preserve knowledge. Several scribes worked quietly on restorations. Jon took a seat at a desk in a corner nook, lighting a lantern to read over an old text about Targaryen legal precedents, hoping it might offer insight into how past kings balanced autonomy among the regions. The words blurred after a while, his fatigue from travel and governance tugging at his thoughts. He closed the book. His mind drifted to the question everyone kept pressing. Marriage, heirs, forging alliances. A year ago, he wouldn't have imagined having the power to choose among highborn ladies. He'd been a bastard of Winterfell, or so he believed. He'd had a doomed romance with Ygritte in the wilds, then an intense, conflicted bond with Daenerys Targaryen. Both ended in tragedy, each teaching him heartbreak in different ways. Now, the realm demanded he try again for the sake of stability. He didn't doubt the necessity, but it felt like stepping onto a thin ledge above a chasm. He wanted no illusions, no manipulations, just something real, or at least something he could endure without bitterness. He sighed, extinguishing the lantern. It was time to face the rest of the day. Afternoon audiences in the throne room, then an evening meeting with the city watch. Stepping back into the hall, he found Tyrion waiting, wearing an amused look. "You vanished into the library. Were you searching for the meaning of life? Or just avoiding lords with marriage proposals?" Jon managed a wry half-smile. "Both, maybe. Let's go." They headed to the throne room, passing the grand doors. Inside, the vaulted ceilings rose, and the Iron Throne loomed on its dais. A small crowd of petitioners already gathered. The herald announced Jon's entry, and the people bowed or knelt. He took his seat, trying not to cringe at the metal ridges digging into him. He imagined one day forging a more comfortable seat, but tradition held strong, and part of him recognized the symbolism of a throne made from conquered swords. One by one, the petitioners stepped forward. Most were minor cases: a merchant complaining of unfair customs fees, a hedge knight seeking recognition for some service, a scribe requesting funds for an apprenticeship program. Jon handled them with his typical method: listen, ask clarifying questions, pass judgment, or promise an investigation. The small folk seemed mostly pleased, or at least not fearful. He reminded them that the realm thrived best when fairness guided the crown's decisions, not greed. Each time, Tyrion stood to the side, scribbling notes, occasionally whispering a suggestion. Then, near the end of the session, a group of 3 arrived together: 2 men in fairly ordinary clothes, plus a severe-looking woman wearing a pin shaped like a pomegranate. They bowed. The herald introduced them as envoys from the free city of Pentos, here to discuss trade. Jon motioned them closer, expecting the usual negotiations for shipping routes or goods. But their spokeswoman took a step forward and spoke with an odd accent. "Your Grace, we come bearing a proposal from certain merchant princes in Pentos. They admire your realm's recent stability and wish to form deeper ties, economic and otherwise. They wonder if you might host an envoy from Pentos more permanently. Perhaps even arrange a marriage between your court and one of Pentos's leading families." Jon's brow furrowed. Another marriage angle. "I appreciate the interest, but we're already in discussions with multiple regions. I cannot promise anything so soon." She bowed her head. "We understand. Still, Pentos sees new opportunities in Westeros. We would pay handsomely for privileges in King's Landing's harbor, exclusive docking rights, lower tariffs. In return, we could invest coin in rebuilding your city or funding new roads. And if a more personal union occurred, we'd see that as a strong bond." A hush fell. Jon saw Tyrion's eyes flicker with mild alarm. The promise of foreign investment was tempting, but the notion of forging a marriage to secure it felt unsettling. Jon cleared his throat. "I'll consider your proposal, but no commitments at this time. The realm's finances are guided by more than just a single deal. We have treaties with Bravos, lists, others. We must weigh everything carefully." The Pentoshi envoys bowed, though they seemed slightly disappointed. The spokeswoman nodded. "Of course, Your Grace. We hope you will keep us in mind." They left, and the herald dismissed the audience. As the crowd dispersed, Tyrion approached the throne's base. "They're not giving up, are they?" he remarked softly. "It's understandable that foreign powers see potential in tying themselves to the Targaryen name again. But it's also an invitation to entangle ourselves in their politics." Jon rose from the throne, descending the steps slowly, feeling the tension in his lower back. "I won't become a puppet for some Pentoshi merchant prince. Let them propose trade deals on fair terms, not hinge everything on marriage." Tyrion gave a small, sympathetic shrug. "Agreed. Enough for today, I think." By early evening, Jon found himself in the lesser courtyard, watching a group of children spar under the guidance of an old armsmaster. They were pages and squires, mostly from minor houses. Ghost lay under a nearby tree, panting in the lingering warmth. Jon observed quietly, recalling how he'd once trained in Winterfell's yard, teased by Theon, overshadowed by Robb's easy skill. That felt like another life. Yet seeing these children, he sensed a faint flicker of nostalgia. Perhaps that was how all rulers felt, remembering simpler days before the weight of crowns. A servant approached, bowing. "Your Grace, Ser Brienne asked that you meet her by the main gate. There's an arrival of note." Jon thanked him and headed that way. Outside the Red Keep's gate, Brienne stood with a pair of gold cloaks. Past them, a small retinue of riders had halted. Their banner displayed a silver eagle on a green field House Aaron's crest. At the forefront was a slim woman with dark hair and a proud posture. A group of Vale knights flanked her. She dismounted gracefully as Jon arrived. "Your Grace," she said, dipping into a curtsy. "I am Lady Rosalind Arryn, cousin to Lord Robert Arryn, acting as an emissary of the Vale." Jon nodded in greeting, Brienne stepping aside. "Welcome, Lady Rosalind. I assume Lord Royce or Lady Sansa sent you." She smiled politely. "In a sense, yes. Lord Royce is still stewarding the Vale for young Lord Robert, who's not always in the best health. They're eager to discuss the possibility of closer ties with the crown. Lord Royce believed sending a family member might better convey the Vale's sincerity." Jon had a sneaking suspicion about closer ties. He gestured for her to enter. "You've come far. Let's get you settled, then we'll speak." Servants took the Arryn party's horses, and Lady Rosalind followed Jon into the keep. She was young, perhaps a few years younger than Jon, with a composed air that suggested she'd been raised among courtiers. She took in the Red Keep's halls with calm curiosity. Once they reached a receiving chamber, Jon offered her a seat near the fireplace. Davos joined them soon after, while Tyrion lingered in the background. Lady Rosalind explained her mission. "Lord Royce and others in the Vale are grateful for the stability you've brought since the wars. We see that you resolved issues in Dorne, aided Tarth, etc. The Vale wishes to renew old bonds with the crown, possibly through a formal alliance or, if it pleases you, a betrothal." Jon's face remained neutral. "I hear that suggestion from many quarters," he said, not unkindly. "The Vale is strong, and we appreciate your support. But before we talk about any betrothal, let's consider what an alliance entails. More trade? Military cooperation?" Her eyes flickered. "Certainly. The Vale has iron, timber, and skilled fighters. We'd gladly provide resources to rebuild the Crownlands if needed, and in return, we'd like favorable trade routes through the Rose Road and the port near King's Landing. As for a marriage, that might seal the pact in a way that assures both sides of loyalty." Jon tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. He glanced at Davos, who nodded encouragingly. "We can talk details. I've not decided on any match, but I won't dismiss the Vale out of hand." He turned back to Rosalind. "Thank you for coming so far. We'll show you courtesy here. I suspect you have letters from Lord Royce." She handed over a small sealed packet. "Indeed, he outlines various proposals. I can elaborate if needed." Jon accepted the packet, setting it aside on a small table. "I'll review them. Meanwhile, rest, Lady Rosalind. The road must have been hard." With that, she rose and curtsied again, departing under the guidance of a steward. Once gone, Davos let out a soft chuckle. "They really are pushing this. You could do worse than an Arryn match, you know. The Vale is loyal to House Stark, and now presumably to you. Might strengthen ties in the north as well." Jon sighed. Yes, they all have angles." Tyrion stepped forward. "Perhaps you should meet her socially. She seems poised. If you're to marry for alliance, you'd want someone capable of handling court life." Jon rubbed his temple. "I suppose so. Fine. Arrange a small dinner. Nothing too fancy." Tyrion smirked. "Nothing too fancy, but she is from the Vale. Some courtesy is expected." Jon tossed him a mild glare, but there was no real anger behind it. "You know what I mean." So it was settled. A few nights later, the Red Keep hosted a modest dinner for Lady Rosalind and her retinue, along with a handful of other Vale lords who had arrived in her train. Jon wore formal black, but without the heavy regalia he despised. The feast was modest. Roast duck, fresh bread, stewed vegetables, and arbor wine. Music came from a pair of minstrels playing softly. Tyrion and Davos attended, as did Sam and a few other court figures. Lady Rosalind arrived in a gown of pale green, her hair braided in a style reminiscent of the Ares court. Jon greeted her politely, guiding her to a seat. He introduced her to Sam, who launched into a short conversation about historical ties between House Arryn and House Stark. Rosalind listened with interest, occasionally laughing when Sam's enthusiasm tumbled out. Over dinner, she shared anecdotes of the Vale's current life, how the high roads were safer now that the mountain clans had been pacified, how the Ares harvest stores were strong. Davos leaned forward, asking if any of the Vale's surplus might be sold to needy Crownland villages. Rosalind agreed that such trade could benefit both sides. Throughout the meal, Jon observed Lady Rosalind's demeanor. She was neither shy nor overly bold. She spoke with measured confidence, deferring to Jon on royal matters but also offering her own opinions when the conversation turned to governance. Once or twice, Tyrion steered the topic toward the possibility of a more personal alliance. She addressed it calmly. "If such a match served the realm, I'd be honored to consider it, though I know the king has his own wishes." Jon found her refreshing, in that she did not gush or push. She presented the Vale's case, but never seemed desperate. By the time the last course, a fruit tart, arrived, he felt a certain ease in her company. Still, a swirl of uncertainty lingered in his mind. Marriage was a permanent vow, and he barely knew her. Could he truly bind himself so quickly? Or was that simply how royal politics worked? After dinner, Rosalind took a brief stroll with Jon in a garden courtyard lit by torches. Ghost followed at a distance, drawing curious glances from the Vale Knights. Moonlight glinted on the surface of a small reflecting pool. Rosalind paused there, turning to Jon. "Your Grace, I hope I haven't overstepped by coming here. I know the realm is full of suitors for you." Jon shook his head. "Quiet. You haven't overstepped. I appreciate your honesty." She smiled a bit wryly. "You must find it exhausting. Everyone wanting you to marry for their sake, not necessarily yours." Jon's gaze dropped to the water's rippling reflection. "I do, but I understand it too. The realm needs stability. I want peace, not another war of succession." She studied him for a moment. "And what do you want personally, if you don't mind me asking?" He hesitated. He could have given a curt, formal answer, but something in her expression suggested she genuinely wanted to know. "I want to serve the people well, and not to repeat the mistakes my Targaryen ancestors made. On a personal level, I'd like not to live in constant fear or regret. If marriage can give me a partner in that, maybe it's worth it." She nodded thoughtfully, the torchlight illuminating her face. "I can't speak for the others who might vie for your hand, but if the Vale's alliance is what you seek, I hope you see me as more than just a political tool. I believe in forging real bonds. Maybe that's naive in politics, but it's my view." Jon frowned. They left it at that, returning to the keep. Over the following days, Jon met with her a few more times, briefly, to discuss the Vale's trade proposals. She remained poised, never pressuring him. Tyrion took note of that, whispering to Jon that Lady Rosalind might be a better candidate than most. Jon, however, refused to jump. He wanted to see if there might be another path, or if perhaps someone else would appear more suitable. This was no trifling matter. Meanwhile, the city carried on and new letters arrived. One from Sansa mentioned that the North still awaited his decision on a prospective bride from House Serwyn or Manderley. Another from Prince Cailin in Dorne confirmed that the traitors Toland and Illyrian had been sentenced to life imprisonment, and Dorne remained calm under the new charter. A brief message from Tarth reported ongoing success against pirates. All small steps in the right direction. And then, partway through these daily routines, a raven arrived from the Riverlands with news that would jolt the court from its lull. Sam came rushing into the council chamber, breathless. Jon stood, brow creasing. "What is it?" Sam handed him a scroll sealed with the Tully fish in red wax. "It's from Edmure Tully at Riverrun. He writes that some strange band of outlaws or mercenaries is terrorizing the smaller Riverlands villages. They appear well-armed, vanish into the woods, leaving no survivors to describe them clearly. He's concerned it could be a larger group forming a rebellion or a band of cutthroats left over from old wars." Jon unfolded the parchment, scanning Edmure's worried lines. Several hamlets had been found burned, with men, women, and children slain. Livestock taken. No clear sigils on the raiders. Edmure requested the crown's help, fearing these attackers might escalate. Jon's blood ran cold. How many times had the Riverlands been ravaged? He thought of the War of the Five Kings, the devastation wrought by the Freys and Lannisters. Tyrion read over Jon's shoulder, letting out a low whistle. Gods, the Riverlands can't catch a break. Think it's a random group of brigands or something bigger? Davos scratched at his beard. Might be men who fought in the war and turned to banditry, or a cunning leader who sees an opportunity. We need more information. Jon drummed his fingers on the table. Yes, we can't charge in blind, but ignoring it isn't an option. The Riverlands are part of the realm, and we promised Edmure support. Sam spoke quietly. Edmure suggests we send a royal contingent, enough to deter the outlaws. He believes if we show strength, these brigands might scatter. But if they're numerous or have a hidden fortress, we'll need to root them out. Jon nodded. I'll send men, and perhaps I should go myself. The presence of the king might rally the river lords, give them confidence. Also, I want to ensure no one is pulling strings behind the scenes, like the conspirators in Dorne. Tyrion frowned. Another journey? You barely settled back from Dorne. Jon met his gaze. The realm needs me to be visible in times of trouble. I'll not hide behind walls. Davos nodded in agreement. Then we gather a force, maybe 100 men, enough to fight if needed, but not a full army. We coordinate with Edmure, find these bandits, destroy them or drive them off. Jon's eyes flicked to Brienne. She had ties to the Riverlands after traveling with Jaime Lannister in those war-torn lands. She caught his unspoken question and nodded firmly. I'll come, Your Grace. We might pass near Harrenhal or the Blackwood Vale. Places still scarred. We must show them the crown cares. Jon felt the weight of it. Another campaign, albeit smaller than a war, but still dangerous. He turned back to Sam. Send a raven to Edmure. Tell him we're coming. We'll ride within a few days. Tyrion placed a hand on his hip. And what of Lady Rosslyn? She came to discuss a Vale alliance. If you leave now, that conversation remains unresolved. Jon grimaced. I'll speak with her before I go. Let her know the realm's urgent business must come first. I'm sure she'll understand. She's free to remain as our guest or return to the Vale. So it was decided. For 2 days they gathered men, knights from the Royal Guard, along with some hardened veterans of the Stormlands who had remained in King's Landing after the Sellsword crisis. Brienne oversaw the selection, ensuring no weak links. Davos checked their supplies. They'd need chainmail, weapons, provisions for a few weeks at least. The Riverlands could be unpredictable, especially if the raiders held territory. Jon also arranged letters for House Tully and other river lords, telling them to stand ready to lend men if needed. On the morning of departure, he found Lady Rosslyn in one of the Red Keep's gardens. She was feeding crumbs to a flock of little birds near a fountain, a serene look on her face. Hearing him approach, she turned, smiling politely. Your Grace, I heard you're leaving for the Riverlands. Jon nodded, glancing around the empty garden. I am. There's trouble there, bandits or a rebellious group. They need me. She set the crumbs aside, folding her hands. I understand. I had hoped to speak more about the Vale's proposal, but I won't hold you from your duty. Jon exhaled. Thank you for understanding. I'm sorry. This is the life of a king, answering crises as they arise. She stepped closer, her green gown swishing softly. You do it well. We'll remain a few more days in King's Landing to rest. Then we may return to the Vale unless you'd prefer us to stay longer. Jon shook his head. Do as you feel is best. I appreciate your calm approach. I promise I won't leave you without an answer forever. She dipped a slight curtsy. We in the Vale have patience. May the Seven guide you safely in the Riverlands, Your Grace. He nodded, hesitating briefly. Lady Rosslyn, if I survive all this and the realm sees calm, maybe we can speak again. A faint smile touched her lips. "I look forward to that." A stir of gratitude warmed Jon's chest. He excused himself, leaving her to her birds. A short while later, the courtyard gates opened, and his column of 100 men rode out, banners snapping in the breeze. Jon wore black armor with silver inlays, the Stark Targaryen sigil on his chest. Brienne rode near him in her Kingsguard white cloak, sword at her hip, posture proud. Davos followed, leading the supply wagon. Ghost loped alongside, eliciting curious looks from onlookers. The people of King's Landing watched them pass with quiet respect, some bowing or calling good wishes. Before long, the city walls faded behind them, replaced by rolling fields. They followed the Rose Road north, the scent of late summer flowers mingling with the dryness left by the diminishing heat. In a fortnight or so, autumn's cooler grip would settle in fully, but for now the sun still had some warmth to give. They made good pace, sleeping in small keeps or inns, or camping under star-scattered skies. Ghost scouted at times, returning with only dust on his fur. Halfway to Riverrun, they encountered refugees, small folk who fled their hamlets after raiders struck. Women wept, men carried what few belongings they had. They recounted grim tales of masked attackers who torched homes and slaughtered anyone who resisted. The outlaws vanished into forests or rolling hills before the local lords could muster a response. Edmure Tully had tried to mount patrols, but the Riverlands were large, and these raiders seemed cunning. Jon's men offered water, food, and a promise of justice. The refugees, trembling, thanked them. The sight pricked Jon's conscience. These people had suffered so many wars, so much chaos. Why couldn't the realm remain at peace? They pressed on, eventually crossing the Trident at a wide ford. Riverrun's towers appeared on the horizon, poised at the confluence of two rivers. Late afternoon sun gleamed on the water's surface. Edmure Tully and a small group of castle guards welcomed Jon in the courtyard, bowing respectfully. Edmure looked older than Jon recalled, lines creasing his face, auburn hair streaked with gray, but his eyes still held a gentle sincerity. "King Aegon," Edmure said, using Jon's Targaryen title. "I'm grateful you came so swiftly." Jon dismounted, removing his riding gloves. "Lord Edmure, I'm sorry for your troubles. Let's see how we can help." They moved into Riverrun's great hall. Edmure offered refreshments, though the mood remained somber. The tapestries showed House Tully's fish emblem, the stone walls lit by torches. A handful of local lords or knights waited, Mallister men, Blackwood men, plus others sworn to Edmure. Once assembled, they laid out maps of the Riverlands, marking the villages attacked. Several formed a crescent around a swath of dense forest and hills known for old ruin sites from the war. The pattern suggested the raiders had a base or multiple hideouts. A knight from House Mallister spoke. "We found tracks in the mud near one hamlet. Horses at least 24, possibly more. They're well equipped, not mere peasants with pitchforks." A Blackwood soldier added, "We suspect they have an informant or scouts, because each time we send men, the outlaws slip away. We can't catch them in time." Jon studied the map. "We might set a trap, spread false rumors about a supply caravan heading to a vulnerable hamlet. We station our main force nearby, hidden. If they attack, we pounce." Brienne nodded. "A risky move. If they don't take the bait, we learn nothing. But it could work if they're greedy or desperate." Davos, leaning over the map, traced a path with his finger. "We can also blockade the region, post watchers on key roads. If they're in those forests, eventually they'll need supplies or a route out." Edmure looked wary. "We have men, but not enough to form a tight blockade. That's why I asked for royal help." Jon tapped the table. "We brought 100 good fighters, plus your men. That might be enough if we're careful. I'll lead one group, you lead another, Edmure. We converge from opposite sides. Meanwhile, Brienne can command a third, setting the ambush." They talked into the night, finalizing a plan. Jon's men would pose as a lightly guarded supply train heading to a hamlet rumored to have leftover grain. Meanwhile, Edmure's force would circle around from the west, Brienne from the south. If the raiders struck the fake caravan, they'd be surrounded. If the outlaws ignored the bait, they might try raiding another place, but watchers would raise a signal. At dawn, the plan was set in motion. Jon took 20 men, including Davos, and loaded wagons with sacks of feed that were mostly empty but appeared full. They set off on a rutted path, traveling slowly. Meanwhile, Brienne led 30 men through a side route, and Edmure commanded the rest. Ghost trotted near Jon's horse. The men tried to appear relaxed, as though they were just another caravan, but tension hovered in the air. Any moment, a band of masked raiders could emerge from the brush. They reached the outskirts of the target hamlet by midday. It lay deserted, burned months ago in some earlier raid. Soot-streaked walls remained. The silence was eerie, broken only by the creak of wagon wheels. Jon scanned the tree line. No movement, no sign of attackers. His men exchanged uneasy glances. Davos muttered, "Think they'll come?" Jon murmured, "Patience," guiding his horse further. He gestured for the caravan to halt in what remained of the hamlet's courtyard, an open space littered with ash. A small well stood near the center. The men pretended to set about unloading sacks, as though distributing supplies. Jon kept one hand near the hilt of Longclaw, eyes sweeping the horizon. Ghost prowled in wide circles, sniffing. Time crawled. After a quarter hour, no sign of any raiders. The men began to relax. Maybe the outlaws had chosen a different target. Davos was about to speak when a distant whistle cut the still air. Jon's head snapped up. Another whistle followed, from the opposite direction. Then shapes burst from the treeline. Masked horsemen in patchwork armor, brandishing swords and axes. They whooped, charging straight toward the wagons. "Form up!" Jon roared. The men leaped into motion, raising shields, knocking arrows. Ghost dashed toward the nearest rider, snarling. The outlaws realized too late this wasn't a defenseless caravan. A volley of arrows hissed through the air, felling several attackers. The rest shouted curses, trying to wheel around, but more men emerged from behind the ruined buildings. Brienne's group, having sneaked in from the flank. At nearly the same moment, Edmure's force charged from the west, blocking the raiders' retreat. Chaos erupted in the hamlet's courtyard. Steel clashed against steel. Horses screamed. Men fell in the dusty ash. Jon drew Longclaw, parrying a raider's wild swing. The man's mask was a ragged cloth, revealing only furious eyes. Jon sidestepped, countering with a swift strike that toppled him from the saddle. Davos fought nearby, using a short sword with grim efficiency, while Brienne's white cloak flashed as she bashed another outlaw's shield aside. The raiders quickly realized they were surrounded. Some tried to flee back into the woods, but Edmure's men were there, cutting off escape. A few outlaws panicked, tossing weapons to the ground in surrender. Others, cornered, fought viciously until cut down. Ghost lunged at a masked archer who tried to climb onto a wagon for a better vantage, dragging the man off with a harsh snarl. It was over within minutes. A savage burst of violence amid the ruins. Dust settled over broken bodies and battered shields. Jon lowered his sword, heart pounding. The survivors, maybe half a dozen outlaws, knelt in the ash, hands raised, surrounded by knights. Brienne and Edmure strode over, bruised but alive. Edmure's face was set in grim satisfaction. "We got them. I don't see any escaping." Jon nodded. "Check for wounded among our men. Then we'll question these bandits. They might lead us to whoever commanded them." One knight yelled, "We found their leader," dragging forth a tall figure with a horned helm. Jon approached, noticing the leader's helm had a battered sigil scratched out. He forced the helm off, revealing a man in his 30s with a cruel sneer, blood trickling from a cut on his brow. "Name?" Jon demanded. The leader spat on the ground. "Name's not important. We're free men, not slaves of your so-called king." Jon's expression darkened. "You butchered innocent folk. Why? Who put you up to this?" The man bared his teeth. "The realm's weak. We take what we want. No king can stop us. You think you've won? We're not the only ones. More are out there, waiting to carve up this land while you're busy playing peacemaker. Jon exchanged a troubled glance with Edmure. Are you saying there are more bands like yours? The leader just laughed. Kill me or let me rot. Either way, you'll see. This land will never heal. Plenty of outlaws, sellswords, broken men. Too many to quell. Go on, King Targaryen. End me. That's all you can do. A shiver ran down Jon's spine. Indeed, the wars had birthed countless uprooted warriors. Some might form gangs. He'd solved one problem in Dorne, but there could be new threats lurking in the shadows. You'll stand trial, Jon said curtly. Take him away. The knights hauled the man off, along with the other prisoners. Some might talk in exchange for mercy. A few of Jon's men checked the outlaws' horses, rummaging for clues. They found bits of stolen loot, nothing indicating a larger conspiracy. No letters from secret patrons, no clear unifying banner. It seemed this group was acting on their own twisted greed. But the leader's words echoed. There could be others, scattered, each fueled by bitterness after the wars. Edmure approached, wiping sweat from his brow. Thank you, Your Grace. This at least ends these particular raids. Jon nodded, scanning the carnage. Still, we must remain vigilant. We can't let the Riverlands descend into chaos again. They spent the next day rounding up any stray outlaws who'd hidden in the nearby woods, with moderate success. Then Edmure declared the region safer for the time being. He urged Jon to ride with him across a few more hamlets, showing the royal presence to reassure the people. Jon agreed, and so they spent nearly a week traveling from village to village, receiving grateful welcomes, though the scars of old battles lay everywhere. Burned farms, half-rebuilt cottages, memorials for the fallen. At one hamlet, an elderly woman pressed a loaf of freshly baked bread into Jon's hands, tears in her eyes. You're not like the kings of old, who cared nothing for our suffering, she said. Thank you, Your Grace. Don't let them hurt us again. He promised to do his best. It weighed on him how so many simple folk depended on him personally. One misstep and outlaws or warlords could flourish again. There was no easy fix, only constant vigilance. The realm might need more permanent patrols in each region, but that required manpower and gold. Tyrion would find the budget tight. At last, satisfied the raids were quelled for now, Jon prepared to return to King's Landing. Edmure offered him a bed at Riverrun, but Jon was eager to be back, to see if Lady Rosalind remained, to address the Vale proposals, and to manage the city's day-to-day. Before leaving, Jon and Edmure parted with a handshake of mutual respect. Edmure said, You do the Tullus proud, standing for the small folk. My uncle, your father, would have been proud too. Jon swallowed, a flicker of memory stirring of the day Sam told him about Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, and how Ned Stark raised him as a bastard. But he still felt Ned's legacy guiding him. Thank you, Edmure, he said quietly. They rode south again, Brienne and Davos at his side. The journey felt a bit lighter. They'd accomplished their mission. Freed prisoners or scattered outlaws might remain, but the immediate threat was gone. Each step forward gave Jon a moment to reflect. Dorne, Tarth, Riverlands. He'd responded to crises swiftly, forging peace or stamping out violence. The realm felt more secure than it had in decades, but also exhausted by turmoil. Even an uneasy peace was better than open war. Upon returning to King's Landing, he found Tyrion waiting at the gates, wearing a look of mild amusement. Welcome back, Your Grace, he said. The city stands, no new rebellions, but we do have fresh letters from Lys about that trade enclave, from Bravos about loan repayments, from Sansa in the north, from Prince Cailin updating you about Dornish improvements, and from Lady Rosalind. She left for the Vale 2 days ago. Jon dismounted, handing his reins to a stable boy. Lady Rosalind's letter. Did she mention how she felt about me leaving so abruptly? Tyrion's smirk widened. She said she regrets not having more time with you, but she understands your duty came first. She also wrote that the Vale remains open to an alliance. She hopes you'll consider visiting the Eyrie sometime to see the land you'd be tying yourself to, should you accept their proposal. Jon gave a small nod. All right, I'll read it in detail later. Entering the Red Keep, He felt that familiar swirl of responsibility fold around him. Courtiers approached, bowing, reporting minor issues. Ghost followed with quiet grace. The place seemed unchanged, but every time he left and returned, he noticed new details. Repairs advanced, certain tapestries replaced, the city's mood subtly shifting. Maybe he was just more aware of how fragile peace could be. He convened a brief council meeting. Sam, Davos, Tyrion, and a few others. Tyrion updated him on the city finances, moderate improvements, though the Iron Bank still wanted timely interest payments. Sam noted that the High Septon's orphan relief worked well, but rumors said the faith might again suggest moral laws to curb gambling. Davos said Gendry in the Stormlands reported stable conditions. None of it was crisis level. Good. Then Tyrion grinned, handing over Lady Roslin's letter. Jon opened it. Inside, she expressed gratitude for his hospitality, apologized if her presence had seemed pushy, and reiterated the Vale's readiness to assist the crown. She invited him to visit the Eyrie, if only to see its grandeur and strengthen ties. She ended with a polite mention that she'd keep him in her prayers for safety and wisdom. He exhaled, reading between the lines. She hadn't thrown herself at him, nor had she withdrawn the idea of marriage. She was simply leaving the door open. Polite, respectful, he found it oddly comforting. Tyrion leaned over. So, does that sway you any closer to giving the Vale a yes? Jon set the letter aside. I don't know yet. Perhaps I will visit. For now, the realm needs me here. Let me catch my breath. He stood, leaving the table. Later, at dusk, Jon walked the castle walls, gazing at the city lamps sparking to life below. Ghost trotted close, muzzle lifted to the breeze. Jon mulled over the realm's state. In a short span, he'd secured Dorne, staved off pirates at Tarth, crushed outlaws in the Riverlands, bolstered alliances with the Stormlands, kept the North content, and begun a cautious dialogue with the Vale for a potential match. On the surface, it seemed he had accomplished a great deal. Yet he sensed that even with all these successes, the realm was like a tapestry with many tiny frayed threads. Each region, each house, each leftover band of soldiers from the wars could unravel it. He could patch and mend, but the tapestry would remain delicate. Was this how kings lived, perpetually patching holes? He recalled the final words of the outlaw leader in the Riverlands, boasting that broken men, ex-soldiers, and mercenaries were everywhere, ready to carve up the land if they saw weakness. Perhaps the largest challenge ahead was not a single rebellion, but the slow, grinding threat of lawlessness after years of devastation. If people's trust in the crown faded, or if local lords failed to protect them, anarchy could resurge. That required a long-term plan. A system of roads and watch patrols, a stable economy, a sense of loyalty across the Seven Kingdoms. Ambitious, yes, but maybe necessary. In the following weeks, Jon set about implementing smaller but vital reforms, sending small contingents of royal men to help local lords patrol roads, offering incentives for ex-soldiers to farm or join official guard units rather than turning to banditry. He consulted Sam on how the Citadel could help spread knowledge about better agricultural practices, so fewer communities faced famine. Tyrion juggled the finances, carefully shifting coin to fund these measures while still paying the Iron Bank. Brienne oversaw a partial reorganization of the City Watch to reduce corruption. All the while, Lady Roslin's letter and other marriage proposals lingered on Jon's mind. Sansa wrote again, mentioning that the North had a few potential ladies from House Glover or Serwyn if he wished a purely northern union. The Westerlands, through Tyrion's contacts, discreetly hinted at Lady Brax or Lady Crakehall as options. Dorne might one day propose a match, though Cailin had not pressed it. Even Pentos and Lys offered foreign alliances. Each day, Sam or Tyrion brought up the matter gently. Jon would just sigh, pushing it aside. But slowly, something shifted in him. He recognized that, for the realm to fully accept him as a stable monarch, and to end the churn of speculation, he had to move forward. Marrying only out of duty felt hollow, but perhaps he could find a balance. Lady Roslin's sincerity had opened his eyes to the possibility that not every match had to be a cold political bargain. There were degrees of partnership, of respect. One autumn afternoon, As leaves turned golden in the Crownlands, Jon found himself in the Godswood-like garden again, watching leaves drift across the reflecting pool. He recalled how he once prayed in Winterfell's Godswood for guidance. This place wasn't quite the same, but the hush comforted him. Ghost lay by the water's edge. A warm breeze carried the scent of distant fires used by city dwellers to roast chestnuts. Jon closed his eyes, summoning the memory of Ned Stark's face, of Sansa's gentle encouragement, of the lingering ghost of Daenerys's final moments, of Ygritte's laugh amid the frosty wind. Lives lost, love broken, burdens left behind for him to shoulder. He inhaled, then opened his eyes. Enough hesitation. The realm was stable for now. No immediate wars, no out-of-control banditry, no foreign invasions. He had a moment to address the question of heirs. If he waited forever, rumors and tensions would only grow. Sansa was right. Tyrion was right. The High Septon was right, ironically. He had to face this. The question remained, whom to choose? That evening, he invited Sam, Davos, Tyrion, and Brienne to a private meeting. Once they assembled in his solar, he stated it plainly. I've decided I can't keep delaying. The realm needs clarity about the succession. I must marry. An odd hush fell. Then Tyrion smiled. I'd say about time, but I'll refrain from gloating. Sam seemed relieved. That's good, Jon. We can hold some formal process if you like, or you can pick from the existing offers. Davos scratched his beard. A wise step, though it might spark a scramble of suitors. Are you leaning toward the Vale, the North, or somewhere else? Jon nodded. Lady Rosalind Arryn impressed me. She's neither pushy nor shallow. The Vale has resources and they're good allies to the North. But I won't finalize that without meeting others, unless, he hesitated. Unless I sense strongly that she's the best option. I also trust Sansa's judgment if I consider a northern match. I'd prefer to narrow the field before I host some ridiculous event with dozens of ladies parading. Tyrion half smiled. A tourney for your hand might be entertaining. Jokes aside, we can quietly invite the top candidates to King's Landing. Let you meet them individually. Keep it dignified. Brienne coughed softly. Remember your own happiness, your grace. A purely political match might lead to strife later. Jon looked at her gratefully. I will. Let's do it carefully. Tyrion, Sam, manage discreet invitations. We don't want the entire realm rushing here. Let's pick, say, 3 or 4 families with strong ties. Meanwhile, I'll consider if Lady Rosalind is my preference. I owe her a visit to the Vale if I'm truly serious. The meeting ended with a sense of momentum. Over the next week, Tyrion dispatched letters to certain houses. Rosalind in the Vale, House Manderly in the north, House Banefort in the Westerlands, and one to Dorne, though Cailin had not specifically offered. He hinted the king was open to meeting suitable ladies from each region, to discuss alliances and a possible marriage. Sam also wrote to Sansa, requesting her advice. Jon felt a knot of anxiety in his gut, but also a sense of relief. He was finally acting instead of drifting. Autumn deepened, turning the Crownlands into a tapestry of red and orange. The city bustled with harvest festivals, dwarfed though they were by memories of war. For once, Jon could allow a small holiday feast in the Red Keep without fear overshadowing every moment. He walked among the people, incognito, seeing them dance and play music in the squares. Ghost's presence caused startled looks, but most recognized the white direwolf by now. He even purchased a small sweet pastry from a vendor, savoring the simple pleasure. Proof that normalcy was returning to King's Landing. And then, one crisp afternoon, ravens arrived bearing replies. From the Vale, House Arryn eagerly accepted the invitation. From the north, Lady Manderly herself was too old, but she offered her younger niece for consideration. The Westerlands, House Banefort, sent a polite acceptance. Dorne's letter was cordial but non-committal. Cailin wrote that if the king was determined to marry, Dorne might have a candidate, though it wasn't as pressing. Tyrion suggested they schedule visits over the next few months, one region at a time, so as not to create a circus. Jon agreed. First to arrive would be House Banefort's envoy, bringing Lady Alice Banefort. Then Lady Manderly's niece might come from the north. Finally, if all remained on track, Lady Rosalind Arryn could return, or Jon might head to the Vale. Whether or not Dorne followed through remained uncertain. So it was settled. The next phase of King's Landing life would revolve around cautious courtship. Jon steeled himself. He wanted to see each candidate as a person, not just a treaty. Time passed swiftly. Word spread quietly that the king was open to meeting potential brides, though there was no grand announcement. Yet enough rumor circulated that King's Landing found a new topic to buzz about. The High Septon, hearing the news, expressed his blessing, hoping for a union that furthered moral virtue. Jon nodded politely, ignoring any mention of moral laws. The small folk, gleaning bits of gossip, speculated which region's lady would become queen. Gamblers placed bets. Jon tried not to dwell on that nonsense. Lady Alice Bainfort arrived first, escorted by her father and a retinue of 50 knights. They reached the city on a cloudy morning, their banner depicting a black portcullis on gold, House Bainfort's emblem. Jon greeted them in the Red Keep's courtyard, noticing Lady Alice was tall, with light brown hair pinned neatly. She offered a deep curtsy. Her father introduced her with pride, hailing her skill in estate management and a certain flair for music. Jon welcomed them politely, offering rooms in the keep. Over the following days, he met Lady Alice at meals, walked with her in the gardens. She displayed confidence, spoke of the Westerland's recovery from war, how her family's mines were producing again. She joked about the Lannisters, though not unkindly, praising Tyrion's cunning. Her sense of humor made Jon smile once or twice, though he felt no strong personal connection. She seemed more interested in discussing gold yields than deeper matters. Still, she was friendly, not unpleasant. One evening, she gave a short performance on a harp, playing a ballad about the Age of Heroes. Jon appreciated her skill. Her fingers danced over the strings. At the end, the small audience applauded. She cast him a hopeful look. He thanked her, expressing admiration. Perhaps she sensed that while he respected her talent, he wasn't swept away by personal chemistry. The next day, he told Tyrion in private, "Lady Alice is admirable, but I'm not convinced she and I would truly match. She focuses a lot on wealth and status. I sense little deeper bond." Tyrion shrugged. "She's a fine lady, but if you want more than a practical arrangement, perhaps not your best option. Still, we must not insult the Bainforts. Let her stay a bit longer, then gently explain if it won't proceed." Jon sighed in relief. "Yes, that's best." Soon after, Lady Alice's father requested a formal answer. Jon politely stated that while he held House Bainfort in esteem, he wished to consider other alliances first. The father seemed a bit disappointed but bowed to the king's will. They departed with no hard feelings. Jon ensured they parted on good terms, promising trade opportunities between the Crownlands and the Bainforts. Next came Lady Manderly's niece, a young woman named Lyessa Manderly. She arrived from White Harbor, escorted by a handful of northern knights and bearing a trunk of gifts: salted fish, northern wool, carved wooden figures of direwolves. She was around Jon's age, with a round face and a shy demeanor. She blushed whenever she spoke to him, stammering slightly, but her eyes were kind. Jon tried to put her at ease, asking about White Harbor's situation, how winter was affecting them. She blossomed when discussing her home, describing the harbor's bustling docks, the Wolf's Den fortress, the Manderly's role in feeding the north. Yet she seemed overwhelmed by King's Landing's scale and the pressure of courting a king. They spent modest time together, a short ride outside the city, a quiet dinner. She was sweet, praising him for his heroic deeds, but she rarely met his gaze. She confessed she was nervous among southern courtiers. Jon found himself remembering how shy Sam had been at Castle Black. He tried to encourage her, but there was little spark beyond gentle kindness. When Tyrion asked for Jon's thoughts, Jon admitted that while she was pleasant, he doubted a meaningful partnership would form. She seemed terrified of him or of the concept of queenship. He respected her enough not to push further. Ultimately, he told her delicately that he valued her and House Manderly, but he wasn't ready to proceed. She left with watery eyes, though Jon reassured her that the north remained dear to him. He felt a pang of guilt at her disappointment. Finally, a raven arrived from the Vale. Lady Rosalind Arryn would return in a fortnight. She would bring Lord Royce, who wanted to observe any discussions about an alliance. Jon felt his heart quicken slightly. Of all the prospects he'd met or heard of, she alone had shown a balanced mix of courtesy, intelligence, and gentle wit. He hoped not to lead her on if he wasn't sure, but something in him tugged that direction. In the meantime, he continued his governance. Sam presented ideas for establishing more structured watchers on major roads, thus reducing banditry. Tyrion struggled to juggle the crown's finances, negotiating fresh deals with bravos to extend the repayment schedule. The High Septon pressed for additional moral restrictions, though Jon politely tabled the request. Davos oversaw the integration of a few Excelsiords into the City Watch, giving them a chance to earn honest coin. Bit by bit, the city and kingdom stabilized further. When Rosalind arrived, the day dawned bright, a mild wind ruffling the harbor waters. She came by a small Vale retinue, carrying gifts of falcons, cheeses from the mountains, even a blade forged by the smiths of the Eyrie. Lord Royce traveled with her. A burly man with a stern face, once a close ally of Lady Sansa. He greeted Jon stiffly in the courtyard, bowing. Then Rosalind offered her curtsy, wearing a calm smile. That evening, they dined with Tyrion, Davos, Sam, and a few Vale knights. Royce wasted no time stating the Vale's terms. They would supply a standing force to help guard the roads if the crown married into House Arryn. Also, the Vale could open its ports in Gulltown to King's Landing merchants at reduced tariffs, strengthening trade. Jon listened, glancing at Rosalind from time to time. She added comments about wanting a peaceful realm, referencing how the Vale had sheltered during the worst of the wars. She never demanded anything personal from Jon, just a willingness to see if their union could work. He found her measured approach refreshing. Over the next several days, they spent more time together. Jon showed her parts of the city, including the new orphan's home. She expressed genuine compassion for the children, kneeling to speak with them kindly. At the library, Sam displayed some ancient manuscripts about the history of the Vale, which made her eyes light with interest. On a walk through the courtyard, they spoke about their families. She recalled the Eyrie's precarious paths, the crisp mountain air, how Lord Robert Arryn's health had always been delicate. Jon confided how he missed the cold clarity of Winterfell's nights. Rosalind teased that perhaps they could build a small winter garden in King's Landing to remind him of the North. Her warmth, her quiet sense of humor, her sincerity all worked on him. He found himself smiling more easily. Tyrion observed from a distance, smirking in his sly way. Sam seemed relieved that Jon was forming a genuine bond. Davos withheld judgment, but occasionally gave Jon a nod, as if to say, "She seems a good match." One afternoon, after a meeting with her and Lord Royce about trade specifics, Jon walked Rosalind to the gallery of old Targaryen tapestries. She studied them, fascinated by the dragons depicted, asking about the family's more peaceful reigns. Jon answered haltingly, admitting he didn't feel a strong connection to the Targaryen heritage, only to the duty that came with it. She listened intently, then said, "You forge your own legacy, Your Grace. You're not a mirror of the past." That simple statement eased something in him. Later that night, alone in his solar, he realized he wanted to move forward with her. She was graceful and kind, without illusions. She didn't demand grandeur or glory. She recognized the realm's need for stability. And while he might never love anyone the way he'd loved Ygritte or Daenerys, that didn't mean he couldn't find genuine companionship and trust here. He saw a future with Lady Rosalind that felt calm, not consumed by the flames of war or resentment. Maybe that was what Westeros needed in a queen. Steadiness, empathy, and the ability to share burdens. So the next day, he invited Rosalind for a walk in the Godswood-like garden at dusk. Ghost padded behind them, silent. The sky glowed with oranges and pinks. She admired the fountain, describing how the Eyrie had its own courtyard with mountain flowers. Jon took a steadying breath. "Lady Rosalind, You've shown me respect and care since we first met. I find you very agreeable both as a person and as a potential ally for the realm. I'd like to propose we formalize our betrothal, if you're willing." She turned, eyes widening slightly. For a moment, her composure broke, replaced by a mix of relief and emotion. "Your Grace, Jon, that would honor me and the Vale, if you're sure." Jon managed a small, genuine smile. "I am. Let's do this not just for politics, but because I think we can help each other and the people we rule. We can attempt to make a genuine partnership." She blinked away what might have been tears. "Then I gladly accept." He let out a slow breath, tension dissolving. They stood in the soft light, neither quite sure how to proceed. Finally, she extended her hand, and he took it gently. Ghost lay at their feet, yawning, as though finding this entire affair a bit dull compared to fending off raiders. But Jon felt a ripple of peace. A future queen at his side who wasn't forcing him, nor was he forcing her. They parted that night, promising to announce it publicly soon. The following morning, Jon called a small ceremony in the throne room. The lords and ladies of the court gathered, curiosity rampant. Tyrion stood at Jon's right, Sam and Davos flanking him. Lady Rosalind entered with Lord Royce, her retinue behind. Jon declared that he and House Arryn had reached an understanding for a betrothal, forging a bond that would unite the crown and the Vale. Applause rose, though a few looked disappointed their own plans didn't succeed. The High Septon, invited for the occasion, stepped forward to offer a blessing, praising the union as a sign of the Seven's will. Jon allowed him to speak, though he cringed at the mention of moral codes. Still, the gist was positive. Later, in a more private exchange, Lord Royce formally shook Jon's hand. "I served Lady Sansa in the north. I see echoes of that same sense of duty in you. May this alliance strengthen both realms." Jon thanked him, reflecting on how far he'd come from the boy who once stood behind Robb Stark, overshadowed by the question of his parentage. Now he was king in truth, forging a future that might truly bring the Seven Kingdoms together. That evening, feasting and celebration filled the great hall. Musicians played lively tunes, wine flowed, and guests danced. Jon joined Rosalind for a short dance, though he was not particularly skilled. She guided him gently, laughing when he stepped on her foot. The hall roared in good-natured amusement at the king's awkwardness, but no one seemed offended. Even Ghost, from a corner, watched with a tilted head as if confused by the merriment. In the days that followed, messages spread across Westeros announcing the betrothal. Sansa wrote immediately with congratulations, though the letter hinted at some regret she hadn't met Rosalind in person. She promised to come south for the wedding if possible. The Stormlands Gendry sent a short, supportive note. Prince Cailin in Dorne extended polite approval, while the Westerlands offered measured compliments. Even Tarth and the Riverlands responded favorably. Jon felt a sense of relief, like a missing piece had fallen into place. He might never fully quell all doubt, but at least the realm saw him making a stable choice. He and Rosalind spent more time together, quietly discussing their wedding, the possibility of living partly in the Vale if they had children, or hosting Vale nights in King's Landing to strengthen the guard. She asked about the north, and he told her of Winterfell's cold grandeur, how the hot springs warmed the stone floors, how the heart tree stood watch in the godswood. He saw genuine fascination in her eyes. She admitted she'd never been that far north. He told her he'd gladly show her someday, once the realm was calmer still. Their interactions remained gentle, building trust step by step. As the weeks rolled on, the next big question loomed: when and where to hold the wedding. The High Septon insisted it be in the Great September of King's Landing for maximum visibility. Lord Royce suggested the Eyrie, to honor House Arryn's homeland. Sansa hinted that if it were in the north, the realm might see a union bridging Stark and Targaryen, Arryn and Stark allegiances. Jon tried to balance these views, eventually deciding on King's Landing for practical reasons. He had to remain near the seat of power, and the realm's major lords could attend more easily. Rosalind agreed gracefully, so an official wedding date was set for spring, giving enough time to prepare. For once, The city's mood turned openly festive in anticipation. The king was to be wed, a new queen crowned. People hoped this signaled a final end to the tumultuous years. Craftsmen in the city prepared new decorations, banners weaving the direwolf and falcon, with a subtle nod to the Targaryen dragon. Jon insisted on including the Stark sigil in the design, wanting always to remember his roots. Meanwhile, Tyrion coordinated with the Master of Coin to fund the event without bankrupting them. Sam helped with genealogical records and ceremony details, and Davos oversaw security. The winter's approach didn't dampen the excitement. After all, the Crownlands' winter was mild, and the city rarely saw snow. Jon and Rosalind continued to spend time together, forging the beginnings of real companionship. They maintained separate chambers for now, though rumors swirled as rumors always did. She joined him on a short ride into the countryside, escorted by knights, pausing to watch farmers gather the last harvest. She asked about the wars that once consumed these fields. He told her of the battles he'd seen, how the soil had soaked up blood. She expressed quiet sorrow for the dead and respect for those who rebuilt. Once more, Jon found himself grateful for her compassion, her balanced perspective. Of course, not all was tranquil. The High Septon pressed for an elaborate ceremony in the Great September, a vow that the new queen would uphold the faith's virtues. Jon reigned in the more extreme demands, ensuring Roslyn's own comfort was respected. A few grumbling lords from the north complained that the wedding should be in Winterfell, or that Jon should have chosen a northern bride. But Sansa wrote, urging them to honor the king's choice. In the Westerlands, some who had hoped for a Banefort or Lannister bride grumbled. Still, no serious conflict erupted, just the usual gossip. Winter's chill finally drifted over the Crownlands, though it was mild. The sky turned grayish more often, and a brisk wind scoured the streets. Rosalind, hailing from mountainous Vale territory, found it easy to adapt, though she teased Jon that she'd expected even colder weather if he was truly half a northerner. He joked that she should visit Winterfell to see real cold. They shared these small, personal jokes, weaving an intimacy that eased his reservations further. When the day of the wedding arrived, the Great September stood resplendent. Tapestries of white and silver hung, and flowers, imported from the Reach, decorated the pillars. Lords and ladies of all 7 kingdoms gathered, from Dorne to the north. Gendry Baratheon arrived, grinning in his plain but sturdy attire. Sansa came after a long journey, hugging Jon tightly upon arrival. Arya was absent, her whereabouts uncertain as usual. Edmure Tully, Karen Martell's envoy, representatives from Tarth, all took seats in the Sept's grand pews. The city outside bustled with crowds hoping for a glimpse of the procession. Jon stood at the altar in formal black and silver robes, the Targaryen sigil small but present, alongside a stark white wolf embroidered on the other side. His personal choice to unite the images. Ghost waited behind the scenes, not exactly welcome in the Sept, though some small folk whispered they wished to see the direwolf in a bridegroom's collar. Tyrion acted as the king's hand. Sam was near him, looking proud as any brother might. The High Septon wore gilded robes, prepared to bless the union. Music swelled, a somber, beautiful chord from the Sept's newly rebuilt organ. Rosalind entered, escorted by Lord Royce. She wore a gown of pale blue and white, a subtle falcon motif embroidered along the hem. A hush fell among the lords and ladies, for she looked graceful, every inch a queen to be. She reached Jon, glancing up with a soft smile. He met her gaze with warmth he rarely let show in public. In that moment, he realized how far he'd come from the uncertain bastard he once believed himself to be. The High Septon began the vows, reciting from the 7-pointed star. He asked Jon if he took this woman to be his lawful wife, to unite houses and realms. Jon answered steadily, "I do," then asked Rosalind, who responded in her clear voice, "I do." Golden ribbons were draped around their joined hands, symbolizing unity under the 7. The blessing concluded with a prayer for the realm, that this marriage would yield peace and prosperity. Applause rippled through the Sept, blossoming into cheers. They walked out together, arms linked, into the bright winter sun. Trumpets sounded, announcing the royal wedding complete. The crowd outside roared with excitement, thronging to see them. Jon kept his posture regal, though his heart pounded with relief and a subdued joy. Rosalind clung to his arm, eyes shining. At that moment, no matter how fleeting, Westeros felt united. Dorne's flags hung beside the Stark direwolf, the Vale's falcon, the Baratheon stag, the Tully fish, even a few Targaryen banners. The sky overhead was a pale blue, the sun glinting off the polished armor of the Kingsguard. A grand feast followed in the Red Keep's great hall. Laughter and chatter filled the air, the tables laden with roast boar, venison, fresh bread, spiced wine, and sweet pastries shaped like falcons and wolves. Jon and Rosalind presided at the high table. Tyrion toasted them with a witty speech. Sam added a heartfelt note about how far they'd come since the wars. Davos pledged his service to the new queen, and Sansa gave a warm endorsement of Rosalind, welcoming her to the extended Stark family. Dancing ensued, with minstrels playing lively tunes. Jon, never the best dancer, tried again with Rosalind, earning smiles and good-natured jests. Ghost prowled about the hall's edges, causing a small stir but no alarm. As the night drew on, guests slowly trickled away, and the newlywed couple excused themselves. The wedding custom demanded they be shown to their chambers, though Jon cringed at the old tradition of a bedding ceremony. He'd made it clear that tradition was not to be forced. He wanted privacy. The lords complied, content to cheer them down the corridor but not intrude further. Jon shut the chamber door behind them. Inside, the fireplace crackled, rose petals scattered on the bed. A gentle hush settled over them. They took a moment to stand by the window, looking out at the flickering lights of King's Landing. Rosalind slipped her hand into his. "We did it," she breathed. Jon gazed at her, thinking of the journey he'd taken. Yes, we did. Outside, the city partied in the streets, music echoing distantly. Tomorrow they'd wake to all the old challenges. Winter's approach in the north, the threat of outlaws in the wilder regions, the need to maintain peace with Dorne, keep Tarth safe, pay back the Iron Bank, oversee trade, quell any faith demands for moral laws. But for this moment, they embraced a small island of contentment. The realm had a king and queen who shared a desire for stability and compassion, who had chosen each other not through raw ambition or overwhelming passion, but through reason and genuine regard. Jon pressed his forehead to hers, feeling her breath warm against his cheek. He hoped that, through their union, Westeros might truly move beyond the endless cycle of war and vengeance. If any monarchy could break that wheel, perhaps it would be one born of both ice and fire, tempered by the hardships of the past, guided by a steady sense of duty. Their story was only beginning, and the realm would test them 1,000 times more. But for now, they had this quiet triumph, a new foundation upon which to build a kinder future. Outside the window, a faint chill wind drifted in from Blackwater Bay, rustling the curtains. Jon held Rosalind's hand, drawing her closer. He recalled a vow he'd once made to himself, to protect the living, to guard the realm. Now, that vow extended to her, to their bond, to the children they might someday have, to all the people who relied on their leadership. In the hush of that candlelit chamber, he closed his eyes, silently thanking the old gods and the new for granting him this fragile peace. There, with Rosalind at his side, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, felt the first gentle sparks of hope that maybe, just maybe, the realm would endure. And if challenges rose again, they would face them together, forging a path forward into an uncertain dawn, with hearts determined to safeguard the future they had dared to claim.